assured them of high-quality goods and services. Saluting between commanders and men was restored for the first time since 1917, and discipline was generally tightened up. The army newspaper Krasnaya Zvezda, Red Star, explicitly condemned party and Komsomol interference in the functions of commanders, quoting with disapproval the case of a junior commander who said to his superior, "Have you any right to give me directions? I am a Komsomol member, while you are a non-party person." This kind of communist arrogance, as Lenin had called it, was now consigned to the past. As for ordinary recruits, universal conscription for 2 to 3 years, without exemption for higher education, ensured that a larger and better educated body of men was available. Reserve formations were converted into standing ones, so that by 1939 the Red Army had probably reattained its 1920 maximum of 5 million men under arms. They were, moreover, supplemented by at least 250,000 NKVD and special troops to deal with emergencies and prevent the kind of desertions that remained a horrific memory from the Civil War. On the eve of war, then, the Red Army was improving the caliber both of its officers and of its men, and was beginning to heal the bitter rifts between party and military. But it had not got very far with either process, and had not adapted itself to the German blitzkrieg strategy. That adaptation now had to be accomplished on the battlefield. 269. As I have said, the German invasion on June 22, 1941 took the Soviet armed forces by surprise. That it did so is remarkable, for the Soviet leaders had received repeated warnings of the German preparations over the previous few months, from the British and Americans, from their own intelligence services, and indeed from their commanders on the Western Front. This unpreparedness shows a characteristic defect of the totalitarian system. It is very bad at assimilating and evaluating information unwelcome to the leadership. Because Stalin chose to dismiss the growing evidence of German intentions as provocation or misinformation, none of his subordinates was able to take it seriously, and still less were the public allowed to hear about it and judge for themselves. The only statement in the Soviet press about the reports called them clumsily concocted propaganda by powers hostile to the USSR and Germany, who are interested in a further widening and unleashing of war. When Colonel General Kirponos, commander of the Kiev military district, wrote to Stalin proposing the evacuation of 300,000 civilians from the frontier regions, the manning of defensive positions there, and the construction of anti-tank obstacles, he was told this would be a provocation, and that the Germans must not be given a pretext for the initiation of military action against us. He was actually instructed to counter-mand orders he had already issued, and pull units back from the frontier. Even when, a mere matter of hours before the attack, Stalin was at least sufficiently alarmed to issue orders to the frontier units, these spoke of nothing more than assuming a state of alert and manning frontier posts. In case of actual attack, the only order was not to give way to provocative actions of any kind which might produce major complications. Given the inflexible obedience of most Soviet commanders, such an order was bound to generate chaos, especially since, once the attack was underway, many communications lines had been cut by saboteurs, further orders often did not get through, and each commander had to improvise on the basis of the information at his disposal. As a result, the German assault. 270. Troops were able to deal with the Soviet formations piecemeal, surrounding them and destroying or capturing them. More than 1,000 Soviet aircraft were caught on their airfields, uncamouflaged and undefended, and were annihilated. This was a catastrophic loss in view of the slow tempo of aircraft construction up to that time. Only on the evening of that fateful day did the General Staff issue an order which at least accepted the reality of the German attack. But its content showed how out of touch with the situation the leaders still were. It called for deep counter-thrusts with the aim of destroying the enemy's main forces and carrying operations into his territory. The only effect of such an order could be to impede the defense in depth which was strategically necessary, and encourage units to try to move forward into positions where they would be easily surrounded. As for Stalin himself, he suffered some kind of nervous collapse as a result of seeing one of his favorite myths, that of the imperialist threat, come true. He apparently withdrew to his dacha in the woods outside Moscow and stayed there prostrate for more than a week, while his generals and his immediate subordinates tried desperately to sort out the mess. In the invaded regions, party and state authorities hurriedly burnt their papers, and fled eastwards, abandoning the population to their fate. The NKVD shot their political prisoners and those with sentences of 10 years or more, and tried to evacuate the rest. Where they were unable to, they shot the rest as well before pulling out. The population, in fact, often welcomed the Germans. General Guderian recalls in his memoirs that women would come out from the villages bringing wooden platters with bread, butter, and eggs to the soldiers. Peasants, in particular, hoped the Germans would dissolve the collective farms and reopen the churches. Ukrainians, Byelorussians, and the Baltic peoples hoped they would permit them to establish national states of their own, and everyone hoped that the Germans, as a cultured nation, 271, would at least allow them to lead a more secure and settled existence than they had known under Stalin's terror. They were to be disappointed, but that was not immediately apparent. The panic of those early days had a long-term demoralizing effect on the Soviet army and population. Arguably, indeed, morale did not recover completely until after the Battle of Stalingrad, more than 18 months later. Certainly, throughout the autumn of 1941, despite some heroic rearguard actions, which were important because they delayed an offensive which had to be rapid to succeed, the encirclements and disorganized retreats continued. The atmosphere of the time is well evoked by Khrushchev in his memoirs. As the Germans advanced on Kiev, where he was in charge of the party apparatus, workers came from the factories to the Central Committee, volunteering to defend the city, and asking for weapons with which to do so. Khrushchev rang Moscow, where the only person he could raise was Malenkov. "Tell me," I said, "where can we get rifles? We've got factory workers here who want to join the ranks of the Red Army and fight the Germans, and we don't have anything to arm them with. You'd better give up any thought of getting rifles from us. The rifles in the Civil Defense Organization have all been sent to Leningrad. Then what are we supposed to fight with? I don't know, pikes, swords, homemade weapons, anything you can make in your own factories. You mean we should fight tanks with spears? You'll have to do the best you can. You can make fire bombs out of bottles of gasoline or kerosene and throw them at the tanks." Khrushchev, not surprisingly, was dismayed and indignant at this conversation. He did not tell anyone about it, for fear of 272 sparking off panic. Suffice it to add that Kiev, where Budeny was commander, was soon the scene of another rout. At least 500,000 men were encircled and either died or were captured. Not long after, Moscow itself was in danger. As an offensive of Army Group Center, begun on September 30, approached the capital, the order went out to evacuate government offices, the diplomatic corps, and high party bodies to Kuyabyshev on the Volga, and to other towns far in the rear. Factories were mined, ready to be blown up. All this was rational in the circumstances, but it naturally induced an atmosphere of fear and uncertainty in the capital. On 15 and October 16 there was a sudden panic rush to get out of the city. Those who could wangle an official pass or commandeer a lift in a car did so, and left with the columns of official transport, leaving behind a smell of burning papers. Others dragged themselves out of the city on foot, carrying children and a few possessions in a rucksack or on a handcart. Yet in the end Moscow never fell. In the end, too, the Soviet Union won the war, in spite of the disastrous start. How was this possible? First of all, there was Stalin himself. Having recovered from his inaction of the early days of the war, he went on Moscow radio on July 3, 1941 to broadcast to the people. His opening words were highly significant. As well as the now habitual terms, comrades and citizens, he also addressed his listeners as brothers and sisters and as my friends. He was taking as his starting point an old and traditional form of human solidarity, based on the family, to which the party had never before appealed in its propaganda, which indeed in its early years it had tried to undermine. Similarly, in October, the Moscow panic was stemmed at least partly because, on the morning of October 17, Alexander Shcherbakov, first secretary of the Moscow Town Party Committee, made a broadcast announcing that Stalin was still at his post in Moscow, that he would stay there, and that the city would be defended to the last drop of blood. 273. And 3 weeks later, Stalin was at his accustomed place on Lenin's mausoleum to take the salute at the military parade celebrating the anniversary of the October Revolution. The decision to hold this parade as usual, within the sound of the German guns, was taken at the last moment, and surprised nearly everyone. There was no time for preparations, the troops marched past in their battle kit, and many of them proceeded straight from Red Square to the front line. Stalin's speech on that occasion again sounded some unfamiliar notes. He reminded his listeners of the emergencies the newly founded Red Army had faced and overcome in 1918, but he also appealed to pre-revolutionary traditions, to the Russia of Alexander Nevsky, Dmitry Donskoy, and Mikhail Kutuzov. His words evoked the warfare of nations, not of classes. The German invaders want a war of extermination against the peoples of the Soviet Union. Very well, then. If they want a war of extermination, they shall have it. Our task now will be to destroy every German, to the very last man, who has come to occupy our country. No mercy for the German invaders. Death to the German invaders. The enemies were now Germans rather than fascists. This was Stalin's 1920 slogan of socialism in one country, with the emphasis on the one country rather than on the socialism. Konstantin Simonov, in his novel The Living and the Dead, published at a time when Stalin was at the nadir of his post-war reputation, described the people's reactions to these speeches. They loved him in different ways, wholeheartedly, or with reservations, admiring him and yet fearing him, and some did not like him at all. But nobody doubted his courage and his iron will. And now was a time when these two qualities were needed more than anything else in the man who stood at the head of the country at war. All this was absorbed into military symbolism. The war cry of the Soviet soldier as he went into battle was for the motherland. For Stalin. Stalin also served well as an administrator and even, with considerably greater reservations, as a military leader. The 274. Soviet leadership solved at an early stage a dilemma which Russia's First World War leaders had never coped with, the coordination of the civilian and military sides of government. At the highest level, this was accomplished by the State Defense Committee, GKO, under Stalin's chairmanship. This was the supreme war directing body, with the power to issue decrees binding on all organs of party, state, and armed forces. It was small, 5 to 8 members, all of whom were civilians, except Marshal Voroshilov, who in any case was swiftly removed from operational command once his incompetence had become plain. The other members were Molotov, as Stalin's deputy, Malenkov, as senior party secretary, Beria, as head of the security police, Kaganovich and Mikoyan, as members of the party Politburo, and Voznesensky, as head of Gosplan. The principle of strictly civilian control was thereby asserted. Military power was vested in the Stavka, or Supreme Command, the head of which was also Stalin. It consisted of all marshals of the Soviet Union, the chief of the general staff and the heads of the various services and their principal arms. Members of GKO could attend Stavka meetings, which was not true the other way round. Stalin's domination of Stavka was all but absolute. Few generals had the courage or self-confidence to challenge his judgment. On the other hand, he usually conducted affairs by letting his military leaders each present their arguments for particular courses of action, listening to each of them attentively, and only taking a decision at the end of the discussion. On the whole, in fact, he preferred to lead by choosing competent senior commanders, and then let them do the conceiving and planning of operations, presenting alternatives for him to adjudicate. Probably Stalin's greatest ability as a war leader was his readiness to jettison the incompetent, no matter how senior and how close to him personally, like his cronies Budeny and Vorkshilov, and to seek out and promote the young and promising. He was prepared to go even into the labor camps to find the latter, as the examples of Rokossovsky, Gorbatov, 275, and Merezkov testify. When he tried to exercise his own military judgment against that of senior generals, he was very fallible. The enormous losses at Kiev in September 1941 were due to his insistence that the armies fighting there should not retreat. Similarly, his decision to launch a counter-offensive right along the front in the winter of 1942 was based on a grossly optimistic notion of Soviet strength and a similar underestimate of the enemy's. The inbuilt tendency to disbelieve bad news persisted far into the war and percolated far down the command hierarchy. The Air Force officer who first reported the breakthrough of German tanks towards Moscow in October 1941 was branded a panic-monger by Abakumov, in charge of the security apparatus, and was about to be dismissed and court-martialed before the story was confirmed. Both Stalin and his senior commanders, however, displayed some capacity to learn from their mistakes. This was important because, given time, Soviet resources in manpower and materials were in the end superior to Germany's. Prudent marshalling of them, rather than brilliant leadership, was what was required to achieve ultimate victory. The Soviet leaders nearly failed that test, but just managed to pull themselves together. But why did the Soviet peoples, who had so many reasons to hate Stalin, the NKVD, and the Communist Party in 1941, nevertheless rally round and fight so staunchly for the system? The most obvious reason, of course, is that it was their homeland which had been invaded. The hope that the Germans might provide more cultured leadership soon evaporated as it became clear that the Nazis, and indeed on the whole the German army, regarded the Slavs as undermenschen, subhumans, potential slaves to be ruthlessly exploited in the interests of the great German Empire. Himmler's declaration, from a speech of 1941, summed it up: if 10,000 Russian females die of exhaustion digging an anti-tank ditch, that interests me only insofar as the ditch is 276 dug for Germany. Under this philosophy, millions of Soviet civilians left behind the lines were rounded up and deported to slave labor enterprises in Germany. An even more immediate danger faced Jews and Communist Party officials: execution by the Special SS Einsatzkommandos. This German brutality was a powerful incentive to the Soviet population to give of their best for the war. As a Soviet colonel remarked to a British journalist, in such a hell, the thought that a comfortable bed and breakfast, the kind of thing British prisoners get, may be secured by the simple act of surrendering to the Germans might be bad for morale. It's a horrible thing to say, but by ill-treating and starving our prisoners to death, the Germans are helping us. To defend the homeland against such invaders became a sacred duty, evoked in the party's new propaganda tone of military nationalism. Furthermore, in spite of the appalling bereavements and physical sufferings of the Soviet people, in some ways their spirit actually improved with the outbreak of war, or at least by the time Zhukov's defense of Moscow proved that the Germans were not invincible. Looking back afterwards, Pasternak wrote, when war flared up, its real horrors and real dangers, the threat of a real death, were a blessing compared to the inhuman reign of fantasy, and they brought relief by limiting the magic force of the dead letter. Or, as a humble newspaper reader put it, reading Pravda after the German invasion was a terrible shock. Up to then you could safely assume that everything you read was pure fiction, but now you were face to face with the awful truth. Pravda was describing the real world. War correspondents shared something of the life of the troops, and wrote about it with a degree of frankness and accuracy that would have been unthinkable before the war. Vasily Grossman's accounts of the Battle of Stalingrad, or Ilya Ehrenberg's tirades against the Germans, were probably more widely read and appreciated than any previous Soviet journalism. In this way a certain degree of trust between rulers and ruled was restored. 277. Complete freedom of information was, however, not the order of the day. Soon after the outbreak of war, all citizens were required to hand in their private radio sets. Thereafter only relays from public loudspeakers were permitted. The Soviet leaders did not want the people to get their news from German radio or even the BBC. Raised morale and a new sense of national unity were crucial, but were not the only factors which contributed to the ultimate Soviet victory. The fact was that the political system itself proved in some ways well adapted to the demands of war. As we have seen, the party tended to use the rhetoric of war even in peacetime, and certainly many of its officials seemed to flourish in an atmosphere of campaigns, offensives, and emergencies. This point should not be exaggerated. The extreme authoritarianism which stifled initiative and flexibility was still present, especially in the armed forces, so too were the competing cliques, squabbling over slender resources. Nevertheless, both the party and the state functioned reasonably well as a mechanism for mobilizing the nation's resources. This was by no means a foregone conclusion. Adoption of the rhetoric of war should not be confused with capacity to fight. But, especially in the emergencies of the early part of the war, the party was in a strong position to effect the rapid mobilization of military and economic resources which alone could save the situation. As the Germans approached a town which till recently had been thought to be far in the rear, a town defense committee would be hastily formed, consisting of representatives of the local front command, the town Soviet, the party and the NKVD. The committee would take over local factories to make military items in short supply, see Khrushchev's dilemma above, and it would raise volunteer and home guard units from the working population, while trying to ensure equipment for them, as well as preparing defense lines and fortifications. So serious was the position in the autumn of 1941 that such raw units, with no combat experience and no more than a fortnight's rifle practice, had to be sent to plug gaps in the front line. 278. Thus, for example, in the Lenin Rayon of Moscow, a Home Guard division of 16,000 volunteers was formed during the first week of July. Care had to be exercised to ensure that factories were not deprived of their key skilled workers, many of whom volunteered. Even some professors apparently offered their services, concealing their degrees, and were annoyed to be rejected and sent back to their work. One of them, the aged academician B.A. Keller, insisted that they requisition his car for use at the front. The new formation, many of whose members had never even held a rifle before, had a week's training at a camp, which they had to help build, just outside Moscow, and then were sent onto the forward defense line at Maloy-Yaroslavets, about 100 kilometers to the southwest of the capital. They did further training there while helping to build fortifications. In mid-September they became part of the 33rd Reserve Army, and were moved into the front line, where they took part in action from the first day. Their induction into service was almost leisurely compared with what happened in October, when some Home Guard battalions were sent into action almost without training. In this way a considerable proportion of Moscow's intelligentsia was lost in the Vyazma encirclement in mid-October, when the Germans took more than 600,000 prisoners and captured more than 1,000 tanks. The local defense committee was particularly successful in Tula, the armaments manufacturing town south of Moscow. Most of the armaments works were evacuated to the east, but many of the less skilled workers stayed on and formed a Tula Workers' Regiment, of 5 battalions, which took part in the staunch defense of the town once it had been encircled in December. Unlike Vyazma, Tula did not fall. Further behind the front, in Yaroslavl, a similar defense committee was set up, and a communist division was formed, consisting entirely of party and Komsomol members, and equipped and clothed as far as possible from the res. 279. Arses of the Oblast. The Raycom party secretaries became regimental commissars in the new formation. The most famous example of local defense initiative was that of Leningrad. Here a city defense council was established by Zdanov and Voroshilov in August, with the help of party activists, approaching the city. It had its troika, 3-member directorates from the party, the Soviet and the NKVD in each rayon and in each factory. Their job was to mobilize workers' battalions, arm them with anything available, including pikes, daggers, and Molotov cocktails, and get them constructing street barricades, fire points, machine gun nests and anti-tank traps. Much of the digging was done by women and teenagers. Significantly, Stalin seems to have been very suspicious of Leningrad's defense council. He insisted that the commanders of the workers' battalions should be appointed from Moscow, and in fact soon had the defense council closed down, claiming that it was duplicating the Leningrad Front Command. This certainly had something to do with internal Kremlin politics. Stalin had always been suspicious of Leningrad as an alternative power base. Now, with the German encirclement of the city, it developed an intense local patriotism of its own. The siege of Leningrad is one of the most remarkable stories of endurance in a war which was full of them. Blockaded from the end of August 1941 to January 1944, and for most of that time cut off from overland communication with the rest of the country, the city was in a truly desperate situation. Especially that was true during the first winter. The siege had not been anticipated, and nothing had been done to lay in supplies for it. Indeed, until shortly before, food was actually being taken out of Leningrad to provide for its evacuees resettling in remote and poorly supplied regions of the country. Although children and some essential workers were transferred out of the city to other centers, most of the population remained behind. The only supply line lay across 30 miles of Lake Ladoga, to the east of the city. The winter 280 was very cold, and the ice formed early over the lake, so that from late November it was possible to mark out routes that could be taken by heavy lorries across the ice. In that way some supplies could be brought in. They were not enough. In December 1941, 53,000 people died in Leningrad, as many as in the whole of 1940. It was to get worse. The city came more or less to a halt. Coal for the power stations ran out, so the trams stopped running, the water supply froze, and the houses were no longer heated or lit, this in a city where the temperature could drop to -40 degrees Celsius and which in midwinter was dark for 18 hours a day. People sat in frozen apartments, burning old furniture or even books to try to keep a little warmth in the stoves. The city authorities issued ration cards in an attempt to distribute the meager food supply equitably. For much of the winter a manual worker's bread ration was 400 grams a day, with dependents getting half that. At the worst time, in December-January, the figures were 250 and 125 grams. This was not remotely enough to sustain physical activity, and from mid-December work simply stopped in many factories. People sat at home, and gradually starved. A city official later described their extremities. To fill their empty stomachs, to reduce the intense sufferings caused by hunger, people would look for incredible substitutes. They would try to catch crows or rooks, or any cat or dog that had still somehow survived. They would go through medicine chests in search of castor oil, hair oil, Vaseline, or glycerin. They would make soup or jelly out of carpenter's glue, scraped off wallpaper or broken up furniture. But not everyone in the enormous city had such supplementary sources of food. Death would overtake people in all kinds of circumstances. While they were in the streets, they would fall down and never rise again, or in their houses, where they would fall asleep and never awake, in factories, where they would collapse while doing a job of work. There was no 281 transport, and the dead body would usually be put on a hand sleigh drawn by 2 or 3 members of the dead man's family. Often, wholly exhausted during the long trek to the cemetery, they would abandon the body halfway, leaving it to the authorities to deal with. In these circumstances, loss of a ration card was almost a death sentence, and any difficulty or dispute over food aroused the strongest feelings. The following incident, observed by a schoolteacher, Elizaveta Sheripina, encapsulates what most people were living through. One day, in a baker's, she saw a woman hitting and swearing at a boy of 10, who was sitting on the floor stuffing his mouth with a hunk of black bread. The woman had just received her day's bread ration from the sales assistant and left it for a moment on the counter. The youngster, who was desperately hungry, had snatched it and sat down to devour it, heedless of the blows showered on him. When Sheripina tried to calm the woman, she broke into tears and sobbed that she had taken her only child to the morgue a few weeks before. Finally, Sheripina got the people in the bread store to contribute bits of their ration to the woman who had lost hers. She then questioned the 10-year-old. His father, he thought, was at the front. His mother had died of hunger. 2 children remained, he and a younger brother. They were living in the cellar of a house which had been destroyed by a bomb. She asked why they hadn't gone to a children's home. He said they had to wait for their father. If they went to a home, they would be sent out of Leningrad and never see him again. That was the worst stage. During the second winter of the blockade, supplies were better organized. But the experience of going through this together in isolation gave Leningraders, already aware of their special history and traditions, a very powerful sense of local solidarity, as a 17-year-old. 282. Schoolgirl put it towards the end of the war, all of us Leningraders are one family, baptized by the monstrous blockade, one family, one in our grief, one in our experience, one in our hopes and expectations. Things were better in the rest of the country, but not so very much better. The German invasion had totally disrupted economic life. It is true that some contingency plans had been drawn up for converting industrial plants to military production, but they rested, and the assumption of a short, offensive war conducted on enemy territory. Viktor Kravchenko, who was an official of the Ferrous Metals Commissariat, later recalled. I was in daily official touch with commissariats responsible for factories and stockpiles and workers in the area under attack. It soon became apparent to us that no one in the Kremlin had bothered, in the 22 months of grace from the Nazi-Soviet pact to the outbreak of war, to formulate a program for the evacuation of people and property. The initiative, of course, could only have come from the top. For anyone else to raise the question would have opened him to charges of defeatism and demoralizing rumors. Faced with a defensive war of immense weight, we were helpless. We had to improvise everything from scratch: evacuation, mobilization, guerrilla resistance in the enemy's rear. However, as in the early 30s, it turned out that the planned economy was better at improvising than at planning. Within days of the outbreak of war, reconversion of factories had started. In Moscow, a children's bicycle factory started making flamethrowers. At a die-stamping plant, teaspoons and paper clips gave way to entrenching tools and parts for anti-tank grenades, and a typewriter works began to manufacture automatic rifles and ammunition. In Chelyabinsk, the famous tractor factory was entirely converted to construct 283 tanks, for which purpose equipment was brought from the Kharkov diesel engine works, and workers came from the Stalingrad tractor factory. The mass evacuation of whole factories was the most impressive feat of these early months. GKO set up a special evacuation council under the trade union leader, Nikolai Shvemik. This received applications from enterprises to be evacuated to the rear. Significantly, the initiative came from below, tried to assess their relative imponence, and assigned a destination, together with locomotives and rolling stock to get them there. The council appointed plenipotentiaries to the industrial commissariats, to the local party committees, and to major railway junctions, to sun out priorities and keep the traffic moving. In spite of rapons of train loads going round in circles, and of precious machinery waiting in the rain for wagons to come and collect it, the process was effectively carried out. By the end of the year, some 1,500 enterprises had been bodily shifted eastwards, to locations in the Volga Basin, the Urals, and Siberia. Sometimes they had to rest in schools, theaters, or even old watermills, till more suitable premises could be improvised. Remarkable feats were achieved. Within a fortnight of the arrival of the last pieces of equipment at a new aircraft factory on the Volga, the first MiG plane was already assembled and coming off the production line. 3 weeks later, more than 30 planes had been completed. The habit of campaigns and shock working seemingly paid off here. In this manner some 10 million people were transferred eastwards, and new industrial hinterlands created beyond the Volga. By 1945 over half the metal output of the Soviet Union was produced in the Urals, compared with a fifth in 1940. This of course was a key factor for the war effort, and the authorities paid the closest attention to what was going on in the new industries. According to Nikolai Patalichev, first secretary in Chelyabinsk, members of GKO daily phoned direct to the directors of the Magnitogorsk Metallurgical Combine, the Chelyabinsk Tractor Factory and 284 others. When there was a hitch in the production of ferrous metal, Stalin would send a telegram warning that non-fulfillment of the daily plan would be regarded as a crime of state imponence and punished accordingly. When a defect appeared in a tank engine, a special GKO commission headed by Malyshev, see above, page 206, flew out to investigate. The local party secretary, of course, was supposed to keep an even closer eye on all these things, which meant understanding something of the technical processes involved, and on the allocation of manpower, transport, fuel, and other facilities needed to keep production going without interruption. As Patalichev says, the working day of the obkom secretary would begin with Pravda and with a study of the situation on the railways. Party secretaries in key positions like this played, if anything, an even more important role than before the war, since now the emergencies were even more pressing and the need for immediate decision-making by the men on the spot even greater. They were also very dependent on each other, and on their ministerial, police and military colleagues, to get the job done. The atmosphere of mutual suspicion, which had often vitiated relationships between these agencies before the war, was now muted, and personal connections, and for that matter feuds, forged then proved to be very durable after the war. The results, at any rate, were impressive, at least as far as military production was concerned. After a terrible slump in output during the evacuation period, it shot up, and by 1943 the Red Army was receiving tanks, guns, ammunition, and planes in very adequate quantities. But there remained considerable weaknesses. Soviet industry still showed itself inept at turning out certain kinds of items, thus many of the Red Army's boots, field telephones, jeeps and lorries had to be supplied by Britain and the USA under the Lend-Lease program. Tin spam and many medicines came from the same source. Furthermore, production in all fields not directly related to the war fell markedly, thus even steel Pro. 285. Production declined from 18.3 million tons in 1940 to 12.3 million in 1945. This meant that virtually none of the steel produced was being used for civilian purposes. And one can imagine what the enormous decline in tractor output, from 66,200 to 14,700, meant for agriculture. The drafting of workers into the armed forces generated, naturally, a desperate labor shortage. Numbers declined from 31.2 million hands in 1940 to 18.3 million in 194. To help fill the gap, the whole population of working age was made liable for compulsory labor mobilization, which was overseen by a GKO committee. Women, apprentices, teenagers and old men were drawn into branches of industry hitherto totally unknown to them, given a hasty training and installed at the factory bench. The share of women, in particular, in the industrial workforce rose from 38% in 1940 to 53% in 1942. For most of those women, of course, domestic work had become no less onerous, and had to be performed in addition to industrial tasks. There may have been fewer males at home to feed, but shopping and the carrying out of simple household chores had become much more difficult in the absence of consumer goods. The war accentuated the differentiation of a worker aristocracy. Highly skilled workers in essential war industries, exempted from military service, were paid reasonable wages and guaranteed tolerable food rations and fixed prices. Average wages rose nominally by 75% between 1938 and 1944, while the maximum published wages rose by 3 times. In actual fact, anyone with regular manual employment in a factory was assured of survival through the network of oars, workers provisioning department, shops at their place of work. It was those outside this category who had the greatest difficulties. In the ordinary shops, rations could not always be honored, and in the kolkhoz markets prices were frighteningly high. Alexander Worth, arriving in Moscow in June 1942, found bread in the markets costing 150 rubles a kilo, about £3, more than an average week's wages. Dairy. 286. Products and sugar were very scarce, potatoes and vegetables were unobtainable. Scurvy had become quite common, especially among those with Class 2, employee, or 3, dependent, ration cards. Even the buffet in the Bolshoi Theatre had nothing on sale except glasses of water at 3 kopecks a rime. The foreign colony and privileged Russians, however, continued to be well catered for. Vladimir Bukovsky, whose parents were journalists, reports that in Moscow queues for flour would sometimes last for several days. One's place in it was recorded in indelible ink on the palm of one's hand, and one would return morning and evening to check on the current situation. In such circumstances, unofficial connections might play a vital role in survival. In the dark days of October 1941, Anatoly Fedosiev, a foreman in an arc-light factory in Novosibirsk, got 600 grams of black bread a day as rations, but managed to secure a contract for electrical wiring in an agricultural institute for pay in kind. For every Sunday he put in there, he would get half a sack of potatoes and cabbage. The agricultural situation was, indeed, desperate. The German advance at its height deprived the country of land which before the war had yielded 38% of its grain, half of its industrial crops, and as much as 87% of its sugar beet. Cattle could to some extent be evacuated, though not without formidable losses, but crops could not, and there was neither the time nor the available machinery during the war to open up new arable acreage on any scale. Existing cultivated land had therefore to meet the nation's needs. But of course, most of the able-bodied men who had hitherto worked it were now at the front line. By 1943 only a third of those who had worked in the kolkhozy in 1940 were still active there. They were replaced by women, young people below conscription age, old men, and to some extent even by those who had previously been considered invalids. Fyodor Abramov, one of the most honest and sober of rural novelists, described the results in a far northern forest village. 287. They drove out old men already clapped out by a lifetime's work, they dragged teenagers from their skill desks, and set little snotty-nosed girls to work on the fir trees. And the women with children, what they went through in those years. No one made any allowances for them, not for age or anything else. You could collapse and give up the ghost there in the forest, but you didn't dare to come back without fulfilling your norm. Not on your life. Come on, let's have your cubic meters. The front needs them. And if they could even have eaten their rations in peace, but no, the children's hungry mouths must be stuffed first. This reduced workforce had to manage with fewer machines. We have already seen what happened to tractor production, or with machines in poorer condition, and fewer mechanics to service and repair them. It is scarcely surprising, then, that agricultural output fell catastrophically. From a level of 95.5 million tons in 1940, the grain harvest fell to 30 million tons in 1942 and 1943. The cattle stock was halved, while the number of pigs declined from 22.5 million at the end of 1940 to 6.1 million in 1942. The state met this crisis with a mixture of compulsion and flexibility. Within the collective farms, the minimum labor day requirements were raised by about 50%. Compulsory deliveries to the state were not increased, but in view of the decline in output, they initially represented a heavier burden. In recognition of this, they were in due course actually allowed to fall. The state did realize that coercion alone was likely to prove counterproductive. It withdrew most restrictions on the cultivation of private plots and on the markets where the produce from them was sold. The result, as we have seen, was a flourishing but expensive private food market. Traveling by train from Murmansk to Moscow in the summer of 1942, Alexander Wirth saw peasant women trading all kinds of food at every station. 288. Along the line, usually for barter rather than money, their prices were so high that many of the passengers were quite bitter about them. This was the legalization of the Civil War bagman. Of course the peasants worked very hard for their rewards. The private plot had to be taken care of in addition to the demanding collective obligations. Many urban workmen experienced the same double load, since the state encouraged them to cultivate private allotments on evenings and days off. In this way some workers resumed peasants' occupations they had perhaps only recently abandoned. The overall result of these processes was to weaken the structure of collective agriculture. The rewards to be gained on the private market were so much greater that many peasants worked only with the greatest reluctance on the collective fields. To meet this difficulty, some kolkhoz chairmen in practice allowed much of the collective work to be performed on the zveno, or link system. The zveno was a group of a dozen or so peasants, usually with a family as its nucleus, taking complete responsibility for a stretch of land throughout the annual cycle, meeting compulsory delivery targets from it, and consuming the rest or selling it for private gain. Peasants who worked in this way were usually much more productive, partly because of the material incentive, and partly perhaps because they were no longer a small cog in an agricultural assembly line, but had responsibility for the whole work process. In addition to this, some farms tacitly permitted households to take over parts of the collective fields to work privately, and even put collective equipment, animals, and fertilizer at their disposal. Provided the food was produced and marketed, no one was likely to ask questions. Overall, then, peasants worked incredibly hard during the war. From the party's viewpoint, however, this had the disadvantage that many of them became relatively wealthy and also developed expectations that the collective farm system would be run down and private agriculture resumed. Perhaps the most unfortunate Soviet citizens of all were those soldiers and civilians who fell into German captivity. 289. The Germans regarded them as subhuman and herded them together in what were essentially concentration camps where they slowly died of starvation and disease while performing manual labor. The Soviet government's attitude towards them was no more solicitous, it equated surrender with treason and had refused to sign the Geneva Convention on Prisoners of War, which meant that the Red Cross could not forward letters or food parcels to them for their families at home. Furthermore, those who managed to escape, and this included those who made their way out of military encirclement, were promptly subjected to intensive NKVD interrogation, and many of them were sent to labor camps, or even executed as spies. This was not just a matter of official attitudes. In February 1943, when Kharkov was briefly retaken by the Red Army, Alexander Wirth saw emaciated Soviet prisoners of war, newly liberated from German camps, but still living in them because there was nowhere else for them to go. No one was feeding them. The attitude of the local population was quite uncaring, they had enough problems of their own, and in any case who could be sure the prisoners had not been left as spies? In the circumstances, it is not surprising that a good many Soviet prisoners sought release from such a hopeless existence by enlisting in the German army. They are referred to as traitors in Soviet publications, but whether that term can be fairly applied to people who had already in effect been abandoned by their own government must be dubious. Altogether, at various times, about 1 million of them served in various formations of the Axis armies, usually in very small groups, since Hitler was unwilling to tolerate any Slav national formations, though he did permit Cossack and Caucasian ones. More surprising, perhaps, at first sight is that a fair number of Soviet officers, who relatively speaking were better treated by both sides, should have been prepared to fight on the German side, and indeed to try and raise an army to overthrow the Soviet regime. Their leader was General Andrei Vlasov, who had been one of the heroes of the Soviet winter. 290. Counterattack before Moscow. The Germans captured him in the summer of 1942 when he was encircled on the northern front. Apart from the Moscow campaign, all his combat experience came from the early, demoralizing part of the war, when the Stalin regime seemed not only brutal, but also incompetent, and this impression must have been deepened by the circumstances of his capture, since his army was simply abandoned, with no attempt to supply it or help it to fight its way out. Vlasov was typical of many who had worked their way to the top in the Red Army. A peasant by origin, he had fought in the Red Army during the Civil War, and had subsequently trained as one of the new Red commanders. His father was Dekulakist, but, as we have seen, this did not necessarily imply any family wealth. In any case, Vlasov became a party member about 1930. In the appeal he sent in 1943 to Russian soldiers and civilians behind the German lines, he outlined his reasons for deciding to fight for Hitler. He felt that the Bolsheviks had not given the people what they had promised them. I saw how hard the life of the Russian worker was, how the peasant was forced into the kolkhoz, how millions of Russian people disappeared, arrested without any investigation or trial. I saw everything Russian being trampled underfoot, and sycophants being promoted to command posts in the Red Army, people who did not have the interests of the Russian people at heart. The system of commissars demoralized the Red Army. Irresponsible prying and denunciations made the commander a plaything in the hands of party bureaucrats. Vlasov had some appeal even in the ranks of the Red Army. When his leaflets were dropped behind the Soviet lines near Smolensk in January 1943, apparently several thousand deserters came across, all of them asking about Vlasov and his Liberation Army. 291. But there was no Liberation Army. Until the very last months of the war, when it was far too late, Hitler would not allow Vlasov to set up his own Russian national formations, let alone to form a Russian government in exile, as Vlasov and his political advisors would have liked to do. This was what doomed his enterprise. Many other Soviet commanders captured by the Germans refused to join Vlasov, though not because they thought it treacherous. As a German historian of the Vlasov movement has remarked, they admitted that they would prefer to serve a government that did not constantly keep check on them, watch them, demand daily proofs of solidarity from them, and threaten them with professional, familial, physical, or psychic annihilation. But they all wanted to have assurances that would enable them to trust in the goodwill of the Germans. Only in September 1944 was Vlasov permitted to set up a Committee for the Liberation of the Peoples of Russia, KONR. In November it published a political program, the Prague Manifesto. This was influenced by the émigré organization, the National Labor Union, NTS, which had been established in Belgrade in the 1930s to try to find a middle way between socialism and capitalism. Under the name of solidarism, the NTS tried to combine individual liberty with state welfare in a form that was to become familiar in Western Europe after the war. Vlasov's program was rather more left-wing than that. It accepted the October Revolution, and asserted that the Soviet regime had only subsequently become tyrannical. It offered civil liberties and guarantees of free economic activity together with restraint on unbridled capitalism and with state provision for essential public utilities. It proposed a national labor system of social welfare, with free education and health care, old age pensions and the like. It promised self-determination for the nationalities of Russia. Remarkably, for a program published under the sponsorship of the Nazis, it contained no trace of anti-Semitism. It stood no chance of being adopted, but it is interesting as revealing something about the political 292 aspirations of those who had grown up under the Soviet regime, once they were released from its tutelage and able publicly to reject its ideology. Vlasov's Russian Liberation Army was formed only just in time to fight briefly and inconclusively on the Eastern Front in March 1945. Its commander, General Bunyachenko, then evacuated it to Czechoslovakia, where it saw action against the Germans, helping to liberate Prague from the SS. Vlasov himself was captured by the Americans and handed over to the Soviets, who shot him as a traitor, along with his leading associates, In 1946, those Red Army commanders who were not captured and who survived the war found themselves enjoying a much higher standing in society than had been the case before 1941. They were no longer called commanders, but officers, in accordance with the Tsarist usage. Not only were their ranks restored, that had largely happened before the war, but so also were their full dress uniforms and insignia. Just before the Battle of Stalingrad, when the Soviet predicament looked as grave as it could be, the British embassy was astonished to receive a Soviet request for huge quantities of gold braid. Embassy officials considered the request absurdly frivolous. When the country was urgently in need of more elementary supplies, but nevertheless complied with it. As a result, Soviet officers were henceforth able to appear gorgeously attired at parades, some of them sporting decorations redolent of old Russian military tradition, such as the Order of Alexander Nevsky or of Mikhail Kutuzov. To train officers for their elite status, special Suvorov military schools were set up, named after the famous 18th-century Russian general, on the model of the Tsarist Cadet Corps. They took their entrance exclusively from the sons of serving officers or of other ranks who had died at the hands of the Germans. The schools provided a general secondary education along with military training which fitted its graduates for junior officer status, or for entry to a military academy. Symptomatically, one item on its 293 curriculum was ballroom dancing, for social graces were now considered de rigueur for fledgling members of the new elite. As intended, the Suvorov schools have been much patronized by the sons of officers, so that military dynasties have begun to form since the war. In some ways most important of all, Edino-Nachali, or single command, was finally restored in the autumn of 1942. The political commissars were downgraded to become assistant political officers, Zampoliti, responsible for political education and the maintenance of morale in their units, but having no further right, even theoretically, to interfere in the officers' operational dispositions. Altogether it could be said by the end of the war that the officers enjoyed a degree of autonomy and status given to no other group in Soviet society, before or since. They held that status because they had rescued both the regime and the people from a desperate situation. They have subsequently been prepared to go on ensuring the nation's defense, but in return they have demanded that they be allowed to exercise their profession properly, and that they be afforded the resources they feel they require. The Communist Party, by contrast, lost some of its pre-war power and influence. Its membership grew considerably, but this was in some ways a sign of the dilution of its standards. Membership was being conferred not so much for political reasons as to reward a distinguished combat record, thus the military, or at best the Zampoliti, were deciding who should become party members. By the end of 1944, when admission rules were tightened up again, there were 3 million communists in the armed forces, half the total membership of the party. Of these, 57% were privates and NCOs, compared with 28% before the war. The party had thus become both more democratic and more military. Even in the rear, party recruitment was more generous at this time and drew more upon the lower strata. 27% of new members were workers and 31% peasants, compared with less than 20% and 10% respectively in 294. 1939-41. The high peasant intake is especially striking, though it may in fact reflect the need to appoint new officials in the rural Soviets and kolkhozy, to replace those who had left for the front. The upper levels of the party yielded noticeably to the other organs of political power. The Central Committee scarcely met during the war, its normal functions being at least partly taken over by GKO or by military bodies. Similarly, Politburo members met more often in their alternative incarnation as members of GKO. In the localities, so many party officials were mobilized for the front that party secretaries often seemed to have ruled unencumbered by regular meetings of their committees and bureaus. As we have seen, they found themselves often having to intervene to sort out local economic difficulties and bottlenecks. Altogether, the war gave them experience of hard work, inventiveness, and power such as they had not known before. In 1941 many of them had still been young, hastily trained and very raw in their jobs. By 1945 they had faced extremely testing emergencies, often with insufficient resources. This developed further in them what already existed, a highly authoritarian decision-making style, but also a reliance on their immediate colleagues, combined with varying degrees of fear and respect for their superiors, whom they sometimes had to deceive to get things done. These were the formative years of the party's medium and upper apparatus officials, years which they have looked back on with pride ever since, their test of maturity, as one of them, Patolichev, entitled his memoirs. The military cast of mind which they had picked up in the 30s was thereby confirmed and consolidated, and they emerged even less suited to the gentler but more sophisticated demands of running a peacetime economy. All in all, the Soviet peoples displayed between 1941 and 1945 endurance, resourcefulness, and determination which may well be beyond the capacities of economically more advanced nations. They won the war partly because of, partly in spite of, their leaders. The issue was well put by 295 colleagues of the economist Aleknov. One of them asserted, the result of the Battle of Stalingrad showed that Stalin's basic line had been correct. The other retorted, if a different policy had been followed, the Germans would not have got as far as Stalingrad. Both comments are quite persuasive. The war showed the Soviet system at its best and at its worst. 11. In 1945 the Soviet Union was a country victorious, yet devastated. To win the greatest war in history it had lost far more people than its enemy, far more, indeed, than any other combatant nation has ever lost in any war. Recent research puts the military losses at about 7.5 million, the civilian deaths at 6 to 8 million. In late 1939 the Soviet population had been 194.1 million, in 1950 it was 178.5 million, in spite of the annexation of new territories in the Baltic, Transcarpathian Russia, taken from Czechoslovakia in 1945, and Moldavia, taken from Romania in 1940. To add to losses directly caused by the war, the labor camps had continued functioning throughout, carrying out emergency construction work, lumbering and mining on the colossal scale demanded by the war, with rations that were probably even less adequate than in peacetime. Altogether probably some 20 to 25 million Soviet citizens died premature deaths between 1941 and 1945. Disproportionately, of course, the victims were men. The carnage among Soviet men born between approximately 1910 and 1925 was horrifying, and has left permanent scars on the demographic structure of the country. Very many women of similar age were left without husbands, often bringing up children single-handed while also working in a war-torn economy desperately short of labor. Thus in the 1959 census for 1,000 women between the ages of 35 and 44 there were only 633 men. As a result, there was a sharp drop in the birth rate during the 1940s, though the war was not the only cause of this, since the decline continued, at a gentler rate, right into the 1970s. 297. The Ukraine, Byelorussia and much of European Russia were devastated, some 25 million people were homeless, squatting with already overburdened relatives, or even living in chilly dugouts in ruined cities. The economy was both distorted and gravely depleted. Grain production was down by 2/3, at least that proportion of it recorded in the official figures. Industrial production had risen only in what had now become the superfluities of war, while the products most urgently needed for the people's welfare and for post-war reconstruction were at a very low level: steel 12.3 million tons, down from 18.3 million in 1940, oil 19.4 million, 31.1 million, cement 1.8 million, 57 million, wool fabrics 53.6 million meters, 119.7 million, leather footwear 63 million pairs, 211 million. Housing construction and repair had been almost wholly neglected, despite huge movements of population. Even in a city like Novosibirsk, well away from enemy action, the engineer Anatoly Fedosiev found in the late 1940s many industrial workers living in a shanty town or the outskirts, in shacks built of rusty iron, planks, cardboard boxes, wire, glass and earth. Apart from housing, what the people needed most of all was regular food supplies. As we have seen, the government had turned a blind eye to much private cultivation and marketing during the war, in order to avert mass starvation. Many peasants hoped, as a result, that the kolkhozy would be abolished, or at least considerably loosened, as under the link system, see above, page 288. The Politburo member in charge of agriculture, A. A. Andreev, was known to favor the widespread adoption of the link as a basic unit in collective agriculture. So too did N. A. Voznesensky, chairman of Gosplan during the war years. He even recommended encouraging peasant cultivation of private plots and putting the state retail network at their disposal for marketing. Such a policy would have amounted to a partial rehabilitation of NEP, with all the consequences many party members had found so distasteful then. Stalin, at least, was 298. Not prepared to contemplate it. On the contrary, a decree of September 1946 ordered that all land acquired by private persons should be returned to the kolkhozy. This meant that many peasants, whose private cultivation of collective fields had been tolerated during the war, now had to surrender what they had become used to exploiting for their own profit. The drift to privatization was halted, and emphasis on more returned to production plans and compulsory state deliveries. These were paid for at such ruinously low prices that, in the case of potatoes, the income did not even cover the cost of transporting them into town. For this reason, kolkhozy sometimes preferred to resort to the ludicrous practice of buying eggs, vegetables or milk on the private market and delivering them to the state at a loss, as the least expensive way of fulfilling their obligations. At the same time taxes on private plots were raised, and kolkhoz chairmen were instructed not to provide facilities, plows, tools, fodder, for peasants working privately. Even finding hay for the family cow became a time-consuming and exhausting problem. Furthermore, in 1950 the link system, having been practiced intermittently alongside the more normal brigade system ever since the late 30s, was suddenly condemned in Pravda, on the grounds that it impeded the mechanization of agriculture. Andreev confessed that he had been at fault in recommending links, and disclaimed any intention of introducing them generally. Supervision over the production process was unambiguously restored to the Machine Tractor Station, MTS, and its party organization. The MTS once again handed out production plans, performed the mechanized work, and collected the compulsory deliveries as payment. Kolkhozy were, moreover, much enlarged, ostensibly to facilitate mechanization, and to profit from economies of scale, in practice probably to simplify control by the MTS and the rural party organizations. The number of kolkhozy dropped in 2 years from 250,000 to 97,000. In the industrial spirit which governed this change, some of 299 them were converted to sovkhozy, or state farms, which usually specialized in particular crops, and paid their laborers a regular wage, like factory workers. The results of this tightening of the screws were disastrous. At a time when food was desperately needed, agricultural production recovered only very slowly from its wartime trough. 1946 was a year of drought in the Ukraine, but there was no relaxation of state procurement targets. As in 1933, the state took away all the peasants' food reserves, using force if necessary. One kolkhoz chairman wrote to Khrushchev as first secretary of the Ukrainian Communist Party, "We have delivered our quota to the state. But we have given everything away. Nothing is left for us. We are sure the state and party won't forget us, and that they will come to our aid." Alas, his confidence was misplaced. The peasants were left to starve. Cases of cannibalism began to be reported from the villages, but not of course in the press, which kept the famine secret, and indeed entertained the public with fairy tales about collective farmers celebrating their affluence on suckling pig and red wine. When Khrushchev, with great misgivings, dared to report the real state of affairs to Stalin, the latter bluntly refused any help, and mocked him, "You're being soft-bellied. They're deceiving you. They're counting on being able to appeal to your sentimentality when they report things like that." Khrushchev was in fact replaced for a time by the tougher Kaganovich. The grain harvest recovered terribly slowly from the post-war trough. Even by 1952, a relatively favorable year, it had still not reached 1940 levels, and productivity per acre was actually lower than in 1913. Malenkov's boast, at the 19th Party Congress that year, that the country had solved the grain problem, was certainly ill-founded. In other branches of agricultural output, the situation was even worse. In 1953, indeed, the Soviet Union had fewer head of cattle than in 1916, to feed a population which had grown by 30 or 40 million, a much higher proportion of whom lived in the towns. Meat and dairy products were available only in 300. The best supplied cities, and then intermittently. Produce from the private plots, whatever the official objections, was the mainstay both of the urban diet and of the peasants' real incomes. In 1950 those plots, 2% of the and, produced nearly half of the country's vegetables, more than 2/3 of its meat, milk, and potatoes, and nearly 9/10 of its eggs. Both on the private and on the collective land, women formed the bulk of the labor force. So many of those men who had survived the war more or less able-bodied did their utmost not to return to the poverty-stricken and demoralized village. What they were avoiding can be seen in the income figures for collective farmers. In 1946 the average labor day in 50% of Kolkhozy brought in 1 ruble or less, that is, less than 1/3 the price of a kilogram of black bread or of 100 grams of sugar at current market rates. Aleknov has calculated that in 1948-50, to purchase a poor quality suit would require well over a year's pay for the average collective farmer. The low morale of the rural population and the political reflections which this penury engendered are well summarized in a novel by Fyodor Abramov about the far northern villages. A Rayan party secretary has come in 1951 to visit a kolkhoz chairman and his wife, who actually ran the farm for several years while her husband was at the front. She complains that 6 years after the war, people are still hungry, and the state is still demanding more. The party secretary reproaches the chairman with being a poor businessman. The chairman retorts, "Have you ever seen a businessman who would ask 11 kopecks for a pair of fur boots that cost him 2 rubles to make? Well, that's the price they pay for milk deliveries, and that milk costs me 2 rubles. Who pays you? The state. Aha, trying to catch me out saying the wrong thing. Yes, the state. Why shouldn't I say so? What did Lenin say? 301. After the Civil War? He said we must establish proper relationships with the countryside, we mustn't take absolutely everything away from the peasant. And what sort of businessman am I, anyway? All I can do is to brandish my stick and shout at PEOPJE. It's time we used the carrot rather the stick." The party secretary can only agree with him, though they both decide afterwards that they had better pretend not to have had this conversation. Though their voices were hushed, there were certainly many party officials and rural administrators who were similarly in favor of change, and prepared to welcome a leadership which would implement it. Life in the cities was only a little better. Even those fortunate enough not to live in dugouts, barracks, or makeshift shelters, still suffered from severe overcrowding. Apart from the upper levels of the elite, most people lived in communal apartments, with usually just 1 room for a family, and sharing kitchen, bathroom, and lavatory. Quite often rooms had to be divided by partitions, or even just by blankets suspended from the ceiling, with a family each side. The historian Alexander Nekrich personally knew of a case where 3 families totaling 13 people all inhabited a single room of 20 square meters, containing 7 beds, the 6 extras slept on the floor. This may have been exceptional, but their plight was not considered unacceptable. In spite of repeated applications to the local Soviet, they were rehoused only in the early 60s. Stalin preferred erecting huge, flamboyant prestige buildings for the new and bloated government ministries, no longer called commissariats. From 1946 another return to traditional usage. Conditions were aggravated by the government decision in 1946 to abolish the multi-tiered pricing system which had existed during the war and had enabled workers to buy food at tolerable prices. Prices in all retail outlets were set at nearly the free market level. In other words, the government passed on to its citizens the full cost of the shortages caused by the 302 war. As a result, a kilogram of black bread rose from 1 ruble to 3 rubles 40 kopecks, a kilogram of sugar from 5 rubles 50 kopecks to 15 rubles. Then, in 1947, rationing was abolished, earlier than in any other combatant state of the Second World War, and a currency reform was carried through. The aim of the latter was to mop up the excess of inflated money which had accumulated from black market dealings, and from peasants selling privately. ASMAJJ savings in state banks, up to 3,000 rubles, were converted into new rubles on a one-to-one basis. Higher savings receive a less favorable rate. Rubles held in cash were exchanged on a 10-1 basis, so that money stowed away under the bed by peasants, moonlighters, and black marketeers was abruptly devalued. Even state war bonds were declared to be worth only a third of their nominal value, since, the decree stated, the fact cannot be overlooked that, during the war, loans were subscribed to in depreciated currency. The state thus sharply reduced its own debt, and reduced the risk of inflation, at the cost of the living standards of most of the population. Shortly afterwards, the price of bread was reduced slightly, from 3 rubles 40 kopecks to 3 rubles. This was the first of a series of gradual food price reductions which at last brought some improvements in urban living standards every year from 1948 to 1954. As we have seen, they were paid for by the poverty of the kolkhozy. Meanwhile, real urban wages by 1952 were for the first time beginning to regain the level where they had stood in 1928. The fourth five-year plan, launched in 1946 by N.A. Voznesensky, aimed at rapid growth in all sectors of the economy. Wartime labor legislation was not lifted, so that the workforce could be mobilized for whatever sector the planners thought desirable, while draconian penalties continued for lateness at work, absenteeism, drunkenness, etc. In practice, it was only heavy industry which reached its targets. By 1950 pre-war output had already been surpassed in pidgerin, steel, coal, oil, electricity, and cement. Indeed, 3 times as many tractors were being produced in 1950 as in 303. 1940, an outstanding feat of post-war retooling, which may help to explain the agricultural revival which came a little later. Such figures were often achieved by rebuilding factories on their pre-1941 sites, while leaving their evacuated counterparts still turning out the goods in the Urals and Siberia, to the disappointment of transferred workers who had been looking forward to returning home. In consumer goods, housing, services and, as we have seen, agriculture, the plan generally was not fulfilled. Much less investment was channeled into them, much less priority given to them. The shape of the recovery thus froze the Soviet economy back into the shape it had assumed in the 30s, even though the war had made clear its shortcomings. Wartime technical innovations, for example in plastics and synthetic chemicals, were not absorbed and developed. The already largest industrial ministries, having the greatest political influence, pulled in the greatest share of resources, crushing new initiatives at birth. Hostility to foreign influences after the ending of Lend-Lease in 1945 aggravated this unresponsiveness to innovation. It began to seem as if the planned economy had an unchangeable structure, which was insensitive both to the consumer and to technical advances, while performing excellently in the field of capital goods. After the war, those strata of society which had gained power and status during it were anxious to consolidate their position. For a man who liked to rule single-handed, Stalin had given some hefty hostages to fortune to rescue the country from the consequences of his ill-judged diplomacy. He had conferred considerable independent standing on the army officers, the security police and the state machinery, all at the expense of the party, which had found itself largely reduced to performing morale-raising and mobilizational tasks for the State Defense Committee, the Armed Forces Command, and the major industrial commissariats. True, certain party secretaries, particularly those in the unoccupied areas where industry was relocated, had developed a self-reliance and an esprit de corps which was to stand them in 304 good stead, but at its lower levels the party had been swamped by hastily selected and ill-prepared new recruits, who weakened its discipline and diluted its ideology. Ideology was in any case a delicate point after the war. It had been adulterated by an admixture of nationalist elements, which were repugnant to many propagandists. Besides, the experience of war had disturbed the precarious equilibrium of doublethink in the minds of Soviet citizens. They had tested their imbibed ideals in practice, under ferocious conditions. They had also seen how their leaders had reacted under the same strains. Many of them had been abroad, and were able to compare Soviet reality with other kinds. How much the security services feared this can be seen from their treatment of those who returned from captivity or from a spell of living abroad. They were subjected to rigorous interrogations, and many were sent for long spells in labor camps. In some cases the NKVD even dispensed with such formalities, and simply had the repatriated shot as they disembarked at Soviet ports. Those foreign journalists who saw Marshal Zhukov give a press conference in conquered Berlin in June 1945 remarked that he seemed to take most of the credit for the Red Army's victories on himself, adding a tribute to Stalin almost as an afterthought. This presumption will not have escaped Stalin, and Zhukov was accordingly soon transferred to the relatively obscure Odessa military district. Everything was done, in fact, to reassert the weight and internal discipline of the party in its relations with the military. From June 1946 the right to elect, i.e. appoint, party secretaries in military units was transferred from the Armed Forces Command back to the party hierarchy. And while the system of political commissars was not restored, officers were encouraged to improve their own political training by attending special party schools established for them in 1947. Accepting, in other words, that the higher standing of the military was now permanent, the party set about ensuring that officers would themselves become more party-minded. 305. The party's whole recruitment and admission policy was considerably tightened up as early as October 1944, as before 1941, applicants were once again required to secure recommendation by long-standing party members and to undergo a period of probation, which had been waived during the war. The number of entrants began to decline immediately. As a result, party organizations were less under pressure from raw, untrained novices. At its upper levels, the party now began to pay much more attention to formal qualifications as a prerequisite for promotion. A Central Committee decree of August 2, 1946 established a network of party high schools in all Republican capitals, and in 35 Russian and Ukrainian oblast centers. These provided 2-year courses for secretaries, instructors, and propagandists at the rayon level. To rise further, a promising graduate could proceed to the prestigious party high school attached to the Central Committee in Moscow. At the very top, an Academy of Social Sciences, set up at the same time, filled the gap left by the Institute of Red Professors by conducting research and training personnel to teach in the party high schools. In this way the finely graded career structure of the party cadres was finally consolidated. The leather-jacketed upstarts of the 20s would never have survived in this milieu of tight protocol and formal diplomas. The party's governing bodies also took on renewed life after the war. GKO was abolished in September 1945, and thereafter the Politburo began to meet regularly, while the Central Committee re-emerged from its wartime semi-redundancy, and elected a new Secretariat and Org Bureau. It did not, however, go so far as to convene a full party congress till 1952. Literature and the arts had known a certain freedom from day-to-day party interference during the war, and most writers and artists naturally hoped that a victorious nation would be able to permit itself a continuation of this relative relaxation. The Central Committee, however, resumed its 306 strict tutelage with a decree of August 1946, attacking the literary journals Zvezda, The Star, and Leningrad for servility towards everything foreign, both, significantly, published in the city Stalin most distrusted. Andrei Zdanov, the party's cultural chief, picked out 2 Leningrad authors for particular criticism. One was the satirist Mikhail Zoshchenko, who had published a story in which a little monkey escaped from a zoo, spent a day observing Soviet life, and found the experience so distasteful that he returned with relief to captivity. Zdanov accused Zoshchenko of preaching a rotten ideological nihilism, bezidionost, vulgarity, and apoliticism, designed to lead our youth astray and to poison its consciousness. Zoshchenko, he complained, is not interested in the labor of the Soviet people, in their heroism and their high moral and social qualities. Zdanov's other target was Anna Alchmatova, whose very personal lyrical poetry, much of it concerned with love, and hardly published during the 30s, he branded as imbued with the spirit of pessimism, decadence, and bourgeois aristocratic aestheticism. All this signaled that the party was once more identifying itself with a literature of high, however contrived, moral principles, heroic attitudes, collectivism, and an idealized view of Soviet reality, recast in the light of its revolutionary development, that is to say, described as it ought to be rather than as it was. Hence the mendacious depictions of rural plenty noted above. Alongside this pompous optimism, a new theme was becoming ever more dominant: the superiority of everything Soviet and/or Russian, even pre-revolutionary, over everything foreign. All that was truly progressive had, it was asserted, originated in Russia. This attitude coexisted with a remarkable degree of apprehension about the potential attractiveness of foreign, especially Western, ideas for Soviet citizens. In works dealing with Soviet society itself, the leading role of the party now had to be stridently reiterated, perhaps because it had been undermined during the war. In 1945, 307. Alexander Fadeyev, first secretary of the Writers' Union, and a loyalist in every sense, published a novel called The Young Guard, recounting the heroic resistance of young partisans to the German occupation in the Donbass. He was officially rebuked for not having demonstrated how the Communist Party had prepared and organized that resistance, and he had to rewrite the whole work in an even more stylized form. That second version, published in 1951, gives an interesting expose of the values and symbols of late Stalinist society. It is a profoundly conservative, hierarchical, and patriarchal work. Many of the scenes show how the heroic traditions of the Reds in the Civil War are transmitted through the party to their successors in the Great Fatherland War. Yet the novel also evokes the supreme value of mother love and of dedication to the Russian soil. Although the Donbass is the setting, there are no descriptions of coal mining, or indeed of any other industrial processes, but many of the scenes take place against a natural background, which is depicted in pastoral terms. These were the values which the party leaders cherished after the war. Similar attitudes were struck in the other arts, as well as in science and learning. The theater was thoroughly combed, and plays by Western writers taken out of the repertoire for poisoning the consciousness of the Soviet people with hostile ideology. The famous film director Sergei Eisenstein was condemned for an insufficiently heroic portrayal of Ivan the Terrible and his security police cum private army. The Oprichnina, the parallel with Stalin and the NKVD, was all too clear, though unexpressed, as was the message that Russian Tsars, especially the cruel, commanding ones, were now considered as good. Music by Shostakovich, Prokofiev, and other leading composers was attacked for containing nothing but dissonance, not a single melody which could be whistled by a worker. The social sciences suffered the same kind of resubjection to the party. At the Institute of Law, Vyshinsky, master of ceremonies of the 1930s show trials, came down in person to 308. Give a 4-hour lecture on the dangers of underestimating the state as a weapon in the hands of the proletariat, in case there were any lingering notions about its withering away. The director of the institute was dismissed, and special public meetings of its academic council were convened at which individuals were accused of rootless cosmopolitanism and crawling on their bellies before bourgeois authorities. Many of the victims were Jews, among them, Professor Gurevich, who had been one of the authors of the 1936 Constitution. This was both a final campaign against surviving bourgeois specialists, and also a simple settling of personal scores. Any member of the institute could get up and make an accusation against a colleague. Once that had happened, it was virtually impossible for anyone to defend the accused, and even if the victim exercised self-criticism and expressed repentance, it was often not enough to prevent his dismissal. In linguistics, the theories of academician Marr had held sway for many years. They fitted well with classical Marxism, for Marr proposed that all languages had a common root and, in the course of economic and political development, would one day amalgamate again into a common language, that of the international proletariat. This pristine internationalism did not, however, suit Stalin in his post-war mood. In 1950 Stalin decided that Russian, and only Russian, was worthy of being the ultimate proletarian language, and personally wrote an article condemning Marr's theory as unscientific and anti-Marxist. Stalin's position was scarcely any more Marxist, since he asserted that language was a permanent feature of a nation's culture, and implied that it was impervious to social change. At any rate, the new authoritative doctrine soon became a lever for purges and dismissals engineered by the envious and covetous against their colleagues. Nadezhda Mandelstam, who was working at a provincial college of education at this time, was roused from bed one evening and summoned to a special meeting of her faculty. There she found her female colleagues dressed up in their best for the occasion. They denounced her for lack of 309. Attention to Comrade Stalin's brilliant teachings on language, the dragging in of Marxist doctrine, the persecution of progressive younger elements among the staff, and the setting of excessively high standards in the award of examination marks. She was given 2 weeks to round off her work and leave the college. The party contributed its own unwanted codders to these personnel changes. Its less successful senior members were no longer being arrested in the indiscriminate way of the late 30s, instead they were often eased out into the academic world, into fields where their rigidity and obtuseness would not impede the advance of science and technology, that is to say, into the humanities and social science faculties. Needless to say, they hastened there to implement the party line in whatever they conceived to be its latest form. Recent trends in Western science and philosophy were eased of, since they appeared to pose a threat to the simple, ordered universe of materialist determinism which was officially espoused and taught in all the schools. At a special meeting of philosophers in June 1947, he warned, the Kantian vagaries of modern bourgeois atomic physicists lead them to inferences about the electrons possessing free will, to attempts to describe matter as only a inane conjunction of waves, and to other devilish tricks. He also attacked G.F. Alexandrov, the leading expert on Hegel, for overestimating the West European contribution, especially Hegel's, of course, to the formation of Marxism. Marx and Engels were about to be annexed as honorary Russians who had somehow had the misfortune to live abroad. As the above reference to atomic physics shows, it was not only in the humanities and social sciences that the anti-cosmopolitan campaign raged. Some of the natural sciences were also divided into bourgeois and socialist branches, and the former anathematized. The most far-fetched and destructive example of this kind was in the field of biology, in which the bourgeois pseudoscience of genetics was 310. Outlawed and replaced by the progressive agrobiology of Trofim Lysenko and his disciples. The original rise of Lysenko dated well back before the war, and resulted from the atmosphere of myth-making which characterized the late 20s. We have seen how, in economics and planning, Serious empirical research and the elaboration of precise mathematical models yielded to planning by way of proclamation and willpower. Very much the same process occurred, though over a longer period of time, in agricultural science. Here too, encouraging but largely unsubstantiated hypotheses were prematurely seized upon by the party leadership and inflated into great truths because they promised quick advances in a difficult situation. Lysenko had claimed to be able to shorten the ripening period and increase the yield of grains by a process he called vernalization, soaking the seeds at a certain temperature for a period of time before sowing. In this way winter crops, always vulnerable to Russia's severe climate, could, he asserted, be sown in the spring and still produce good yields. The background to T technique lay in his belief that heredity was determined not by discrete genes grouped in chromosomes inside an organism, but by the condition of all the cells in it, which implied that characteristics derived from the environment could be transmitted hereditarily. This amounted to a revival of scientifically largely discredited pre-Darwinist theories. Lysenko's early experiments had some success, in the Ukraine in 1927-9, and they came in very handy to a party leadership worried about the wheat crop, and looking out for panaceas to accompany the mass collectivization on which they were about to embark. They were reluctant to waste time in further experiments to make sure the theory was correct. As Williams, a colleague of Lysenko, said, when Lenin was establishing the Soviet regime in Russia, he did not agree to leave the Ukraine to Hetman Skoropadsky in order to compare which regime is better. Without further ado, therefore, Vemilization was widely recommended, and 311. Through the nomenclatura system more and more agronomists and party officials willing to enforce it were appointed to rural areas. The academic establishment, however, mostly resisted Lysenko's ideas as of dubious validity. Resistance to him was centered in the Institute of Plant Breeding, whose director, N. I. Vavilov, had spent most of his adult life assembling and studying an enormous variety of plant species for cross-fertilization and the development and selection of high-yield, disease-resistant hybrids. Vavilov himself, ironically, was an enthusiastic socialist, for he believed in large-scale meticulous experimentation, and held that only a socialist system could guarantee the resources and organization necessary to accomplish it. His work was based on the scientifically much better attested Mendelian system of generics. In 1938, however, thanks to the party's appointments system, Lysenko became president of the Lenin Academy of Agricultural Sciences, and thus the ultimate arbiter in these matters. He and his colleagues adopted the Stalinist labeling technique, and dubbed Vavilov and their other opponents wreckers, Trotskyists, and kulak hangers-on. This had the desired effect. In 1940 Vavilov was arrested and convicted of spying for Britain and of agrarian sabotage. He died later in a labor camp. The post-war atmosphere and the burgeoning anti-cosmopolitan campaign provided the ideal background for Lysenko to complete the defeat of his opponents. He was able to portray himself as an authentic son of the people, building a truly Soviet, and Russian, agricultural science against the opposition of arrogant foreigners and gloomy, pedantic academics. At a meeting of the Agricultural Academy in August 1948 he forced through the election of his own protégés as new academics, and the outright condemnation of Mendelian genetics in favor of his own doctrine which, after an earlier Russian scientist, he called Michurinism. In his report he specifically divided science crudely into bourgeois and socialist camps. 312. The Vimonist-Mendelist-Morganist current in biology is an anti-popular antinarodny, pseudo-scientific, pernicious tendency. It disarms practice and orientates man towards resignation to the allegedly eternal laws of nature, towards passivity and an aimless search for hidden treasure and expectation of lucky accidents. Thus science yielded to willpower, and the doctrine there are no fortresses Bolsheviks cannot storm was taken to its ultimate extreme. A wholesale purge of the biological establishment followed. Institutes and laboratories of generics were disbanded. University syllabi were rewritten, textbooks destroyed, and lecturers dismissed. When, at a party meeting, the well-known geneticist, I.A. Rappaport, declined to recant, but asked, "Why do you think that Comrade Molotov knows generics better than I?" He was both fired from his job and expelled from the party. By contrast, Lysenko's portrait was hung in scientific institutes, busts and plagues of him were put on sale, and the state chorus incorporated an anthem on him into its repertoire. In effect, this was the destruction of the science of genetics, and of large areas of botany, zoology, and agronomy. A whole generation of scholars in these fields was paralysed and then rooted by a bunch of barefoot scientists who had nothing of permanent value to offer. Stalin's last years marked the nadir of intellectual and cultural life in the USSR. Both Marxism and Russian nationalism were rated to produce a crude, reductionist, and paranoid view of the world, which was made obligatory for every artist, scientist, and scholar, indeed for anyone who wished to get into print. Yet, like all paranoid visions, it had its own internal consistency and its own compelling logic. This was acknowledged in a backhanded tribute by Vasily Aksionov, the novelist who 10 years later was to symbolize the revolt against it. Even as we giggled over Zoshchenko's Little Monkey and wrote out Akhmatova's verses for our girls, he wrote in his semi-autobiographical novel Ozdodhog. The Last Years of Stalin 313, The Scorch Mark, 1980, even then deep down, yes, deep down, we were convinced of the normality of Zdanov's world and of the abnormality, sickliness, and shamefulness of Zoshchenko's. Politics at the highest level in the post-war years is shrouded in a good deal of mystery, and it would be disingenuous to pretend to clarity about it. Even exhaustive Kremlinological research has failed to penetrate the smoke screen thrown up by official secrecy, and to produce an indisputable version of the personal power struggles going on behind the pages of Pravda. It seems clear that Zdanov was, after Stalin, the dominant figure of the immediate post-war years, and that this ascendancy was associated with the party's recovery of influence. But in August 1948, Zdanov suddenly died, and there followed a savage purge of the Leningrad Party organization, with which he had been so closely associated during the blockade. The most prominent victim was Voznesensky, who had worked with Zdanov in Leningrad before becoming chairman of Gosplan. All the leading party and Soviet officials in the city and in Leningrad Oblast were arrested and executed, as were hundreds of their subordinates. Several explanations may be hazarded for this purge. It followed closely on the expulsion of Yugoslavia from the Cominform, see below. Now the Cominform had apparently been Zdanov's brainchild, as a means of coordinating the work of the various European communist parties, and in this it had conspicuously failed. A Yugoslav delegation had visited Leningrad in 1994-7 and been particularly impressed by the spirit they sensed in the city. One of its members, Milovan Gilas, later wrote that the Leningraders' achievement in withstanding the German siege had surpassed the Yugoslav Revolution, if not in heroism then in collective sacrifice. Such links were sufficient to arouse Stalin's suspicion, especially since he had always distrusted the independence and esprit de corps of the Leningraders. From other sources it appears. 314. Possible, furthermore, that plans were being seriously discussed to make Leningrad the capital of the RSFSR and the headquarters of a Russian Communist Party, equivalent to the Ukrainian Communist Party etc., but much bigger. In the post-war Russian nationalist mood of many cadres, such a plan would probably have been popular, and it would have rectified a long-standing anomaly in the structure both of the party and of the Union. But there can be no doubt that a revived Leningrad of that kind would have represented a powerful rival to Moscow. The imbalance which Stalin had helped to create in the institutions of the Soviet Union would have been turned against him. Arguably, therefore, Stalin moved to prevent any such plan being realized. Circumstantial evidence for this version is provided by the fact that one of the victims of the purge was M. I. Rodionov, who was unconnected with Leningrad, but was currently Prime Minister of the RSFSR. At any rate, every effort was made to expunge Leningrad's heroic war record. The Museum of the Defense of Leningrad was closed, its director was arrested, and its archives were confiscated. Planned collections of materials on the blockade were withdrawn from publication, and Leningrad newspaper files from the war years were placed under restricted access in libraries. The eclipse of Zdanov, whether his death was natural or not, and the destruction of the Leningrad organization seemed to mark the revival of two figures who had risen to prominence in the late 30s, Beria, as head of the security police, and Malenkov, as the principal Kader's secretary, and hence the men responsible for the nomenklatura network. Even this cannot, however, be asserted with absolute certainty. Beria's empire, for example, had been cut in two by the division into an MGB, Ministry of State Security, responsible for the security police and its auxiliaries, and an MVD, Ministry of Internal Affairs, responsible for the ordinary police, public order, and the labor camps. Beria headed the latter, while the security services were taken over. 315. By men not thought to be closely associated with him, vs. Abakumov till 1951, then SD Ignatieff. The latter even instituted a purge in Mingrelaya, the part of Georgia which had been Beria's own homeland. Purges, as can be seen, were now selective and sporadic, no longer all-pervasive as in the late 30s. They did not need to be. The nightmare memory of those years lurked in most people's minds, ready to be activated by the slightest threat. Most of the intellectuals victimized in Zdanov's campaigns, for example, were not actually arrested as they would have been a decade earlier. They were permitted to carry on a menial existence as laboratory assistants and night watchmen. There is, however, considerable evidence that at the end of his life Stalin was contemplating another major purge. The leading cadres in both party and government were men who had occupied high positions for the best part of 15 years. They had formed strong personal relationships and even a certain mutual solidarity. This meant they were a potential obstacle to Stalin's exercise of unlimited power. He may have concluded that the time had come to replace them with a younger generation, who would, initially at least, be more malleable. In 1952 a full party congress was called, the 19th, and the first since 1939. In one sense it put the seal on the regularization of the party's affairs which had been proceeding ever since 1945. In another it might be seen as the first step towards Stalin's intended Grand Purge. Both the Politburo and Orgburo were abolished, and replaced by a new body, the Presidium, which consisted of 36 members. The 10 members of the old Politburo, minus Andreev, were swamped by relatively younger newcomers. Khrushchev's later interpretation of this reform was that Stalin aimed at the removal of the old Politburo members and the bringing in of less experienced persons so that these would extol him in all sorts of ways. We can assume that this was also a design for the future annihilation of the old Politburo members. 316. If Khrushchev was right, it would explain what happened shortly after the Congress. In January 1953 it was announced that a group of doctors, mostly with Jewish-sounding surnames, were planning to wipe out the leading cadres of the USSR by medical means. The accusations leveled against these doctors, wrecking, terrorism, acting as American spies, strongly recalled those of 1936-9. The security services were reproached with lack of vigilance, which suggested that the next person to be arrested might be Beria, and after that nobody knew who might follow. The purge did not, however, take place, as Stalin died fairly suddenly on March 5, 1953. In view of his evident designs on his closest colleagues, one is bound to ask, was his death natural? There can be no clear answer to that question. On the one hand, Stalin was elderly and in poor health. He had suffered his first stroke some years before. On the other hand, his colleagues, if they can be called that, had such obvious motives for hastening his end. There were in fact one or two suspicious circumstances surrounding his death. During the months beforehand his personal secretary, Poskrebyshev, the head of his bodyguard, General Vilasik, and his personal physician, Dr. Vinogradov, had all been dismissed and the last two arrested. Stalin had become convinced that they could not be trusted anymore. His paranoia had reached the stage at which he was undermining his own safety. When he suffered a stroke on the night of 1–2 March, his dacha was sealed off by security troops, and he could have been deprived of medical aid, or indeed given some injection to help him on his way. His daughter, Svetlana, says that the last time she saw him, he was surrounded by unknown doctors. This is all conjecture. What is certain is that his successors all acted thereafter as if their first priority was to get the security services under their control, and prevent any purge being implemented. The doctor's plot was dropped immediately. Beria remalgamated the MVD and the MGB under his own control. All the other leaders thereupon decided that he was now the principal danger to them all, and 317 united against him. In July, at a combined meeting of the party presidium, the Council of Ministers and some of the principal generals, whose cooperation was essential, Beria was arrested and accused of anti-party and anti-state activities. According to Khrushchev, he was shot on the spot, to forestall any attempt by the security police to rescue him. Other sources say that he was executed in December after a secret trial. The justification for his execution was that he was a British spy. Stalin's own methods were thus used to eliminate his most dangerous successor, after which the surviving leaders strove to bring the security services under collective control and prevent any one person from ever again using them as a private weapon. After the war, a new dimension entered Soviet politics. This was the condominium of nations lying under direct Soviet influence in Central and Eastern Europe. This grouping, soon to be generally known as the Soviet bloc, both raised the power and standing of the Soviet Union in the world, and also provided an arena where alternative models of socialism could be tried out, in ways not always welcome to the Soviet authorities. The Soviet bloc, in fact, brought its Soviet masters both new opportunities and new tensions. During 1944–5 the Red Army conquered Poland, Eastern and Central Germany, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria, while communist-led partisans seized power in Albania and Yugoslavia. At the international conferences of Yalta and Potsdam, the Western powers recognized the dominant Soviet interest in these areas, while attempting to stipulate that the new regimes established there should be democratic. It soon emerged that the Soviet interpretation of that word differed fundamentally from the Western one. In the early stages, however, that was still not clear. There were plenty of reasons why the populations of Eastern and Central Europe might actually welcome left-wing governments in 1945. All except Czechoslovakia had x. 318. Experienced the breakdown of liberal democratic systems between the wars, as well as the malfunctioning of the economy during the Depression. The German occupation had undermined or destroyed the traditional ruling classes in both agriculture and industry. Moreover, after suffering the horrors of Nazi rule, most of the peoples of the area had some reason to welcome the Red Army when it came, even where, as in Poland or Hungary, anti-Russian feeling was traditionally very strong. Stalin had therefore a basis of popular support from which to work in creating regimes that would be friendly and, in his terms, reliable. He decided not to proceed as he had done in the Baltic and Poland before the war, by direct annexation of the new territories under his control and by deportation of hostile elements. The Germans had in any case already accomplished part of the latter task for him. He had also come to the conclusion that the Soviet Union's security for the foreseeable future depended on continuing the alliance with the Western powers, and he did not wish to offend them by a conspicuously brutal show of force. Soviet methods in Eastern and Central Europe were therefore somewhat different. Non-communist political parties were permitted to form and to some extent to organize themselves. Communists actually shared power with them for a time in coalition governments. Then came a stage of what Hugh Seaton Watson has termed bogus coalition. By the use of police powers, liberal and peasant parties were driven into opposition, their ranks split by communist stooges, their leading politicians harassed or arrested, their meetings and organizations broken up. At this stage the Social Democratic Party was usually persuaded to merge with the Communist Party to produce a United Workers' Party. The name differed slightly from one country to another, which then exercised power single-handed, or with a few cowed nominees from other parties in a popular front, again with slight variations in terminology. All this would be confirmed. 319. In referenda or elections conducted under overwhelming police pressure and in the absence of serious opposition. The tempo of these successive stages varied from one country to another. In Poland, Romania, and Bulgaria the first stage was very short, whereas in Czechoslovakia it lasted till February 1948. In Czechoslovakia, in fact, the Communists enjoyed considerable popular support. In the freely conducted elections of May 1946 they polled 38% of the vote and became the largest party in the National Assembly, the only time a Marxist party has ever achieved a relative majority in a democratic parliamentary election. Even there, however, the final stages of the communist takeover could not be accomplished without the application of police power. In each country the presence of the Red Army, along with advisors, usually from the NKVD, from the Soviet Union, was a decisive factor in the post-war political constellation. Significantly, in Yugoslavia, which had achieved its own liberation from the Germans, things were to turn out rather differently, as we shall see. The social and economic changes introduced by the new regimes were very similar to one another. Industry was nationalized, and in some cases its equipment transposed to the Soviet Union to help reconstruction there. State planning became general, with post-war recovery plans succeeded by 5-year plans on the Soviet model. All the countries refused American Marshall Aid, and integrated their economies more closely with the Soviet Union, often on terms favorable to the Soviet interest. Workers in the nationalized industries were put on piece-rate wages, at low rates, while their trade unions were centralized and brought under political control. Provision was made for broad social security, but the benefits of it went primarily to those employees who reside in the same jobs and accepted the labor discipline. Education systems were completely overhauled, all religious and private schools being abolished or brought within. 320. The state system. There was a new emphasis on practical and technical education, while in the humanities and social sciences Marxism-Leninism-Stalinism became a compulsory element, on the Soviet model. Admissions authorities practiced discrimination against the children of formerly privileged social classes, priests, etc., with the aim of raising a new educated class to take positions of leadership. A radical land reform was usually effected, expropriating the old landowners and finally destroying the aristocracy where it had survived hitherto. The land thus set free was redistributed to small holders. These, however, suffered grave handicaps from the start. First, because of the food shortages, they were required to make certain compulsory deliveries to the state at low prices. Then, around 1949-50, the better-off ones found themselves subjected to discriminatory taxes while the rest were exhorted to enter collective farms. This process was not completed by the time of Stalin's death in 1953, when the East European countries began to be permitted a degree of latitude in pursuing their own roads to socialism, but in general it may be said that these countries repeated the path the Soviet Union had traversed in the 20s. In their case, however, the process was both telescoped and cut short, by Stalin's death and subsequent events. Since, moreover, the changes were being imposed from outside, often against national traditions and interests, it will be evident that by the mid-50s abundant material for conflict existed there. After 1948 or so it would not be unreasonable to regard the Central and East European nations as constituting a Soviet empire, such was the degree of control exercised by the Soviet regime over them. Now, when a country acquires an empire, it takes on more than it realizes. This is especially true when the colonies have a more advanced economy and a more differentiated social structure than the metropolis. The metropolis then finds itself importing ideas, culture, and social structures from the colonies, unless, that is, it is prepared to seal itself off from such influences and to rule the 321 subject nations by brute force. This the Soviet Union, at least since Stalin's death, has not been prepared to do, except at periods of crisis. In fact, under Khrushchev and subsequently, it would no longer really still be correct to call the Eastern Bloc an empire, for the nations do have a limited measure of sovereignty, but the very fact that they coexist in a brotherhood or commonwealth of socialist nations means that ideas can travel readily from one country to another and influence each other's development. What this mutual influence has usually amounted to is that the nations of Central and Eastern Europe have tested out some of the latent possibilities in the socialist tradition, which had been buried in the Soviet Union itself because of that country's highly authoritarian evolution. Some of these possibilities have been allowed to develop gradually and to become realities, while others have been crushed more or less at birth because the Soviet authorities found their implications for internal Soviet developments much too worrying. The most radical of these experiments has been the one that began before Stalin's death, Yugoslavia. It is no accident that this was, along with Albania, the only socialist system to have liberated itself from German occupation with minimal Soviet help. Tito, the Yugoslav leader, admired the Soviet Union very greatly, and wanted to follow its example faithfully, but he was not directly beholden to it for his position. His Communist Party enjoyed popular support because it had led the fight against the Germans. Unlike other East European leaders, he had not been brought into the country in a Red Army truck, and he did not depend on support and advice from the NKVD. He was, therefore, in a position to resist some of the arrangements which other East Europeans found most objectionable. He was furious, for example, at Soviet attempts to recruit Yugoslav citizens as agents of the NKVD, a normal practice in Eastern Europe at the time. He resisted one-sided trading arrangements which would have given the Soviet Union an exploitative position. 322. Inside the Yugoslav economy. He annoyed Stalin, too, by pressing ahead very fast with the country's political and economic development, refusing to conclude any serious coalition with bourgeois parties, as Stalin thought advisable, and embarking forthwith on a very ambitious 5-year plan of industrial development. According to Gilas, who went with a number of Yugoslav delegations to Moscow, Tito and his colleagues were, moreover, shocked and repelled by the duplicity and the arrogant power politics which they felt characterized the Soviet Union's attitude towards its allies and fraternal communist parties. In the end, Stalin lost patience with Tito's recalcitrance, and expelled Yugoslavia from the Cominform, the organization currently coordinating the policies of the ruling European communist parties. This confronted the Yugoslav leaders with a sudden and grave crisis. The abrupt withdrawal of Soviet trade and advisors necessitated at least drastic revision of the industrial growth plan, while the nation's new isolation on the international scene obliged Tito to strengthen defenses, to look for new allies, and to seek for maximum political support from the Yugoslav peoples. The crisis called into question everything the Yugoslav leaders had taken for granted, and to that extent it was like the emergency Lenin faced in the spring of 1921. Unlike Lenin, however, Tito did not merely institute a stopgap retreat from socialist measures. What he did, partly under pressure from his political advisors, was to rethink completely what socialism should mean in practice, and to elaborate a whole new philosophy of socialist development. Significantly, in his speech to the Yugoslav National Assembly in June 1950, expounding the new approach, Tito took his stand on Lenin's most libertarian work, State and Revolution, and pointed out how far the Soviet polity had diverged from the principles laid down by its founder. The dictatorship of the proletariat, he asserted, had not withered away as socialism developed and the class struggle eased on. 323. The contrary, the Soviet apparatus of coercion had grown stronger and more violent, and was being used not against class enemies or external foes, but against allies, supporters, and innocent citizens. In contrast, Tito announced, Yugoslavia would take its own road to socialism, following genuine Leninist principles, through the devolution of state power as far as possible to the working people. To describe how this has worked in practice would require a separate study. but the most important respects in which the Yugoslav model of socialism differs from the Soviet one can be summed up. 1. The state structure is more genuinely federal. At the lowest level, popularly elected people's councils, later called communes, control most local functions, including economic enterprises, and influence, within broadly defined limits, their investment and production plans. This is close to what many Soviet supporters thought they were steering towards in Russia in 1917. 2. Economic enterprises are answerable to their own employees. By the law of July 2, 1950, all the workers in a given enterprise were to elect by secret ballot a workers' council, responsible for supervising the overall management of the enterprise and for appointing a board of directors to effect day-to-day running. This is close in spirit to the Bolsheviks' decree on workers' control of November 1917. 3. Agriculture is mostly private or cooperative rather than collective. Since March 1953 it has been legal for peasants to leave collective farms, and most have done so, reclaiming their private plots. In place of the collectives, so-called general cooperatives help with the provision of credit, machinery, and bulk purchasing, while they give agrarian advice and facilitate marketing. Such a structure would have been a likely outcome of developing NEP in the way Bukharin envisaged, or indeed Lenin at the very end of his life. 4. The various nationalities of Yugoslavia enjoy very real autonomous powers, embodied in their national republics. 2. 324. Pursue their own policies in such fields as economics, education, culture, and social welfare. This is what many people expected from the Bolshevik slogan of national self-determination. What is not dear is the way these serious modifications of the Soviet model have affected the structure and functions of the Yugoslav Communist Party. At its 6th Congress in 1952 it changed its name to the League of Communists and declared that its role was now educative rather than administrative. Its leading body, now called the Executive Committee rather than Politburo, was specially reorganized to give all the nationalities proper representation on it. Edward Kardelj, Tito's deputy, even talked about the withering away of the party, while Gilas, in his book The New Class, warned that it was no historical accident if the Soviet Communist Party had raised up a new ruling class of corrupt and power-seeking politicians. Any party holding a monopoly of power was likely to generate a self-perpetuating oligarchy of such office holders. In the event, Gilas's book was banned in Yugoslavia, he himself was imprisoned, and there has been little sign of the party withering away. Perhaps this is because the reformed political system is so loose-limbed that it needs some kind of cement to hold it together at all. This at least seemed to be Tito's major concern in the last years of his life. At any rate, it seems most unlikely that the nomenclatura system can function in the same way as in the Soviet Union, since candidates put forward for election by popular bodies must require at least some talents other than ambition and deference to superiors. Tito's position after 1948 was a palpable challenge to Stalin. For the first time since the death of Trotsky, a socialist of real standing and enjoying popular support had infringed Stalin's monopoly of the Marxist heritage. Even inside the Soviet Union, despite censorship, people began to realize that it was possible to propose alternative interpretations of socialism. Elsewhere in Eastern Europe the effect was even. 325. Stronger, and Stalin hastened to reassert control there in a series of purges and show trials, on the Vyshinsky model, in which the accused were required to confess, among other things, to being guilty of Titoism. In view of more recent events in Eastern Europe, it may be asked why Stalin did not invade Yugoslavia and crush Tito. One cannot be certain of the reasons for his restraint, but two main considerations may be hypothesized. First, Stalin could not be sure that the West would not intervene. In a crude deal with Churchill back in 1944, Stalin had agreed that the West had a 50% interest in Yugoslavia, and expulsion from the Cominform had made the country's status ambiguous again. Tito, indeed, had turned to the United States to replace the funding which the Soviet Union had withdrawn. One must remember, too, that the USA possessed a monopoly of nuclear weapons at this time, a factor which will certainly have figured in Stalin's calculations. Secondly, Stalin knew that Tito was no puppet, that by and large he had the support of a people accustomed and trained to guerrilla warfare against foreign occupiers. Doubtless the Red Army could have overcome such resistance in the end, but not before suffering considerable losses, and degrading the international reputation of the Soviet Union. It may be that Stalin placed his hopes in organizing an internal coup against Tito. If so, he miscalculated. Tito outlasted Stalin, and remained a living witness to the fact that it was possible to institute a different kind of socialism. This was to have profound consequences for the future. 12. Since 1953 something historically unprecedented has been taking place in the Soviet Union. A totalitarian society has been evolving, not as a result of external pressure, but from its own internal contradictions, to a point where it becomes questionable whether the term is applicable anymore. During Stalin's last years, it may be hypothesized, totalitarianism as a system reached its furthest limits, beyond which it could not go without undermining social cohesion altogether. We have already seen how the system had become intolerable to its own leaders. At the other end of society, in the labor camps, it was proving no less destructive. The crisis was first of all a demographic one. The repressions of the 1930s, followed by the war, had taken a formidable toll of the population, above all of the men. The labor camps were now continuing this attrition at an alarming rate. If one takes Robert Conquest's rather sober estimate of 8 million as the average labor camp population from the late 30s onwards, then one is driven to the conclusion that between a tenth and a fifth of the entire adult male population were incarcerated after the war, working in conditions that were likely to lead to their premature death. This was not a situation that could be allowed to persist indefinitely without, at the very least, seriously weakening both industry and the armed forces, a prospect intolerable to the leaders of a great power. In the late 40s, it became apparent that the leaders were worried by the situation, and trying to do something about it. From about 1948, rather unevenly because of the famine, the Gulag administration began to improve the food supplies. 327. Raising rations slightly, and introducing more meat and fat. For the first time, Zeks began to receive a tiny wage, and camp shops were opened, where they could buy items like jam, margarine, and semolina to supplement their diet. At the same time, authorities in individual camps were instructed to produce a report whenever a Zek died. Perhaps as a result, they began to issue better clothing and take greater care over the provision of medicine. Zeks became slightly better fed, better clothed, and a little healthier, which at the margin makes a lot of difference. Not that these relaxations were intended to apply to all. In fact, in 1948 it was decided to pick out the more serious political offenders and isolate them in special strict regime camps, with harsher discipline, and with no right of correspondence or visits. It was also intended that at the end of their sentences, typically by now 25 years, the inmates should not be permitted to return home, but should be detained in permanent exile near the camp. On the face of it, that sounds like the most daunting form of imprisonment yet devised by Stalin. Yet in practice, as Solzhenitsyn testifies from his experience in these special camps, morale in them eventually improved. One reason was that the Article 58s, the politicals, were now no longer intimidated by the criminals, who had been left in the general regime camps. But in any case, the makeup of the political fraternity had changed considerably since the war. A good proportion of them were now Red Army officers, conscious of having done better than the MVD at defending the country, or nationalists from the Baltic, Byelorussia, the Ukraine and Poland, most of whom hated the Russians, and some of whom had experience of guerrilla warfare against them. Unlike the helpless peasants and frail intellectuals of the 30s, they were used to violence, had experience of fighting and something to fight for. As Solzhenitsyn says, the whole system of oppression elaborated in Stalin's reign was based on keeping malcontents apart, preventing. 328. them from reading each other's eyes and discovering how many of them there were, instilling it into all of them, even into the most dissatisfied, that no one was dissatisfied except for a few doomed individuals, blindly vicious and spiritually bankrupt. In the special camps, however, there were malcontents by the thousands. They knew their numerical strength. And they realized that they were not spiritual paupers, that they had a nobler conception of what life should be than their jailers, than their betrayers, than the theorists who tried to explain why they must rot in camps. In some of these camps, it became quite common for stukake, informers, to be murdered. A Zek with a 25-year sentence had little to lose by committing further crimes, which of course soon meant that the authorities lost their source of information about what the Zeks were discussing and planning among themselves. Resistance groups formed in some camps, usually based on a particular national group, and sometimes they established ties with the outside world through ex-prisoners settled in the region. With the hardening of the Cold War, fantastic rumors spread through the camps that America and Russia were about to go to war, so that the time was ripe for insurrection. Even in the ordinary regime camps, some of the criminals, known as blatnyi, refused to serve the authorities anymore and set up their own proud fraternities, living off the rest of the camp and in a state of permanent and bloody feud with those other criminals, the suki, or bitches, who preferred the less glorious but more comfortable role of trustees. In certain camps at certain times this feud broke out into pitched warfare in which hundreds of lives were lost. These changed conditions generated a mutinous spirit, and in the end risings took place against the authorities in some of the camps. The politicals had less to lose, something to fight for, and a greater sense of solidarity than in the 30s. The first rising about which much is known took place 329 near Vorkuta, in the Arctic region of European Russia, in 1948. The Colonel was an organization of Red Army officers, all graduates of the Frunze Military Academy. The rebels typified the independent spirit which had emerged in some parts of the Red Army. They admitted to their circle only fellow officers who had participated in the war against Germany and who had never been members of the Communist Party. They managed to disarm and massacre their guards, and then seized and liberated a neighboring camp, before marching on Vorkuta. Paratroopers and dive bombers had to be sent in to disperse them. There was also a strike at Ekibastas, in Kazakhstan, in 1952. Here the Zeks made the fatal mistake of declaring a hunger strike as well. This technique is only effective where the authorities scruple to let their prisoners die, but in Ekibastas it only weakened the strikers' physical strength and facilitated repression. What really shook the camps, however, was the death of Stalin, and, following that, the news of the arrest and execution of Beria. The major risings of which we have evidence were those in Norilsk, northern Siberia, in May 1953, in Vorkuta in July 1953, and in Kengur, Kazakhstan, in May 1954, though there were certainly a number of others. In Norilsk and Kengur the immediate trigger of revolt was the shooting of a prisoner for straying into a forbidden zone. In Vorkuta trouble was started by a trainload of Zeks from Karaganda who had been promised better conditions and pay, but then been denied them. In other words, prisoners were refusing to accept basic violations of human dignity which they had felt compelled to tolerate for years. In each case the insurgents were able to disarm their guards, take over the camp compound and refuse to go out to work. Their demands were similar from one area to another. A re-examination of all sentences, better rations, a shorter working day, the right to frequent correspondence and visits, elimination of numbers from prison clothes, removal of bars from windows and bolts from the doors of the huts inside the barbed wire, no reprisals, and in Kengur, the punishment of 330 those responsible for shooting prisoners. In other words, the re-establishment of legality and respect for human dignity. In each case the insurgents refused to negotiate with the local camp authorities, and demanded an emissary from Moscow. These risings put the local MVD officials in a nasty quandary. On the one hand, the strikes interrupted planned output, which could not go unnoticed for long. Vorkuta, for example, provided coal for Leningrad. On the other hand, the very fact of having to report a prisoner's strike was a grave, even unprecedented humiliation, likely to fix a permanent blot on a promising officer's career. In Kenger, the authorities reacted by opening fire on the strikers and killing a number of them before discovering that they could not cope without outside reinforcement, whereupon they withdrew, leaving the compound to the Czechs. In Vorkuta, on the other hand, the authorities made immediate concessions. They removed bars from windows, left barracks unlocked, and announced that prisoners could send letters once a month and receive annual family visits. Similar concessions were made in Kenger once the local officials had contacted Moscow. Their aim was to gain time, and to divide the insurgents. The latter effect was sometimes achieved. In Vorkuta Camp No. 7, the authorities sent an ultimatum warning that the concessions would be revoked unless the Czechs left the compound in columns. The Czechs complied, and as they did so, guards and Stukaca picked out the ringleaders, loaded them into trucks and transported them off. In their absence the strike collapsed. In another of the Vorkuta camps, however, where the Pole Edward Buka was the strike leader, the rebels held out for a commission to arrive from Moscow. In the meantime they comported themselves in a studiedly nonviolent manner. Buka forbade the murder of Stukaca, negotiated with the camp authorities to perform essential safety measures in the coal mines, and allowed the soldiers of the guard to draw rations from inside the camp. Banners appeared over the compound. 331. Bearing the words "Coal for the fatherland, freedom for us, and there is nothing more precious in the world than man himself, Joseph Stalin." Generals, procurators and senior Gulag officials came down from Moscow, though no members of the party presidium. They promised that if the rebels returned to work, then certain of their demands would be met. The Czechs, however, held out for all of them. In the end even Moscow was able to suggest nothing but crude repression. In Kenger, sappers cut huge gaps in the barbed wire, and invited the strikers to come out and give themselves up. Almost nobody did. Then tanks went in, dragging huge rolls of barbed wire on trestles to isolate one hut from another. In some cases their enormous caterpillar tracks crushed corners and sides of huts, and the prisoners within them, while infantry came on behind to shoot and bayonet those who tried to escape. At that moment some Ukrainian women, dressed in embroidered blouses, which back at home they probably used to wear to church, linked arms and, holding their heads high, walked towards the tanks. We all thought the tanks would halt before the serried ranks of these defenseless women. But no, they only accelerated. Carrying out Moscow's orders, they drove straight on over the live bodies. There were no cries, all we heard was a horrible sound of bodies being crushed and cracking bones. Meanwhile soldiers went round the barracks shooting down everyone they came across. The massacre lasted from 3 in the morning till 8:30. The account of this incident, from an underground Ukrainian source, gives some idea of the spirit of the insurgents, and of the ruthlessness of their assailants. Its essentials are confirmed in Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Archipelago. In spite of the repression, the outcome of these strikes was a perceptible improvement in the Czechs' living and working conditions. The hated numbers were removed from the 332. Prison clothes, bars taken off the windows and the barracks left unlocked at night. Restrictions on correspondence and visits were eased. Healthcare, clothing, and nourishment were improved. 1 or 2 eyewitnesses even begin to report Czechs sending money or clothes to their relatives living in some of the Grumer collective farms. In the long run, too, these outbreaks were bound to give the post-Stalin leadership a lot to think about. The labor camps were effective, and cheap to run, only so long as the inmates were docile. If that condition no longer held, then they became prohibitively expensive, and indeed a threat to internal security. The great fear must have been that Czechs would succeed in disarming the warders and taking over a whole complex of camps. In view of their huge numbers, the arms they would then possess, and the experience some of them had in partisan warfare, it would require a formidable military operation to put them down. The leaders would not, of course, hesitate to mount such an operation if necessary, but was it certain that, in the more sophisticated economic climate following post-war reconstruction, the massive unskilled labor power of the camps was still such an asset. We have no direct evidence of such deliberations, and can only reconstruct them from conjecture. But the crisis of the labor camp system coincided with a wave of letters and petitions from all over the country following the execution of Beria. These were from people, party and _D non-party members, requesting that the charges against their imprisoned relatives be re-examined after the revelation that Beria, head of the security services, had been a traitor. The Procurator's office acted on a number of these requests, and by the end of 1955 some 10,000 people, a tiny proportion of those illegally confined, had been set free. Perhaps even more significant, the Procuracy began to rehabilitate some of those convicted under Stalin, recognizing that they had been the victims of legal distortions. Many of these rehabilitations were, of course, posthumous, and one may ask. 333. Why they were declared at all? Why not simply announce an amnesty and release those who had survived? We cannot answer that question with certainty, but two motives suggest themselves. First, a person actually cleared of the charges against him, as well as his close relatives, had the right to reclaim property confiscated by the state, a job commensurate with his status and the attendant privileges, such as a residence permit for one of the major cities. This was an important reinsurance policy for the elite. Secondly, it seems quite likely that the Procuracy and the courts wanted to reassert their independence of the security police, and re-establish some kind of legality. Certainly the press began to talk a great deal at this time about socialist legality. In the attempt to secure it, soon after Beria's death the prosecuting department of the MVD was abolished, and with it the special tribunals, or troiki, which had passed summary sentence on so many. This meant that in future, criminal investigation, prosecution, and trial had to take place outside the security police, before the regular courts, under authorities formally answerable to the Supreme Soviet, and actually to the Central Committee of the party. At the same time the security police was appreciably downgraded. It was once again detached from the MVD empire, renamed the KGB, Committee of State Security, and subordinated to the Council of Ministers, or again, in practice, the party Central Committee. No longer would it be at the disposal of one man and his private chancellery. Men who had made their career not in the police, but in the party, were appointed to run the KGB. Many of its new senior staff were former Komsomol officials, such as A.N. Chalepin, who headed it in 1958-61, and V.E. Semishastny, 1961-7. The number of paid agents and informers was drastically reduced. The effect of these measures was to render the security police more accountable to the party leadership as a whole, and ensured that, at least outwardly, they would have to observe certain minimal standards of legality. So much was necessary to guarantee the future safety of the party state elite. Yet, as 334. We shall see, observing even minimal legal standards was to cause them some dilemmas. Systematic work on the rehabilitations also made it clear just how dangerous was the path the leadership was treading. In 1954 the Central Committee set up a special commission, under P.N. Pospelov, to collect evidence on Stalin's repressions of leading party cadres. As the commission did its work, the full horror of the arrests and executions, which few had been in a position to appreciate entirely, became clear. Khrushchev says in his memoirs that the extent of Stalin's crimes was a complete surprise to him. This is certainly partly disingenuous, though there is something in his pleading that we were part of a regime in which you were told what you were supposed to know, and you kept your nose out of everything else. Clearly, too, Khrushchev was less responsible than Beria or even Malenkov, who had been in charge of cadres at the time. But whatever the precise measure of responsibility of each man, the Pospelov report faced all the leaders with an agonizing dilemma. How much should they disclose about crimes in which they had been part accomplices? And with people being rehabilitated and released from the camps, would not the full truth come out anyway and discredit them more than if they admitted it publicly? Their dilemma was complicated by the fact that Stalin's succession was not yet fully resolved. With no established procedure for inheriting power, the leaders had divided the principal jobs in party and state among themselves and declared collective leadership. Malenkov, who became prime minister at Stalin's death, was regarded by many as the principal figure, but, as after Lenin's death, the first secretaryship of the party proved in practice to be the more powerful post. Its incumbent, Khrushchev, did not look like an obvious successor to Stalin. He had never lost the earthiness of his peasant worker background, and his garrulity, impulsiveness, and occasional burst of demotic idealism. He loved to get out and about, hobnobbing with workers and Khrushchev and a Stalinization I 335 collective farmers, made him seem completely out of place in the world of sealed dachas and discreetly kunained limousines which the elite had now created for itself. Nevertheless, he used well the advantages which his party secretaryship bestowed on him. Like Stalin before him, he made many new appointments at the Republican and Oblast levels of the party apparatus. These new appointees were far more powerful than they had been under Stalin, for they now controlled the security police rather than being controlled by it. They became, in effect, little Stalins in their domains, secure in the power and privileges they enjoyed. Khrushchev also appealed to their idealism with his bold new agrarian policies, see below, which promised to do something effective at last about deep-seated economic problems. Malenkov found himself eased out of the premiership in February 1955, though he remained in the party presidium, the successor to the Politburo, now reduced to its pre-1952 numerical level. He was replaced by N.A. Bulganin, a political general, who had risen at the time of Zhukov's decline in 1946. Of Stalin's closest associates of the worst purge years, Molotov, Kaganovich, Mikoyan, and Voroshilov also remained in the presidium. We do not know exactly what discussions took place between them over the question of how much to reveal at the first post-Stalin Party Congress, the 20th, 1956, but the nightmare of being themselves tried for complicity in Stalin's crimes clearly hung over them. Khrushchev claims in his memoirs to have urged his colleagues to make a clean breast to the delegates about the conduct of the party leadership during the years in question. That is possible, but far from certain. What does ring true is the objection he attributes to Voroshilov and Kaganovich, will be taken to task. The party has the right to hold us responsible for what happened under Stalin. We were in the leadership, and even if we didn't know what was happening, that's just too bad we'll still be made to pay. What they actually did was to compromise. The party's formal report to the Congress, delivered by Khrushchev, said 336. Nothing about Stalin's crimes. But immediately after the official end of the Congress, a special dose session was convened, a procedure reminiscent of Lenin's method of dealing with the sensitive issue of party discipline at the 10th Congress in 1921. At this dose session, to which delegates were admitted by special pass, Khrushchev made a long speech devoted to Stalin's crimes, and he also read out Lenin's testament, which had been suppressed by his successors in 1924, see above, page 131. Stalin's cult of personality, Khrushchev charged, had given rise to a whole series of exceedingly serious and grave perversions of party principles, of party democracy, of revolutionary legality. The delegates listened to Khrushchev in awed silence, and then dispersed immediately afterwards, no discussion being permitted. The speech was not published in the Soviet Union. It soon became known abroad, however, apparently because Khrushchev had invited leaders of some foreign Communist Party delegations. It was also subsequently discussed at numerous party meetings throughout the Soviet Union. At some of these, for example in universities, non-party people were also present, and apparently had no difficulty in getting in. At least some party leaders, then, were anxious that it should not remain a secret speech, the name by which it is usually known, even if they were not prepared to publish it. The contents of the speech were also a compromise, as they needed to be, to fulfill the aims of the divided party leadership. Khrushchev began his account of Stalin's repressions only with 1934, implying that all his previous policies, the crushing of the various oppositions, the Shukti trial and its immediate successors directed against specialists, the brutal collectivization of the peasants, had been entirely justified. Furthermore, he limited his accusations to Stalin himself and his principal security chiefs, evading the question of his own responsibility for the repressions, as well as that of his colleagues in the Presidium. In this way, Khrushchev attempted to set well-defined limits to the permissible area of discussion. He explicitly reaffirmed the correctness of the 337 superfast industrialization program, of the collective farm structure, of the rejection of the policies associated with both the left and right oppositions. The main focus of the secret speech, in fact, was the long series of repressions of leading figures in the party and state, and of well-known public figures. Nearly everyone whose fate Khrushchev mentioned had belonged to the highest reaches of the nomenclatura patronage network. Apart from some of the deported nationalities, he made no reference to the sufferings of ordinary workers, peasants, and employees. It was unequivocally a speech of the elite defending itself against Stalin's ghost and against any possible aspiring successor. Khrushchev implied that somehow the Communist Party and in particular its Central Committee had managed to lead a kind of separate and precarious existence, continuing to observe Leninist norms of party life, even as the tyrant was exterminating them. He appealed to this tradition at the close of his speech as a program for the future. Renunciation of the cult of personality in favor of collective leadership, meticulous observation of the party statutes, holding regular congresses, frequent meetings of the Central Committee, the wide practice of criticism and self-criticism, observation of the Soviet Constitution and the restoration of socialist legality. As we shall see later, Khrushchev did attempt in his own way to carry out this program. The speech caused a veritable revolution, the word is not too strong, in people's attitudes throughout the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. It was the greatest single factor in breaking down the mixture of fear, fanaticism, naivete and doublethink with which everyone, according to temperament, intelligence, and status, had reacted to communist rule. Not surprisingly, the shock was registered most immediately and violently in Eastern Europe, where Stalinism had shallower roots. Their indignation was expressed most vehemently by the workers, defrauded inheritors of the new people's republics, and by the scientific and creative intelligentsia, restive under 338. The crude and monolithic ideological orthodoxy. Tension had been building up since 1953, and especially since Khrushchev legitimized the notion of separate roads to socialism by publicly ending the quarrel with Tito in 1955. In Poland it was the intellectuals who responded first. They began to revive the clubs and discussion groups which had been a feature of pre-war literary life. Especially well known was the Club of the Crooked Circle, formed around the youth journal Po Prostu, simply. At a meeting of the Official Council of Culture and Art in March 1956, just ANER the secret speech, the poet Anton Slonimsky declared, "We must give back to words their meaning and integrity, we must clear the road, of the whole mythology of the era of fear." In June the workers joined them. At the Zispo engineering works in Poznan, they went on strike at an increase in production norms which signified in effect a reduction in wages. As they marched into the center of town with placards calling for bread and freedom and lower prices, higher wages, their numbers were swelled by other citizens whose placards bore more general political demands, down with the Soviet occupation, and free Cardinal Wyszynski, the head of the Catholic Church in Poland. They attacked the radio building, Frohn, where Western broadcasts were jammed, and the police station. Internal security troops were brought in, and fighting broke out, in which, according to official figures, Phi and Y3 were killed and about 300 wounded. This massacre not only unleashed strikes in other industrial cities but also provoked a grave crisis in the party leadership. There was a substantial faction which proclaimed that the strikes were not the result of imperialist provocation, as the official press claimed, but of mistaken policies. They demanded the return of Vladislav Gomulka, who had been arrested as a Tightwast in 1951 and quietly released in 1954. Aner anxious comings and goings by high Soviet officials, the Soviet Union eventually accepted this solution as preferable to sending in tanks and crushing the unrest. 339. Gomulka's program was national communism, which meant combining patriotism, up to and including restrained anti-Russianism, with the search for a separate road to socialism. In Poland's case, this had something in common with the Yugoslav road. Peasants were given permission to leave the collective farms and re-establish their private small holdings, while in the factories elected workers' councils were given the right to supervise management decisions. One factor, however, was peculiar to Poland, that was the degree of independence accorded to the Roman Catholic Church, which since 1939 had increasingly become the focus of the people's national and spiritual aspirations. One of Gomulka's first acts was to free Cardinal Wyszynski, and to conclude an agreement with him, whereby the state guaranteed the church's right to teach religion in schools wherever parents wished, which was just about everywhere, while the church agreed to uphold the legitimacy of the socialist state, and its overall social policy. A small group of Catholic deputies was allowed to sit in the Sejm, the Polish parliament, and became, under the name of Zenuk, the only deputies in any East European parliament not under the direct control of the Communist Party. To begin with, Gomulka's Poland really did seem to offer an alternative model of socialism, but with the passage of time, under Soviet pressure, it gradually reverted to the norm of communist systems. In particular, the workers' councils were reabsorbed into the party nomenclatura system and rendered harmless, while censorship slowly tightened. But some of the hard-won achievements survived: private agriculture, trade and services, a relatively independent church. Poland remained a living witness to the fact that an inept type of society could, with constant vigilance and reassertion of rights, exist under a communist government, and that social groups could win for themselves a limited measure of autonomy. This point should not be exaggerated, for it remained true, as we shall see, that the party-state hierarchy was profoundly unhappy with this situation, and 340 was constantly striving to erode autonomy and restore party control over every aspect of social life. Their efforts to do this were aided by what happened in 1956 in Hungary. Their discontent was held under pressure even longer by the tardy survival in office of the Stalinist Rákosi. The party had become so alienated from the mass of people that real politics was a vacuum, ripe to be filled by any group which could claim a measure of genuine moral authority. As in Poland, that role was initially played by writers. It was a series of meetings of the Potofi Circle, so called after a well-known Hungarian romantic poet of the 19th century, which provided the initial fuel for the protest movement. Among the demands raised were the expulsion of Rákosi from the party, the trial of the security police chief, Farkas, and the rehabilitation of his victims, the revival of the Patriotic Popular Front, the post-war coalition of parties under communist guidance, as a genuine political forum representing real parties, the establishment of workers' control in the factories. As we have seen from the example of Poland, such a program might have been acceptable to the Soviet leadership. But student meetings and street demonstrations on October 23, encouraged by the news from Poland, demanded much more than this: a free press, free elections with genuine opposition parties, the withdrawal of Soviet occupation troops. Symbolically, the statue of Stalin in Budapest was hauled down and smashed, while the Hungarian national flag was raised with the hammer and sickle cut out. Imre Nagy, hastily brought in as prime minister and himself like Gomulka a Stalin victim restored to power on a wave of public acclaim, resisted these demands as long as possible. But, and here the situation differed from Poland, he soon found that he had no support on which to fall back, so tainted was the party and so dependent on its Soviet masters. He was faced by a general strike, in which the leading role was played by the workers of the Big Budapest. 341. Factories. So in the end he gave way, accepting that the party had no popular following at all, and espoused the demands of the opposition. He even denounced the Warsaw Pact, formed the previous year to coordinate the military policies of the East European states, and declared Hungary's neutrality, unilaterally claiming the status that Finland and Austria had gained with the consent of the Soviet Union. Bearing in mind the Polish comparison, this latter step probably made all the difference. On the morning of November 4, Soviet troops re-invaded Hungary and imposed a revolutionary workers' and peasants' government under János Kadar, a former associate of Nagy, who could not accept the latest changes in his policy, and wished to remain loyal to the Soviet Union. He claimed that the rightful revolution of October 23 had been taken over by counter-revolutionary elements, in other words he pledged himself to a course of moderate de-Stalinization. Kadar wanted to take the same path as Gomulka, but the stigma of the Soviet tanks made this impossible. The most determined opposition to his government came from the workers, and was based on the workers' councils which they had set up in their factories before the Soviet intervention. These councils banished the Communist Party committees from the factories, and only allowed the old trade union branches to function where they would hold new, free elections. The principles on which the councils operated were close to the Yugoslav model. They were elected by all the workers in a given factory or shop, they appointed a board of directors and supervised their activity, and they reserved the right of fundamental decision over contracts, wage rates, hiring and firing. Not that they were ever able to perform these functions in the deepening winter of Hungary in 1956-7. But they did manage to set up a Central Workers' Council of Greater Budapest on November 14, 10 days after the invasion. This called for the release of Nagy, currently in refuge in the Yugoslav embassy under threat of arrest, the withdrawal of Soviet troops and the holding of free elections. 342. And until these conditions were met it upheld the general strike which the individual workers' councils had already declared. In the end, however, the rigors of winter combined with those of the general strike to create an intolerable situation, in which the Central Workers' Council decided after agonized debate to end the strike, in order that the workers' sheer physical survival could be ensured. Gradually thereafter the Kadar government broke down resistance, arresting leading Workers' Council members, reinstalling Communist Party committees, and in the end abolishing the councils altogether. The course of the Hungarian Revolution suggested that the staunchest opponents of single-party communist rule were the workers in whose name that rule was exercised, and that they aspired to the restoration of the kind of workers' self-government which Lenin had first proclaimed and then destroyed in 1917-18. Faced with Soviet troops and isolated from other elements in society, however, they were powerless to sustain an alternative model of socialism on their own. Inside the Soviet Union itself, society was slower to reconstitute itself as an independent force. The effects of monopolistic rule and the suppression of independent thought were far deeper. But even here the worrying implications of Khrushchev's semi-public speech combined with the private denunciations of the growing stream of those released from labor camps and, in some cases, restored to their rights. Returning to the towns and villages embittered, thirsty for revenge and bursting with graphic accounts of a hell which had hitherto been veiled from public gaze, they gave the public a new, though dimly suspected, picture of the society in which they all lived. One man unable to withstand the impact of their return was Alexander Fedyaev, who as secretary to the Writers' Union had approved the lists of his colleagues about to be arrested. A long-time alcoholic, he tried drunkenly and clumsily to ingratiate himself with some of his former victims, then suddenly stopped drinking, wrote 343. A long letter to the Central Committee, and shot himself. The letter was immediately confiscated by the KGB, and we do not know what it contained, but rumor has it that in his last days he said bitterly, "I thought I was guarding a temple, and it turned out to be a latrine." A discussion at the Writers' Union in March 1956, whose records happen to have survived, gives some idea of the opinions beginning to be more or less publicly uttered up and down the CMMTRY. Some people were searching their own consciences. How could I have voted to expel decent people and honest communists? Others looked at the structure of their professional association with new eyes. or dared to voice publicly for the first time what they had always seen. A patron system of the Mecenas type was implanted in literature and art. The personal tastes of prominent party officials decided everything. Yet others went on to the observation that nothing in that power structure had, as yet, changed. To this day we have leadership by the phone call method. Some instructor from the Central Committee gives his opinion as if it were the opinion of the Central Committee itself. Some even drew the conclusion that decisive action was needed, evoking Stalinist echoes even while they tried to exorcise Stalin. The personality cult still exists in regard to the Presidium of the Central Committee. We must carry through a purge of the apparatus and a purge of the party. The last possibility was the one that most alarmed the leaders. In the mid-1960s the dissenter Vladimir Bukovsky encountered in a special psychiatric hospital a man who had been there since 1956 for writing a letter to the Central Committee demanding a full inquiry into those responsible for complicity in Stalin's crimes. Less publicly, in universities and colleges, students and young people drew even more ridiculous conclusions from Khrushchev's revelations, and from the experiences of Yugoslavia, Poland, and Hungary. Perhaps most worrying for the authorities was the group which gathered round a young Moscow University historian, L.N. Krasnopovtsev, 344, who was actually secretary of the faculty's Komsomol organization, and therefore a potential member of the ruling class. He seems to have hoped initially that he could work through the party itself to promote a more democratic socialism, but became disillusioned by the suppression of the Hungarian movement and decided instead to set up an underground organization to study the true history of the Communist Party and elaborate an alternative program. He established personal links with the Polish Communist Youth Movement, and with the journal Po Prostu. The group's major action came in the summer of 1957, when its members dropped leaflets in the letterboxes of houses in two working-class districts of Moscow. It called for socialist reforms in the spirit of the 20th Congresses, for the formation of genuine workers' Soviets, for strikes in the factories, and for public trials of those responsible for the crimes committed during the cult of personality. An interesting feature of the leaflet was its disdain for Khrushchev, who was referred to as drunkard and the maize nut, kukuruznik, for reasons that will become apparent below. Members of the group were arrested and sentenced to between 6 and 10 years for anti-Soviet propaganda and agitation. They Thursday sat throughout the very years in which Khrushchev was fond of asserting that there were no political prisoners in the Soviet Union. Similarly, in Leningrad a student named Trofimov made a speech after the 20th Congress demanding the rehabilitation of Bukharin. He set up an underground union of communists, which distributed leaflets condemning the occupation of Hungary as a Stalinist phenomenon. The union's program recommended the creation of workers' Soviets, the reintroduction of certain elements of private property in the economy, and the withdrawal of occupation troops from socialist countries. There is no evidence that any of these groups had arms, or planned anything more explosive than the dissemination of ideas not yet given house room in the Soviet press. 345. Nevertheless, the KGB kept a close watch on them, through its slimmed-down but vigilant network of agents, and closed in on them as soon as they began to take even that limited action. Alarmed by such signs of public discontent, and annoyed by what they considered Khrushchev's demagogy in other fields, his opponents in the Presidium decided to move against him. They formed an alliance with the new foreign minister, Shepilov, and with the Yugish economic managers, Pervukhin and Saburov. They were opposed to Khrushchev's economic reforms, which transferred economic administration away from the central ministries to regional bodies known as Sovnarkozy, councils of the national economy. There can be no doubt, however, that the main issue was the speed and nature of de-Stalinization, and its concomitants, such as the resumption of relations with Tito, and the pursuit of peaceful coexistence with the West. In June 1957, this alliance, which now constituted a majority of the Presidium, launched an attack there on the whole range of Khrushchev's policies, and on his high-handed personal style. They demanded his resignation as first secretary, though there may have been a plan to make him Minister of Agriculture. Khrushchev, sticking by the party statutes, rejoined that he had been elected by the Central Committee, and would only lay down his post at their behest. Since his opponents did not wish, or were not able, to deal with Khrushchev as they had with Beria in 1953, they could not prevent the convening of the Central Committee, where they expected in any case to have a majority. In the event, the Central Committee gave their backing to Khrushchev. We do not know much about what happened at the sessions, which went on for a week, but we may hypothesize that they supported him for a number of reasons. At this stage some 60% of Central Committee delegates consisted of Republican and Oblast Party secretaries. Khrushchev, as first secretary, was their natural patron, and had indeed appointed a good many of them. They may well have mistrusted Malenkov. 346. Molotov and Kaganovich, suspecting that they might jeopardize their newly won freedom from security police supervision. The new regional economic councils gave local party secretaries much greater influence than they had enjoyed under the previous system of centralized industrial MM1 Probably many of them also felt that Khrushchev's dramatic agricultural program was at least a serious attempt to grapple with the country's most pressing problem. Above all, perhaps, they felt Khrushchev had raised the party to become the leading body in the power structure. Whatever the chief reason may have been, the Central Committee overturned the Presidium resolution, and Khrushchev survived as first secretary. He proceeded to dismiss his main opponents, whom he termed the anti-party group, from the Presidium and the Central Committee. From the dismissed Bulganin he took over himself in 1958 as Prime Minister, combining that post with the first secretaryship of the party, as Stalin had done from 1941. Marshal Zhukov became a full member of the Presidium. Khrushchev's subsequent treatment of his former opponents was something of an innovation. Instead of arresting them as enemies of the people or imperialist spies, he appointed them to minor but not wholly dishonorable posts. Molotov was named Soviet ambassador to Mongolia, while Malenkov became director of a power station in Siberia. They were permitted to retain most of the privileges associated with high office, including the right eventually to a generous personal pension. Perhaps Khrushchev saw this as a form of insurance against the same one day happening to himself. At any rate, it transformed the nature of the power struggle at the top from the murderous to the relatively gentlemanly. This was a key moment in the evolution of the insecure ruling elite which Stalin had created into a ruling class in the full sense of the word. From now on its members were sure that, even in the event of political disgrace, they would continue to enjoy a 347 high standard of living, and would still be able to give their children appreciable advantages in the struggle for high social status. The outcome of the 1957 crisis ensured that de-Stalinization would continue in some form, in spite of the risks it entailed. In fact, it was deepened at the 22nd Party Congress in 1961, when the denunciations of Stalin were public, and at the end of the Congress Stalin's body was removed from the mausoleum, where it had lain alongside Lenin since 1953. The wave of public discontent had shown that the new party leadership badly needed a fresh source of legitimacy to replace the combination of terror and personality cult which it had undermined. As the American political scientist Carl Linden put it, Khrushchev faced the iconoclast's problem of finding a substitute for what he had destroyed. Having shaken the foundations on which Stalin built dictatorial power, he attempted to find a new basis for his own. In part this was a matter of leadership style, and Khrushchev had shown from the start that he had a very distinctive manner. As a matter of fact, it was a misleading one, since many seasoned observers thought at the time that he talked too much, drank too much, and indeed was a bit of a clown. But this is because he was a man of immense zest and gregariousness. As the experienced British journalist Alexander Worth reported of him, he was a man of quite fantastic energy and vitality. He loved traveling about the country, talking endlessly to peasant meetings, and going, in the process, into no end of technical details on stock breeding and the growing of various crops. All this was very different from Stalin, who after the early 30s never came nearer to ordinary people than the reviewing stand on top of Lenin's mausoleum. Khrushchev, in fact, loved contact with peasants and workers, and was attentive to what they said, even if he sometimes tried to harangue them in return. This populism was reflected in his overall approach to politics. He tried to replace terror by mobilizing the masses to participate in political processes. 348. The new outlook was summed up most fully in the party program which Khrushchev presented to the 22nd Party Congress in 1961. Its basis was what he called a return to Leninist norms. It was natural that, having dethroned Stalin, his successors should create something of a cult of Lenin. But there was more to it than that. There were indeed some strongly Leninist features to Khrushchev's political style, notably the tendency to confuse the concepts party and people, and to enforce his own personal views while professing a democratic manner. Khrushchev was, moreover, the first Soviet leader to revive, albeit in muted form, the utopian and even semi-anarchist spirit of Lenin's state and revolution. The new party program started out from the premise that the Soviet Union had already built socialism, and was now on its way to creating the material prerequisites of communism, when each person, regardless of the amount of his work, would receive from society according to need. Unwisely perhaps, for it is rash to assign an exact date to utopia, the program predicted that the stage would be reached by 1980. Already, with the achievement of socialism, the dictatorship of the proletariat was over, and the working class was no longer the ruling class, but only a leading class. Even this distinction would fade away as communism approached, and all classes would merge into one another. All antagonistic class relationships had ended, according to this theory. The state therefore no longer represented any particular social class, but became a state of the whole people, an organ expressing the interests and will of the people as a whole. The program accordingly called for active participation of all citizens in the administration of the state, in the management of economic and cultural development, improvement of the government apparatus, and supervision over its activity by the people. Ultimately, it was envisaged that, with progress to communism, the organs of state power will gradually be transformed into organs of 349. Public self-government. Khrushchev and his advisers evidently intended that the vehicle for this last development should be the party, for the program recommended further enhancement of the role and importance of the Communist Party as the leading and guiding force of Soviet society. The withering away of the state would therefore presumably mean that the party would replace the state as an expression of the people's urge to rule their own lives. These were not mere empty words to Khrushchev. Indeed, it should be noted that he tried to move away from Stalin's outright manipulation of ideology as a means of rule. He attempted to restore some of its real meaning. He did try to make the party a body more sensitive to the opinions of at least its own rank-and-file members, and he also tried to involve it more in the business of government, especially economic administration. As for the party's internal structure, the 22nd Congress introduced a significant revision. This was the principle of regular rotation of office. It was laid down that members of the Central Committee should not serve more than 4 terms, 16 years altogether under the current rules, unless their generally acknowledged prestige was recognized by at least 3/4 of its voting members in a secret ballot. Members of the Presidium should not indeed serve for more than 3 terms. At lower levels of the party hierarchy, terms of office were to be even shorter, 3 terms at Republican and Oblast level, which in the case of the Oblast Committee, elected every 2 years, meant 6 years, and 2 terms at Rayon and town level, 4 years. These terms of office may seem long enough, especially at higher levels, but they came as a shock to full-time party officials who, since Stalin's death, had felt much more secure and indeed had become accustomed to regard their offices as lifetime incumbencies. Nevertheless, the 22nd Congress passed the reform. In order to involve the party more closely in production, Khrushchev also reorganized its committees, at Oblast and 350. Rayon level, according to the production principle, that is to say, dividing them into industrial and agricultural departments. In effect, separate industrial and agricultural hierarchies were set up reaching right into the central committee apparatus itself. Many secretaries reacted to this as an affront, some because it meant being transferred from a city out into the provinces, some because they felt themselves specialists in personnel and ideological work and did not welcome being forced into the mold of economic administrators. For nearly all, the reform meant a concentration and limitation of functions. It might be thought that the division would require the appointment of many more party officials, but in fact Khrushchev hoped to cut them down. He intended to replace many full-time salaried party apparatchiki with voluntary and/or part-time staff, in order to increase the involvement of ordinary party members in the higher responsibilities of the party. Again, this was viewed as an affront by most full-time officials, who regarded their jobs as a highly developed speciality, not to say a mystique, incomprehensible to outsiders. The new conception of the relationship between party, state, and people demanded a new conception, too, of the role of law in society. The legal reforms introduced during the late 1950s had above all two aims: to make law more settled and predictable, so as to avoid arbitrariness and terror, and to involve ordinary people more in judicial processes. Of course, these two aims were not always easy to harmonize, indeed, sometimes they conflicted directly. Furthermore, while the party leadership wished to prevent a resumption of rule by terror, it did not want to deprive itself of the judicial weapons necessary to maintain its monopoly of power. For those reasons, there were tensions and ambiguities in the legal reforms. Most important was the new criminal code promulgated in December 1958. Its basic principle was that civilians could only be convicted by a properly constituted court, and only 351 for contravening a specific article of the criminal code. This meant that military and emergency courts could not be used for ordinary legal purposes, and that vague concepts like enemy of the people and counter-revolutionary activity could not be used to gain a conviction. Nor could anybody be convicted any longer simply for belonging to a particular social group, or for being a relative of someone already convicted. Likewise, criminal intention, or doing something analogous to a crime mentioned in the code, were insufficient grounds for conviction. Defendants were no longer to be convicted solely on the basis of their own confession, the customary evidence adduced in Stalin's courts, but only if there was other convincing evidence, which had been examined in court. Sentences were sharply reduced, the longest normally admissible being 10 years, instead of 25. The death penalty remained only for treason. In order to involve the ordinary people more closely in the law, an institution of the 1920s was revived, the so-called comrade courts. Local Soviets, trade unions, and house committees, which administered affairs in large apartment blocks, were empowered to set up these courts to try minor offenses. They consisted of 3 members from a panel of 50 elected for a year at a time. They were not given power to order custody, but could impose fines of up to 50 rubles, or corrective labor without custody, as well as recommend demotion or dismissal from work, or eviction from housing. The publicity which accompanied the establishment of the comrade courts implied that gradually they might replace the ordinary courts as part of the move towards self-administration. As the press said, cannot the Soviet public deal with violators of socialist law and order? Of course it can. Our social organizations are no less able and equipped for this than are the militia, courts and procuracy. Preventive and educational work are the main thing. A campaign of public awareness of legal issues was mounted, using the Znani, Knowledge, Society to arrange public lectures and exhibitions. All this was accompanied by a campaign of 352. Pressure against absentees, pilferers, rowdies, and drunks. Billboards erected at factory gates or even in the streets carried photographs of offenders and pilloried them with slogans like "They shame our city." Experience of the comrade counts' actual functioning suggested that they offered rich opportunities for intrigues and petty jealousies at the workplace or in the apartment block, and they came to be more and more distrusted by judicial officials. Far from replacing the ordinary counts, they came to be used less frequently. In other respects, too, the authorities showed ambivalence about their own new laws. One example of this was the so-called parasite law, introduced in some republics as early as 1957. The intention was to prosecute people not performing regular paid work as parasites. Rather like the vagrancy laws of 16th century England, this was a vaguely worded provision which could be used to proceed against anyone who caused trouble to the authorities. It was easy enough to dismiss an intended victim from his job and then block his attempts to find another. Lawyers, however, objected to such unclear and ambiguous phrases as living on non-labor income or working for the sake of appearances only. The wording was tightened up somewhat, but the law still went on the statute books. One celebrated case of its use was the conviction of the young Leningrad poet Joseph Brodsky in February 1964. Since he was not a member of the Writers' Union, the judge refused to accept that the poetic translations he was doing constituted work. Khrushchev himself evidently had doubts about the elaborate formalization of the law taking place under his aegis. In 1961 he moved to restore the death penalty for large-scale economic crime, which could mean underground manufacture and trading, or dealing in large amounts of foreign currency. This was a sign of how much the leaders were concerned about the flowering of the black market at the time. Nearly all professional jurists opposed the restoration of the death penalty, but it went through all the same. 353. Khrushchev, moreover, actually wanted it applied retrospectively against two notorious gold and currency dealers, Rokotov and Fabishenko, who had amassed an illicit fortune of some 2 million rubles. They had already been tried and given long prison sentences. It is said that when the Procurator General, R.A. Rudenko, protested that such a retrospective sentence would violate socialist legality, Khrushchev retorted, "Which is more important to you, your legality or your socialism?" The two were duly executed. There could not be a clearer indication of the continued primacy of the political over the legal. All the same, the ordinary citizen probably became more aware of legal issues as a result of the campaign for socialist legality. He was certainly much better protected by the law than under Stalin. Both law and custom were replacing outright terror as guarantors of social cohesion. All this made it more difficult for the leaders to circumvent the law when they found it inconvenient, as we shall see in Chapter 14. Khrushchev's social policy was of a piece with what he tried to achieve in the political field. He was concerned to mobilize the people's energies for production, to ease the harsher forms of compulsion applied by Stalin, and to relieve the stark poverty in which so many lived before 1953. Workers, for example, were freed from the threat of criminal sanctions for absenteeism or quitting, which meant that they had much more liberty to choose conditions and pay that suited them. Social security benefits were considerably improved. This was very important in a nation which, as a result of the war, had so many permanent invalids and one-parent families. The horrifying housing problem was at last seriously tackled. By the mid-1950s most Soviet towns were surrounded by a forest of cranes and a sea of muddy building sites, which offered people at least a hope of eventual escape from the fractious intimacy of the communal apartments. Between 1955 and 1964, the nation's housing stock nearly doubled, from 640 to 1182 million square meters. In addition, 354. To provision by local government and industry, individual citizens were now given the right to join housing cooperatives. They could put down 0.15 to 30% of the price of an apartment on entry, and then pay the rest at the dreamlike interest rate of 0.5%. In practice, professional people were more likely than workers to have the deposit ready. Besides, cooperatives were often attached to professional associations of one sort and another. Cooperative housing thus tended to become a sign of intermediate status in society, between the highly privileged, who had no need of cooperatives, and the ordinary workers and employees, who depended either on their employers or on the local Soviet to provide them with a home. Soviet social structure was beginning to differentiate and to take on new layers. In education too, the grosser forms of inequality were eased by the decision to abolish fees for college tuition and for the upper forms of secondary schools. This made it easier for worker and peasant children to rise up the social scale. Khrushchev wanted to go further than this and change the whole nature of secondary education by abolishing the upper classes of the schools, so that at the age of 15 all children would enter the labor force for at least 2 years, and learn a trade. Those who wanted to continue to higher education would, as he saw it, prepare by evening and correspondence courses, and would be at liberty to apply for college at the end of their 2 years' practical experience. Khrushchev intended in this way to reduce the inbuilt advantages enjoyed by children from professional families, and to encourage more young people to take up skilled manual trades, which the economy desperately needed. Interestingly enough, Khrushchev did not wholly get his way over this issue. This was perhaps the first time he came up against opposition from the vested interests who hitherto had supported him. In Soviet society, where personal property was minimal, much the most reliable way to pass on privileges and social status was by ensuring a good education for one's offspring. The proposed reforms threatened to 355. Make this more difficult, by disrupting academic progress and creating a social melting pot between secondary school and college. Besides, university teachers, especially in the more demanding scientific disciplines, were concerned that students would come to them underprepared, and having lost habits of regular study. Nor did enterprise directors welcome having unskilled and sometimes unruly extra hands on their premises. A water-a-four-down version of Khrushchev's proposals became law in 1958, but even that was never fully implemented, and was repealed in 1965 without having much raised the numbers of skilled workers or markedly changed the social composition of universities. Indeed, the most significant educational development of the Khrushchev years tended in the opposite direction. This was the striking expansion of schools specializing in fields such as modern languages, certain sciences, mathematics, ballet, and the arts. These subjects had been chosen because, to train specialists at the highest level, it was thought beneficial to start specialization very early. Entrance to the special schools was by examination at the age of 10 or 11. Since they offered good access to very promising careers, they became extremely popular. Cramming for their entrance exams became part of the life of children in the professional strata, and string pulling, or bribery to get one's offspring admitted, was soon a normal way for the elite to give their heirs a good start in life. Overall, since the war, there is no doubt that Soviet education had improved dramatically, both quantitatively and qualitatively, and this constitutes one of the most remarkable achievements of Soviet society. The number of students enrolled in higher educational institutions rose from 1.25 million in 1950 to 2.4 million in 1960 to 1, and to 3.6 million in 1964 to 5. Steady progress was also made towards the goal of providing full 10 or 11-year schooling for every child between the ages of 7 and 17 or 18, a goal which had substantially been reached by the mid-70s. The thirst of ordinary people for education, 356, was intense, and, since many of the most talented men and women chose education as a career, the public demand was well met. Paradoxically, progress was perhaps most marked in areas where Khrushchev least intended it, in providing a traditional academic education in city schools and in colleges and universities. The best Soviet scientists and scholars were of the highest international standing, while hundreds of thousands of graduates were being turned out each year with good professional training. The political content of education did not diminish, but most students seemed to regard it as a form of compulsory intellectual square bashing, while putting in their main efforts elsewhere. The most glaring inequalities in Soviet life, and perhaps the worst economic underproductivity, were caused by the legacy of high-handedness and neglect which Stalin had let in the countryside. We have examined the state of the collective farms in an earlier chapter. Broadly speaking, one could classify the weaknesses of Soviet agriculture as being of two types, those associated with its authoritarian collective structure, and those resulting from the low priority accorded to agriculture in the regime's policies. Khrushchev tackled the latter problem energetically, but he was perhaps only partly aware of the seriousness of the former. As soon as he became first secretary, Khrushchev decided to arouse public awareness of agriculture by announcing a spectacular campaign to develop the virgin lands. These were areas of steppe in North Kazakhstan, western Siberia, and the southeastern part of European Russia. His idea was to transform the virgin lands into the major bread-producing region of the country, while turning the Ukraine, which had traditionally filled this role, into a provider of maize, for cattle feed. This in turn would stimulate the notoriously lagging meat and dairy sector. The designated areas suffered from a serious disadvantage, their rainfall was low, and in some years they experienced drought conditions. The Kazakh steppes, indeed, were on the edge of the Central Asian desert. Without extensive 357 irrigation, that meant output would be unseen and soil erosion likely. The Kazakh party leaders opposed the plan, not only for that reason, but also because they suspected, rightly, that it would mean an enormous influx of Russians into their republic. Khrushchev sent in Leonid Brezhnev to overcome their misgivings. Initially the project was a great success. Within 3 years, by 1956, the virgin lands were producing 3 times as much grain as before 1953. Hundreds of thousands of young people were mobilized by the Komsomol to go out and help with the harvest. Some went just for a couple of months, others to settle more permanently. Thousands of tractors and combine harvesters were transferred there, the sight of them advancing in echelons through rippling grain in fields that stretched to the horizon became the staple of Soviet newsreels. In the event, however, 1956 proved to be the peak year. The natural, and initially very high, fertility of the soil began to decline thereafter, and the drawbacks of haste began to make themselves felt. For quick results, Khrushchev had discouraged any proper kind of crop cycle, or the use of fallow, and had failed to provide fertilizers to replace soil nutrients, even though scientists had warned him of the dangers. Eventually soil erosion followed. In a series of windstorms between 1960 and 1965 some 4 million hectares of land were ruined in Kazakhstan, and more than 12 million hectares were damaged. Together, this amounted to nearly half the virgin lands. The human and mechanical problems of massive resettlement were also underestimated. Young enthusiasts often arrived to find themselves living in tents or, at best, flimsy huts in temperatures that could be roasting by day and freezing by night. They might be cut off, dozens of miles from the nearest railway or good road, suffering from unpredictable food supplies and even from shortages of the machinery they had come specially trained to operate. Altogether, it is scarcely surprising that many who came with high hopes 3s8 found the struggle for existence too burdensome, and decided to return to European Russia. Whatever its failings, though, the Virgin Lands campaign did raise grain production appreciably at a critical time, and thus won a breathing space for agricultural reforms elsewhere, and it certainly put agriculture for the first time at the center of Soviet politics, as a prior claimant for scarce resources. In the traditional agriculture regions, Khrushchev offered a better deal to collective farmers. For their collective produce he offered much higher procurement prices, so that they could be sure of some sort of regular income from their labor days. As for the private plots, he reduced taxes and eased restrictions on their use, so that production there rose too. All this entailed higher state investment in agriculture, and it was forthcoming. Khrushchev roughly quadrupled it between 1953 and 1964. We have seen, too, that he tried to involve party cadres more closely in agriculture, often to their resentment. It was unfortunate, but perhaps in the nature of the Soviet system, that Khrushchev did not feel able to make major advances without campaigns of one sort and another. For the traditional agricultural areas the principal campaigns were in maize and cattle raising, which in Khrushchev's mind were linked with fodder, he proclaimed, stating the obvious with his customary naive enthusiasm, there is livestock, meat, and milk. Without fodder, the livestock perishes, and there will be no meat or milk. The maize campaign reached its climax after Khrushchev returned from visiting the USA in 1959. He had been very impressed by the Iowa prairies rippling with ripe maize. Forgetting, perhaps, that Iowa is well to the south of anywhere in European Russia, he ordered that maize should be cultivated generally, to be harvested as a green crop for silage wherever it would not ripen fully. A special new maize research institute was opened, issuing its own journal, Kukuruza, and the virtues of the Queen of the Fields were 359. Trumpeted in all the newspapers and through all the rural party organizations. Woe betide any farm chairman who was dubious about sowing maize, no matter how different his soil and climate might be from that of Iowa. At the height of the campaign, in 1962, no less than 37 million hectares were under maize, of which only 7 million could be harvested ripe. Indeed, because of the cool, wet summer, some of it could not be harvested in any form. Meanwhile, the production of prosaic but essential hay fell dismally, ordinary crop rotations were disrupted, meadows abandoned, the advice of kolkhoz chairmen and agronomists ignored. The accompanying livestock campaign was, if anything, even more rashly handled. In 1957, Khrushchev announced that within 4 years the Soviet Union would overtake the USA in the production of meat, milk, and butter. Taking up the initiative in the approved manner, one Oblast Party secretary, A.N. Larionov of Ryazan, promised to treble meat sales by 1959. Since the promise was blazoned in Pravda, there was no retreat, but in order to meet his self-imposed target, Larionov soon found himself having to order the slaughter of dairy as well as meat cattle, and thus mortgage the future prosperity of his farms. At one stage he was reduced to sending emissaries to neighboring regions to buy up or even rustle cattle there. In the end, by hook or by crook, Ryazan did fulfill its 1959 target. Larionov was lauded to the skies and made a hero of socialist labor. But the next year the bubble burst. With its herds decimated and its finances crippled, the oblast fell back well below the modest 1958 level of meat deliveries. The Central Committee sent a special commission down from Moscow to investigate, and Larionov shot himself in his office. All in all, Khrushchev did alleviate some of the poverty and demoralization of rural life, and he did restore agriculture to its proper place in the agenda of politics, but in the course of doing so he displayed in striking form a characteristic of 360. Soviet politicians, as if steering an out-of-control juggernaut on a winding road, they tend to overcorrect, taking up a neglected policy area with heavy overemphasis. Certainly the cost of his mistakes was high. In 1962 the government felt it had to raise food prices, and the result was a series of riots in the cities on a scale unprecedented since the Civil War, see below, page 389. In 1963, moreover, thanks to a dry summer and the depredations of the maize campaign, the grain harvest was very disappointing, a mere 107 million tons. Up to 1953 such a figure would have been hailed as a triumph, and this is a measure of Khrushchev's genuine achievement, but, understandably, everyone compared it with his promises and with the planned target of 170 to 180 million tons. Already by early autumn there were bread queues in the Ukraine, Russia's traditional granary. Soon housewives and black market traders began descending on Moscow and Leningrad from other towns where the bread supply was uncertain. Remembering the riots of the previous year, Khrushchev took the unprecedented and agonizing decision to use up precious gold and hard currency reserves to buy grain abroad. It was almost the first time Russia had ever entered world grain markets as a net importer, and it was a staggering humiliation for Khrushchev in a field he had made his own. In his later years of rule, Khrushchev became an increasingly unpopular figure, both among his colleagues and with the public at large, though this did not become obvious till after his fall. His colleagues had become impatient at his constant reorganizations of the party and state apparatus, which unsettled their lives without bringing obvious benefits. They considered many of his agricultural policies had been counterproductive, and even when correct, vitiated by exaggeration. The very poor harvest of 1963 seemed to substantiate their misgivings. Even though the most determined Stalinists had been defeated in 1957, other party leaders had reason to feel that de-Stalinization had gone quite far enough, and was jeopardizing the leading role of the party, especially 361. In culture, science, and the professions. The military resented Khrushchev's reductions in military spending, and his dismissals of officers. They also felt that his policy had been refuted by the experience of the Cuba Missile Crisis, when the Soviet Union had been humiliated because she did not have the force to challenge a U.S. naval blockade of Cuba. Professional people, who had things much better than under Stalin, wanted to extend their autonomy, even fund her, and resented the party's continued sporadic and unpredictable interferences in their special fields of experience. Workers were discontented that Khrushchev had ended the annual reductions in food prices, and then indeed reversed them. Peasants and those concerned with agriculture felt he was responsible for the continued poverty and demoralization of the countryside, and for the need to import foodstuffs the country ought to be able to produce for itself. And everyone, perhaps, felt that Khrushchev had in the end shown himself to be not quite the stuff of which statesmen are made. The incident in 1960 when in the United Nations General Assembly Khrushchev interrupted a speech of which he disapproved by raking off his shoe and hanging it on the Tahi created a very bad impression inside the Soviet Union, where people learned about it, not of course from the Soviet press, but from foreign radio stations. This was felt to be undignified. To bring the country into international disrepute. On October 14, 1964 a plenum of the Central Committee took place to which Khrushchev had been hurriedly brought back from a holiday in the Crimea. There was only one main speech. A report by Suslov, which was in essence an indictment of Khrushchev. All his failings were enumerated, unbalanced by any of his achievements. Suslov accused him of erecting his own cult of personality, of attempting to be a specialist in every sphere, of continual endless administrative reorganizations, and of imprudent indiscreet conduct of the country's foreign affairs. No one seems to have spoken in support of Khrushchev. 362. The solid phalanx of Oblast Party secretaries who had backed him in 1957 now turned against him. Having been at that time a guarantor of their security, he had now become a threat to it, through his experiments and reorganizations, and because of the forces in society which he had, sometimes unknowingly and unwillingly, set free. Yet in fact Khrushchev had been in some ways an outstanding statesman. More than any of his colleagues, he had sensed the seriousness of the internal problems facing his country. His attempts to solve them had been willful and sometimes clumsy. Furthermore, he had proved unable to free himself completely from the Stalinist mold in any major field of policy. Vertilis he left the country much more prosperous, and in some respects permanently changed. The manner of his departure was a symbol of this latter effect. As a British journalist commented at the time, 10 years earlier no one would have imagined that Stalin's successor would be removed by so simple and gentle a process as a vote. 13. Soviet society under developed socialism. If the brutality of Stalinist politics had passed, its secretiveness had not. Khrushchev's departure was never properly explained in the press, it was attributed to advanced age and poor health, and indeed Khrushchev himself was never again mentioned, except for a brief announcement of his death in 1971. Leading articles did, however, accuse persons unknown of harebrained scheming, obsession with administrative solutions and failure to take advantage of scientific knowledge. From these hints the informed reader could conclude that the new leadership was going to restore administrative stability and adopt a more deliberate and pragmatic style. The major internal problem that Khrushchev's successors fought was the legacy of directive planning in the economy, inherited from the 1930s and reinstated, as we have seen, after the war. A confidential report delivered in June 1965 by Abel Aganbajian, director of the Novosibirsk Institute of Economics, highlighted the difficulties. Aganbajian noted that the growth rate of the Soviet economy was beginning to decline, just when the rival U.S. economy seemed particularly buoyant. At the same time, some sectors of the Soviet economy, housing, agriculture, services, retail trade, remained very backward, and were failing to develop at an adequate rate. The root causes of this poor performance he saw in the enormous commitment of resources to defense. In human terms, 30 to 40 million people out of a working population of 100 million, he reckoned, and the extreme centralism and lack of democracy in economic matters which had survived from the past. In a complex modern 364 society, he argued, not everything could be planned, since it was impossible to foresee all possible contingencies and their potential effects. So the plan amounted to central command, and even that could not be properly implemented for lack of information and of modern data processing equipment. The Central Statistical Administration does not have a single computer, and is not planning to acquire any, he commented acidly. Economic administration was also impeded by excessive secrecy. We obtain many figures from American journals sooner than they are released by the Central Statistical Administration. Hence the economy suffered from inbuilt distortions, the hoarding of goods and labor to provide for unforeseen contingencies, the production of shoddy goods to fulfill planning targets expressed in crude quantitative terms, the accumulation of unused money by a public reluctant to buy substandard products, with resultant inflation and a flourishing black market. Already in 1953, Malenkov had proposed reversing traditional priorities by putting more investment into consumer industry, Sector B, as it is called, than into capital industry, Sector A. Little had come of this idea, partly because consumer industries enjoy lower status in the nomenclatura hierarchy, partly because the customers for its products are more numerous, scattered, and heterogeneous. Their requirements are not easily captured in the form of gross output plans. Khrushchev's decentralization of economic administration was intended to make the system more responsive to the needs of the customer, but in practice merely succeeded in making it more complicated. In 1965, the new Prime Minister, Kosygin, tried a different approach, absorbing some of the lessons of economists such as Aganbajian. He restored the centralized industrial ministries which Khrushchev had broken up, but at the same time tried to render their planning mechanism more responsive by reconnaissing targets in the form of gross realized output, that is, goods not only produced but actually sold. Henceforth a small interest charge was to be made for capital equipment. Soviet Society under Developed Socialism 365 to discourage enterprises from hoarding unneeded resources, and managers were to have greater freedom to decide how to use their profits, as incentive payments to workers, for reinvestment, for payment into amenities funds, and so forth. Kosygin's reform foundered, just like its predecessors, for a number of reasons. First, to make full use of the opportunities it afforded, enterprises would have needed the right to set the prices at which their products sold, and this they were never given. They would also have required much greater freedom to determine levels of employment, in particular to dismiss workers who were surplus to needs, or whose work was unsatisfactory. This freedom they were given to a limited extent, at least in theory, but resistance to dismissals, through the trade unions and some sections of the party apparatus, proved extremely stubborn, and the leaders, after the Novokirkisk experience, see below, were so sensitive to working-class discontent that they failed to support managers who dismissed workers. Besides, successful implementation of the Kosygin reform meant innovation, the introduction of new technology into industry. But this is always difficult to accomplish in an economy where success is measured in terms of annual plan fulfillment. New equipment and work methods always take time to assimilate, and are bound to cause temporary reductions in output in the process. If by the end of the planning year the savings thereby generated do not outweigh the losses, then enterprise managers are unlikely to risk innovation. There is some evidence, too, that serious implementation of the reform would have threatened the priority accorded to military production. Perhaps the overwhelming factor that crushed Kosygin's plans, however, was the resistance of party secretaries and ministerial officials to new practices which would have reduced their power to control the operation of the economy. The Czechoslovak experience of 1968, see below, crystallized this opposition, and probably effectively doomed the reform. 366. During the late 196_0s and early 1970s, the leaders chose an alternative way to try to revive the economy. On the one hand, they tightened the planning system and made it somewhat more responsive to the unforeseen by computerizing it. On the other, they tried to make up for the lack of innovation by buying new technology from the West. In many ways, this was a return to a traditional policy which the Soviet leaders had often adopted under pressure. Stalin had used it during the industrialization drive of the 30s, and again during the war. Khrushchev had sought chemical fertilizers abroad, because he attributed great importance to them, and realized Soviet fertilizers were very primitive. The post-Khrushchev leaders extended the practice into a much broader range of industries where Soviet technology was backward, including shipping and automobile construction, synthetic chemicals, food and drink processing, and oil and gas extraction. Western firms often welcomed joint development projects, as the Soviet Union could offer a huge potential market, as well as a cheap and docile labor force. The largest scheme of this kind was the 1966 contract with the Italian automobile concern Fiat to launch a huge factory at Stavropol on the Volga, now renamed Tolyatti, in honor of the recently deceased Italian communist leader. This factory opened the prospect, though not for many years the reality, of a family motor car on the Soviet market. One important result of the deal was to open up Western contacts for quite a number of Soviet citizens who would otherwise never have experienced them. Some 2,500 Western specialists went to Tolyatti at one time or another, and a similar number of Soviet engineers and technicians went to Italy to train. This meant a broadening of something which had been going on, at first in a small way, since the mid-50s, the partial opening of the Soviet frontiers to international exchanges, not only in technology, but also in science, culture, and tourism. It remained true that, in order to travel abroad, and especially to the West, Soviet citizens had to undergo a Soviet society under developed socialism 367 cumbersome and in some respects humiliating security clearance at the hands of the party and the KGB. Many of them failed it, sometimes at the last moment, hence the familiar spectacle, at international conferences, of a well-known Soviet scholar being unexpectedly replaced by a non-entity. All the same, with that proviso, the Soviet Union had by the early 1980s been a member of the international community again for a generation or so, something which was not true of the years of Stalin's domination. The resultant influx of Western, or bourgeois, ideas and practices was a source of constant worry to the authorities. The men who overthrew Khrushchev included not only economic reformers, but also one or two ideological purists, like Mikhail Suslov, regarded as the chief authority on ideological matters, and Alexander Shelepin, the former head of the KGB. It was rumored that Shelepin had plans to arrest 1,000 or so intellectuals, those most closely connected with the cultural thought, and thus eliminate ideological waverings once and for all. The arrests of Sinyavsky and Daniel in September 1965, see below, may have been intended as the first step in such a campaign. But for most members of the Politburo, as the party presidium was now renamed, memories of Stalin and Beria were still too vivid to risk letting terror get out of hand again. Shelepin, in fact, as the danger man, was eventually ejected out of his key post in the party secretariat into the comparatively harmless job of running the trade unions. Leonid Brezhnev, who took over from Khrushchev as first secretary, was perhaps initially seen by his colleagues as an interim appointment, but he turned out to be the leader most suited to the current mood of the Politburo and the Central Committee. He speedily reversed the most disturbing of Khrushchev's reforms in agriculture, education, economic administration, and the party apparatus, and he adopted as his watchword stability of cadres, which meant a more comfortable life for the medium and upper-level party state apparatus. Good-humored and patient, he was very. 368. Much a consensus leader, content to blunt the differences between opposing factions, even when that meant adopting no clear policy line. Over the years he proved able to isolate his possible rivals and to maneuver his own supporters and protégés into top jobs. He did all this with majestic slowness. It was some 12 to 15 years before he really stood out as the leader, with his own cult. In 1977, he added to the post of General Secretary, as he renamed the first secretary, following Stalin's example, that of President, becoming head of state as well as head of the party. He also had himself promoted to the rank of Marshal of the Soviet Union and appointed Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, as well as Chairman of the Defense Council. He even published his memoirs, in recognition of which he was awarded the Lenin Prize for Literature. Conferring it on him, the president of the Writers' Union, Georgy Markov, declared, for their popularity and their educative influence on the mass of readers, the books of Leonid Ilyich are unrivaled. The most serious test of the new leader's consensus came not from within the Soviet Union, but as often happens in empires, from one of the dependencies, Czechoslovakia. Slow to de-Stalinize in 1956, the party leadership there did so later on with greater determination and consistency than perhaps any other East European leadership. The process culminated in the dismissal of the Stalinist first secretary, Novotny, at a Central Committee meeting in January 1968, and his replacement by Alexander Dubček, a Slovak communist who had been in Moscow during the war and who, initially at least, enjoyed Brezhnev's trust as the man most likely to provide responsible guidance for the completion of the reforms. Unlike Hungary in 1956, the impetus for reform came not only from intellectuals, but from within the party apparatus itself. For some years a department of the Central Committee had been drawing up a report on the kind of political structure best suited to a modern society and economy. In a sense, Soviet society under developed socialism 369, its authors were trying to do more systematically and deliberately what Khrushchev had attempted in his impulsive way, to find a new basis for party rule in an era when mass terror was no longer acceptable, and society and the economy were far more complex than they had been in the early years of the socialist state. The main result of their repon was the action program of the Czechoslovak Communist Party, issued in April 1968. This stemmed from the same premise as the Yugoslav reforms of the 1950s, that each nation has its own separate road to socialism. It also recognized that in a developed socialist society contradictory interests can and do exist, but maintained that, with the major class struggle already won, these interests could be allowed to form themselves into social institutions and to compete in the political forum without threatening the unity of society. This incipient pluralism differed from Khrushchev's vision of democracy, which was that the masses were essentially united, and that their common interest should be expressed through the party. Insofar as the Czechoslovak reformers had precursors, they were to be found among some of the Yugoslav theorists of the 50s, and in occasional undeveloped insights of Bukharin back in the 20s. They also considered that for the economy to perform efficiently it was necessary to decentralize decision-making and offer more effective material stimuli to producers. This was very close to what Kosygin was trying to do. The action program made a number of policy proposals, which lay at the center of the ensuing debate. It recommended consistently promoting socialist legality, and providing guarantees against lawlessness and undue concentrations of power. To this end, it suggested, people should have the right to organize themselves in groups and express their opinions. Specifically, it was envisaged that the People's Front, the bogus coalition of 1948, should be revived, with each constituent party enjoying a sane autonomous existence. How this was to be reconciled with the leading role of 370. The party, also emphasized, was never resolved. Censorship should be abolished, and conditions created in which science, culture, and education could flourish, both in order to ensure economic development, and because they were fundamental human needs. During the spring of 1968, a number of social groups, with political implications, were set up to exercise the promised freedoms. The official communist youth movement was more or less deprived of its base in the universities by mass defection to an autonomous union of university students, based in the philosophy faculty of Prague University. This union published its own action program, based on the UN Declaration of Human Rights. A so-called Club K231 was set up, consisting of former political prisoners, and named after the article of the criminal code under which they had been convicted. Its primary aim was to consolidate socialist legality by pressing for a full investigation of the repressions of the Stalin period. GON, or the Club of the Politically Non-Aligned, announced that it would put up candidates in the next elections to the National Assembly and campaign for the re-establishment of an independent Social Democratic Party, which had been forcibly merged with the Communists in 1948. The most striking of all the independent political statements was the 2,000 words of the writer Ludwig Vakulik, issued in June 1968. He warned that the party had so far only made promises. If people wanted things done, then it was not enough to wait passively for action from above, they must act themselves. It is simple, a few people convene, they elect a chairman, keep regular minutes, publish their findings, demand a solution, and do not let themselves be intimidated. It was almost a direct restatement of Edmund Burke's classical argument for the existence of political parties. Of course, this vision of political life aroused deep misgivings in Moscow. These must have been intensified when the Czechoslovak Communist Party issued its draft statutes. Soviet Society under Developed Socialism 371 on August 10, 1968, for these revealed that even the party itself was about to loosen and democratize its internal structure. Its officials were to be elected by secret ballot, and would hold office for no longer than 8 or, exceptionally, 12 years, this would undermine the whole basis of the nomenklatura system. Furthermore, the new statutes breached a principle laid down in Lenin's resolution of 1921 on party unity by permitting groups within the party to formulate and publish minority views, and to continue doing so even after a majority decision had gone against them. Neither Khrushchev, nor even Tito, had countenanced such a weakening of discipline. Not only the state, but also the party, was to be federalized, so that Czechs and Slovaks would have equal rights. Unlike Nagy in 1956, Dubček stressed that Czechoslovakia had no intention of leaving the Warsaw Pact, or of ending the socialist system. All the same, on August 21, 1968, Soviet troops, supported by a few contingents from other Warsaw Pact states, invaded Czechoslovakia. Because of bungled political management, the intervention did not immediately achieve its aim. No cadre emerged to take over power with Moscow's blessing. The Soviet leadership had to allow Dubček and his reformers to return, but saddled with an agreement which required them to normalize Czechoslovak political life, which meant the restoration of absolute rule by the nomenklatura elite. The main reasons for the intervention were probably by and large those which were reiterated in numerous official statements, both before and after the invasion. Chief among these were fears that the relaxation of censorship and of political life in general was opening the way for counter-revolutionary forces to gain a permanent foothold. The Soviet leaders were perplexed and outraged by the uncontrolled existence of groups with their own political programs, by the possible revival of non-communist political parties, and they did not see how the party's leading role was to be upheld, by the publication in the 372 Czechoslovak press of statements like 2,000 words. They could see that their own emerging dissenters were inspired by the developments in Czechoslovakia. They feared the example that would be set by a democratized and federalized Czechoslovak Communist Party. Petr Shelist, leader of the Ukrainian Communist Party, may have been prepared to make some concessions to the nationalists in his own republic, but he was not willing to loosen the ties with Moscow, to which he owed his power. he was one of the most vehement supporters of intervention. The actual timing of the intervention leaves little doubt that it was intended to forestall personnel changes expected at the forthcoming Congress of the Czechoslovak Communist Party, due in September. Many of the old guard trusted by Moscow would undoubtedly have lost their posts, and been replaced by men committed to reform, who might have made the whole process irreversible. In September, Pravda issued a statement justifying the invasion. It accepted the principle enunciated by Khrushchev that each nation may take its own separate road to socialism, but added the crucial reservation that the freedom to do this must damage neither socialism in their own country nor the fundamental interests of the other socialist countries, nor the worldwide workers' movement, which is waging a struggle for socialism. The implication was that, if such damage did occur, then other socialist countries had both a right and a duty to intervene and curtail it. The Soviet Union and other socialist states, in fulfilling their internationalist duty to the fraternal peoples of Czechoslovakia and defending their gains, had to act and did act in resolute opposition to the anti-socialist forces in Czechoslovakia. This declaration, soon nicknamed the Brezhnev Doctrine, immediately established itself as the fundamental text underlying relationships between the Soviet Union and its allies. It meant that the Soviet Union felt able to step in and reimpose its own interpretation of socialism whenever this seemed to be under serious attack. Soviet society under developed socialism 373. Much criticism in the Soviet media was directed at the Czechoslovak Deputy Prime Minister, Otasik. He was the architect of the economic reforms, which were intended to decentralize decision-making, establish profit as an important planning indicator, and withdraw automatic state support from inefficient firms. The idea was both to raise productivity and to make firms more responsive to the needs of their customers. They were similar to the reforms Kosygin had announced in the Soviet Union in 1965, though they went somewhat further. What worried the Soviet leaders, however, most of all were the political implications of 6 proposed reforms, for the Czechoslovak Communist Party, unlike the CPSU, had no inhibitions about exploring these. Experiments were underway in factories to give the workers more access to decision-making. Since an enterprise could now be closed down if it performed badly, the employees had a direct interest in ensuring that that did not happen. It is certainly the case that the Kosygin reforms, never a robust growth, quietly wilted during and after 1968, though they were never officially withdrawn. As in Hungary in 1956, it was the workers who eventually put up the strongest resistance to the Soviet occupation. The workers of the CKD factory in the Vysočany suburb of Prague invited the 14th Party Congress, forestalled by the invasion, to assemble on their premises. It did so, in secret, a considerable feat of improvisation, passed a resolution condemning the invasion, confirmed Dubček as first secretary, and elected a completely reformist Central Committee to back him. Under the terms of his agreement with the Soviet leaders, however, Dubček had to disavow this Congress. The creation of elected workers' councils with, formally at least, considerable supervisory powers over management continued, however, for some months after the invasion. Indeed, a full-scale draft law on the self-managed socialist enterprise was issued as late as January 1969. In practice, though, the powers of workers' councils were gradually screwed back by the reimposition of unreformed Party Auth. 374. Already within the factories. Finally, the councils were banned in July 1970, on the grounds that they had sought to eliminate central planning and the influence of the Communist Party, the socialist state and the trade unions over management of the national economy. As for the rest of society, the normalization, or reimposition of nomenclatura control, went forward slowly but ineluctably. Dubček was replaced by Gustav Husak, more pliable to Moscow, in April 1969, and the reformers were eased one by one out of the top jobs in party and state, demoted to lesser posts, and then finally consigned to menial jobs somewhere in the provinces. Dubček, for example, eventually became a forestry inspector in Slovakia. There were no show trials of the major figures, but selective ones for some of the less prominent. The party was thoroughly purged, every member was interviewed by a screening committee, and questioned closely on his attitudes and activities in 1968. As a result, perhaps one-third of its 1.5 million members let or were expelled. Similar interviews and dismissals went on in many fields of employment, especially those connected with education, culture, or the media. Organizations too deeply affected by the rot, such as the Writers' Union or the Institute of Philosophy of the Academy of Sciences, were simply closed down, or merged with other bodies, until such time as they could be reconstituted under reliable stooges. The whole Czechoslovak affair left the Soviet leaders with a profound distrust of intellectuals, especially in the humanities and social sciences, as well as of all economic reformers. This colored the subsequent policies of the Brezhnev regime, though perhaps it would be fair to say that it confirmed an existing trend rather than stimulating a new one. By the mid-1960s the society which Stalin had created in embryo had become fully formed. It was a very hierarchical, stable, and conservative society, especially now that the upheavals occasioned by purges, war, urbanization and rapid Soviet society under developed socialism 375 social mobility were receding into the past. It was also, to use the clumsy but apt epithet of the political scientist T.H. Rigby, a mono-organizational society, that is to say, it was in effect one single vast organization, directed by the cadres of the party state apparatus, with their own headquarters in the Central Committee of the Communist Party and its permanent departments, all situated in one building on Old Square, Staraya Plощad, in Moscow. Through the by now highly developed and sophisticated nomenclatura system of patronage, this Central Committee supervised in principle every single appointment of any importance in any walk of life, delegating these powers to lower-tier party organizations for appointments lower down the hierarchy. Every factory, enterprise, educational institution, transport undertaking, farm, commercial network, in short, every place of employment, had its rank in this hierarchy, according to whether its work was considered to be of all-Union significance, or of Republican, oblast, rayon or town significance. Remuneration of its staff and employees was measured accordingly, as were the perks and privileges of its directors, and the urgency accorded to its requests for personnel and equipment. The population was ranked in the same way, through the internal passport and the propiska, dwelling permit, system introduced by Stalin. Highest status belonged to those who lived in Moscow, where the best jobs were to be had, the best education, the easiest access to food, consumer goods and services, the possibility of contract with foreigners, or with Soviet employees able to obtain goods from the West. Next on the hierarchy of towns were Leningrad and the Republican capitals, then, one rank lower, the remaining towns of 500,000 inhabitants or more, especially those with military, space or other high-technology industry of all Union significance. Citizens in these towns enjoyed some of the advantages of Moscow, but to a lesser extent. To all these cities access was restricted. The police registration department would only grant a propiska when an employer of some standing could put up a 376. Good case. A propiska could come in two forms, temporary or permanent, adding an extra rung to the latter. The struggle to convert the former to the latter might have taken many years. Entry number 5 on one's passport made any of these processes more difficult, especially if it read Jewish. To circumvent these obstacles, one could always contract a marriage with someone holding a superior propiska. Such marriages appear to have become as regular a part of Soviet society as financial matches were in Balzac's France. To live in a smaller town or village somewhere in the provinces was automatically to enjoy lower status. To move from such a place to Almaty, Kiev or Riga was very difficult and depended on official favor. To move to Moscow was virtually impossible. Worst situated of all were the collective farmers. They did not even have a passport, and hence were debarred from all but the briefest stay in any town without official permission. The only occasion when a collective farmer could demand a passport was when he was about to undergo compulsory military service. This of course applied only to men, or when embarking on some form of specialized or higher education. Not surprisingly, most of the young people who left the village in this way hung on to their passports afterwards, and tried to get a job in town, rather than return home. Only after 1974 were collective farmers gradually issued with passports, and in that sense the second serfdom was brought to an end. At the peak of the social pyramid were the cadres of the party-state apparatus. It tends to be forgotten now in examining Soviet politics, but of course the origin of the term is military, and military also was the spirit which animated the cadres, at least in the sense that hierarchy and command were the air they breathed. To some extent this was even more the case after Khrushchev relieved them of the fear of arrest. Nevertheless, even Khrushchev caused them some discomfort and alarm by his constant reorganizations. Between 1956 and 1961 he replaced more than two-thirds of the members of the Council of Ministers, the Party Presidium, Politburo. Soviet society underdeveloped socialism 377 and Oblast party secretaries, and half of the Central Committee. His successors eliminated even this source of insecurity. Brezhnev's watchword was trust in cadres, and he put it into practice by making as few changes as possible at the highest levels of party and state. 44% of the 1966 Central Committee were still in place in 1981, indeed by that time the average full member of that key body had held his mandate for 13 years, more than would have been permitted as a maximum under Khrushchev's plans for rotation of office. For the same reason, the average age of the Central Committee rose from 56 to 63 between 1966 and 1982, that of the Council of Ministers from 58 to 65, and that of the Politburo from 55 to 68. By the late 1970s, a standard term for describing the Soviet leadership was gerontocracy, and Western journalistic speculation constantly dwelt on the health of its principal figures, noting their every temporary absence from public life. The result of Brezhnev's policy was to give new stability and confidence to the men at the center of the nomenklatura network, the members of the Central Committee, and the leading officials of its departments. 3/4 of the Central Committee of 1981 came from senior positions in party and state, 35% were Oblast and Republican Party secretaries, 9% came from the Central Committee departments, and 31% came from the ministries. Other sections of the polity provided, by comparison, much less significant representation: the military 7%, the diplomatic service 4%, cultural and scientific personnel 3%, KGB and trade unions 2% each, and the rest negligible. Some further salient characteristics of Central Committee members are worth mentioning. Nearly 3/4 of them joined the party before 1950, and thus gained their early, and often decisive, experience of party life under Stalin. 82% of them were peasants, Oregon workers by origin, but 78% of them had higher education. 378. Which means that many of them had risen a long way in the world. They were the beneficiaries of a rapid social mobility which had by then more or less ceased. 97% of them were men, which confirms one's impression that, for all the emancipation of women, they had not succeeded in penetrating the top echelons of power. Slavs constituted 86% and Russians 67% of the membership, far in excess of their proportion of the population. 55% of them had worked at one time or another, perhaps during the war, in the military, or in a defense-related branch of industry. So the identikit Central Committee member was an elderly male Russian who had risen in the world and had extensive experience of government and/or party leadership, as well as some experience of the military-industrial complex. It was this composite figure who had decisive influence, at least indirectly, on every appointment made in every walk of life. Perhaps for that reason, by the 1970s Soviet society was far more militarized than it had been in the 20s and 30s. The rise in social standing gained by officers of the armed services during the Second World War had proved to be permanent. So also had their integration, through thorough political training, into the party. The military probably were, and had reason to be, the most satisfied professional group in Soviet society. True, there was a period when Khrushchev cut defense expenditure and prematurely retired a proportion of the officer corps. But, then, that may have been one of the reasons for his fall. Apart from him, all the leaders, from Stalin to Chernenko, granted the military, army, navy, air, and missile forces, more or less whatever they requested in the interests of projecting Soviet power all over the world, and attaining parity with the USA. Defense contracts continued to have unquestioned priority in economic planning. Civil defense and paramilitary training in schools, colleges, and universities became a routine part of life. As for the party cadres themselves, Mikhail Voslensky, formerly a professor at the Lumumba University in Moscow. Soviet Society under Developed Socialism 379, and a man with connections to the Central Committee apparatus, gave an account after his emigration in 1972 of how the selection process was managed. The young man, or much less likely woman, who wanted to make a career for himself began by becoming a party activist at his workplace, taking on numerous unpaid and unglamorous jobs to do with propaganda and agitation, social security, trade union activities, and so on. He assiduously attended party meetings and made his presence felt, without saying anything too controversial. In due course he would be elected to the party bureau at his workplace, and thence rise to become one of its secretaries, or even in the end the secretary, which in a large enterprise was a full-time, paid post. At each stage in his rise a testimonial would have been written on him. The higher the rise, the more detailed the testimonial, signed by the enterprise director, the chairman of the trade union, and by a leading figure in the party committee of the local rayon. This was sent to the rayon party committee, or higher, if the enterprise was an important one, and attested to the candidate's political maturity and reliability, to his specialist knowledge and to his administrative capacities. The local branch of the KHB, which had intimate links to the personnel department of the enterprise and planted informers among the workforce and staff, also wrote a report on him, which had to say that he presented no security risk, a much wider concept than in Western societies. If he was successful as a full-time secretary, then the way was open for upward promotion into the medium and upper ranks of the party apparatus, a promotion often accompanied by a spell of study at a party high school. Naturally, this method of promotion tended to generate cliques or clientele groups. Each candidate for promotion had in effect to be sponsored by a leading figure in the party's next level above, and this sponsorship was continued at a later stage, if the sponsor had in the meantime been promoted further. This tendency has been noted by most close students of Soviet personnel politics, the so-called Kremlinologists. 380. Brezhnev was a patient and adept practitioner of clientele politics, promoting to his side, especially in his later years, men who had served with him in the metal works at Dneprodzerzhinsk, or in the party committee of Dnepropetrovsk Oblast, the Dnepropetrovsk Mafia, as Western journalists call it, or later in the Republican Party organizations of Moldavia and Kazakhstan. If there was a ruling class in the Soviet Union, then its kernel was to be found in the nomenklatura posts at the disposal of each party committee, and in the people selected to fill them. Not all of them were equally powerful, of course. In fact, their degree of authority was painstakingly graded according to the origin of their appointment, and reflected in the privileges available to each appointee. Incidentally, the party provenance of the appointment was never made public. Indeed, many of the posts were in theory elective, and the whole system remained confidential. For that reason, it is difficult to make an estimate of the size of this ruling class. If Voslensky's figures are correct, then down to rayon level the nomenklatura appointees numbered about 750,000, together with families, given the low birth rate among the predominant Slavs, perhaps 2.5–3 million, or about 1% of the population. However, Voslensky appears to omit posts not directly attributable to party, government or economic enterprises. Another estimate, by Rigby, is more than twice as large, just over 2 million, or 1.5-2% of the labor force, even without families. But his figures are based on two relatively small republics, Bashkiria, an autonomous republic, and Georgia, a union republic, which may well have been untypically densely provided with nomenklatura appointees. My own estimate would lie between the two, but any pretension to accuracy must be spurious. The term ruling class, applied to a Western society, implies ownership of the means of production and the ability to bequeath it to one's heirs. In the strict sense, the Soviet elite could not claim such ownership. Nevertheless, through Soviet society under developed socialism 381, the central planning system, the nomenklatura appointees certainly controlled the means of production throughout the country. And although they did not directly pass on this control to their heirs, they used personal connections, and the educational system, to ensure that their offspring were well placed in the struggle for similar nomenklatura posts in the future. Some family members of Soviet leaders made excellent careers for themselves. Thus, A.I. Adzubay, Khrushchev's son-in-law, was editor of the daily newspaper Izvestiya and a member of the Central Committee, though, significantly, he lost both positions when his father-in-law was ousted. Brezhnev's son Yuri became a deputy minister of foreign trade, while his son-in-law Yuri Churbanov was a deputy minister of the interior until scandal broke out in 1982 concerning his wife's fondness for diamonds. Kosygin son-in-law, 0. Vishyany, was head of the State Committee for Science and Technology, entrusted with the vital task of grafting new technology onto Soviet industry. Andropov's son, Igor, worked at the Institute for United States Studies, and later became a leading Soviet delegate at the European Security Conference in Madrid. Nevertheless, it cannot be said that nepotism became as prevalent in the Soviet apparatus as in some other societies. It may be that the family as such was less important to Soviet power holders than is the case in most political systems. Certainly the families were rigidly shielded from public view or comment, and that the Soviet equivalent of heir was to be found in the clientele system described above. Under that hypothesis, it does appear that the Soviet elite learned to do very systematically and successfully what ruling classes have always done, to bequeath its dominant position to its heirs. Parallels with other societies, bourgeois, feudal or oriental, are all partly misleading. Soviet society was a new historical type, and it is right and proper that we should adjust our terminology to describe it adequately. It will be seen from this argument that the centralized planning system existed by the 1970s for political rather than 382 economic reasons. Whatever the rates of growth it had generated in the 1930s, it was now failing to do so even in its special field of heavy industry. Rates of 5 to 6% per annum in the 50s and 60s had fallen to 3.7% in 1971 to 5 and 2.7% in 1976 to 80. In view of the inbuilt interest everyone had in reporting at least a modest growth each year, one must ask whether such figures did not in reality conceal leveling off or even a slight decline in output. Certainly, by the late 70s the perceptions of the population were that economic conditions were actually deteriorating and scarcities getting worse. The shortcomings of the centrally planned economy were such that a thriving and ramified second economy grew up to meet the population's needs for consumer goods, transport, repairs, and services. In agriculture, of course, as described elsewhere, the second economy was legalized in the form of the private plot and the kolkhoz market. In other sectors, however, it remained strictly illegal. It flourished, though, for quite simple reasons. The Soviet motorist who needed a windscreen wiper or a fan belt may well have found that official suppliers were unable to help him, at least not without long delay, so, rather than stop using his car, he asked around among his friends till he located an unofficial supplier, who charged much higher prices but obliged immediately. Where did the unofficial supplier get hold of the goods he sold? Sometimes he was an employee at an automobile works or repair depot, who would quite simply have pilfered the required item, reporting it damaged or lost in transit. Or he may have acquired it from an auxiliary or even underground workshop, manufacturing deficit, scarce, commodities on the side, either unknown to the authorities, or for some reason protected by them. Factories and collective farms would sometimes provide aid for the operation of clandestine enterprises producing clothes, footwear, household gadgets, or processed food normally unobtainable on the state-controlled market. Thus, in August 1976, Pravda. Soviet Society under Developed Socialism 383 reported that in a certain village in the Caucasus most of the inhabitants were privately knitting woolen wear for the black market. The proceeds from these operations, usually considerable, went to the workers themselves, to the managers of the aid enterprise, and to any party or ministerial officials who had to be in the know. Another much coveted source for deficit goods was the West. Western goods were sold for foreign currency or certificate rubles at special shops in large cities, all in the limited access category, which is why people who received part of their pay in that form, or who were allowed occasionally to travel to the West, enjoyed an especially revered status among their colleagues and subordinates. They were the source of Japanese cameras, German tape recorders, Italian suits, or Scotch whiskey, which they offered as favors in return for services, or on which they made a huge profit. For the same purpose, there was a brisk black market in foreign currency. Services could also be obtained on the second economy. A flat dweller who wanted his plumbing repaired, which might of course be a very urgent matter, usually found it quicker and simpler, though not cheaper, to turn to the services of a shabushnik, or moonlighter, who did the job at evenings or weekends, often using tools and materials diverted from his regular place of employment. Similarly, a hard-pressed enterprise director, unable to obtain urgently needed goods or services from the official supply agency, would have had recourse to the second economy in order to meet his output target. If he was found out, he received a reprimand, but, if he did not fulfill his target, he and all his employees would suffer a drop in income, and his job itself might be at stake. The party and state did not of course simply tolerate these transactions. They were a threat to the economic monopoly which justified the offices held by many nomenklatura appointees. A whole army of supervisory organs in fact existed to curb the second economy. Apart from the militia. 384. The procuracy and the courts, there was a party-state network of committees of people's control, which worked by trying to mobilize public vigilance against economic crime, and a state-run economic police, OBKHSS, the Department for Combating the Theft of Socialist Property, which specialized in the complex investigatory methods sometimes needed to track down clandestine operators. All the same, there were good reasons why the state should not take a wholly repressive line towards the unofficial economy. Firstly, the spare capacity it generated built some flexibility into what would have otherwise been an intolerably rigid system, and enabled the economy as a whole to go on functioning. Furthermore, as the second economy was parasitic on the official one, its operators were burdened with an additional form of personal dependence on the office holders of state and party. They knew that their illegal activities might be found out at any time, or perhaps already had been, and that they were therefore dependent on the personal favor of those officials who were in the know. The shabashnik who made use of tools and timber from the building site where he worked was in a real sense a vassal of the foreman or site inspector who let him get away with it. In certain areas of the country the unofficial economy developed to such an extent as to become apparently tightly enmeshed with the power holders at the highest level. A sociologist, I. Zemtsov, who worked as a personal assistant for G. Aliyev, first secretary of the Azerbaijan Party organization in the 1970s, reported that under his predecessor, V. Akhundov, the illegal economy had spread its tentacles into every branch of public life. Anything could be had for money: cars, alcohol, drugs, foreign clothes, sex, entry into college, learned degrees, even, he asserted, public office. According to his figures, the post of rayon procurator cost 30,000 rubles, that of police chief 50,000 and that of first rayon party secretary 200,000 rubles. Akhundov veiled these irregularities and maintained himself in office by keeping up friendly ties with some of the Soviet society under developed socialism. 385 highest office holders in Moscow, including Andrei Kirilenko in the party Politburo and Nikolai Bibikov, chairman of Gosplan, by offering them expensive gifts and luxurious holidays in secluded dachas within his fief. However that may be, Akhundov was dismissed in 1969, and replaced by Aliyev, the previous KGB chief in the Republic, with a brief to clean up political life there. He immediately criticized intrigues, slander, backbiting, infighting and bribery among top Republican officials, as well as appointments made through personal attachment, friendly relations, family or neighborhood ties. A similar example was offered by the dismissal in 1972 of Vim Zavanadze, first secretary of the Georgian Communist Party. His successor, E. Shevardnadze, was the former Minister of the Interior in the Republic, and thus responsible for the Milita, or ordinary police. He celebrated his assumption of office by arresting Zavanadze's wife for accepting bribes from a certain Lazishvili, proprietor of a network of underground factories turning out deficit goods. At one time Lazishvili's influence was said to be so strong that he influenced the appointment of party secretaries in Tbilisi. Shevardnadze, however, had them arrested as part of his drive against corruption of all kinds in the Republic. It does not appear, in the long run, that he has been particularly successful in this. Presumably the second economy was too deeply rooted in Georgia. At any rate, for several years he had to travel everywhere in a bulletproof car and with an armed guard. Such were the fears of an attempt on his life. There was a wave of violence and terrorism in Georgia following his appointment, including the burning down of the Tbilisi Opera House in 1973, and an explosion outside the Council of Ministers building in 1976. With the accession of Andropov to power in Moscow in 1982, the purgers of the second economy came into the ascendant. Indeed, Aliyev was called from Baku to Moscow as a first deputy prime minister of the USSR. For the factory worker, the centralized planning system 386 meant on the whole, a poorly paid but secure and fairly undemanding life. It was very difficult for management to dismiss workers for laziness, incompetence, absenteeism, or even drunkenness, as Kosygин's reformers discovered. In this respect, at least, Soviet trade unions proved able to defend the interests of their members. After compulsory mobilization of workers was abolished in 1956, in fact, coercion of the workforce was replaced by a kind of tacit bargain with them. In return for low pay and a de facto prohibition of strikes, the workers were permitted quite low standards of work discipline. Save for glaring abuses, it was on the whole accepted that they would often arrive late, take leisurely tea breaks, go shopping during working hours, to secure scarce products in crowded shops, and sometimes even sleep off the effects of the night's moonlighting. True, towards the end of each month, and especially of each year, they were called on to undertake a Sturm, a period of very hard work, with compulsory overtime, needed to complete the plan target for the immediate stage. But as soon as that was over, a gentler work rhythm resumed. A popular joke summed up the situation. A political instructor asks a worker, "What is the basis of the Soviet economic system?" Answer: "You pretend to pay us, and we pretend to work." As a social system, this, in a sense, worked well enough. But it had its obvious frustrations, many of them rooted in the underproductivity it caused. Labor turnover was high, some 25–30% per annum, and the subject of continual worried press comment. Workers moved on in search of a variety of benefits: higher pay, better working conditions, better housing, more reliable food supplies, more favorable arrangements for moonlighting, and so on. In the absence of a collective right to strike, this individual right to move on, though restricted by the Propiska system, was probably the Soviet workers' most valuable freedom. This was especially true after the alternative method of escaping frustration, individual promotion, became much more difficult to achieve. From the end of the war till the mid-Soviet society under developed socialism 387 1960s or so, promotion was probably the best hope for the worker. There was still plenty of scope for the able, ambitious, or obsequious to become an innovator, rationalizer, suggesting improved work methods, or shock worker, to gain party membership and hope for promotion into the white-collar bracket. By the 1980s, white-collar ranks were already overfull. Indeed, there were quite a number of ordinary workers who had a full 10 or 11 years schooling behind them, plus a special skill, and perhaps a failed application for higher education. In fact, many remain overqualified for the jobs they are doing. Occasionally, in spite of everything, workers' discontents did crystallize in collective action, in the form of a strike or demonstration. What is most remarkable about Soviet industrial action is that workers' grievances appeared to range over the whole of their life. Whereas in the West, labor conflict usually focuses on pay and conditions of employment, in the Soviet Union it concerned housing conditions, food supplies, relations with the local police, and a whole variety of other issues. In other words, Soviet workers saw themselves as being in a total relationship with their employers, one covering the whole of their life. And, indeed, it is usually the case that the enterprise owns the workers' housing, and that, through the party organization, the management could influence food supplies, community relations, and so on, in a way which is not open to Western managers. It was rather like working in a company town in 19th century America. The earliest reported incident of serious labor unrest exemplifies the wide range of grievances presented. This was in September 1959, in the new industrial town of Temirtau, in Kazakhstan. Young workers and Komsomol volunteers had come from all over the country to help build a metal works. When they got to Temirtau, they found they had to live in tents, in country exposed to sandstorms, that the water supply was only intermittent, and the food very poor. To cap it all, they learnt that young communist brigades 388 from East Germany and Poland working alongside them were being much better paid. A group of workers set fire to the canteen on the building site, and then marched on the police station, where, according to some reports, they hanged the police chief. The army was called in, but apparently some of the soldiers fraternized with the protesters, so that in the end special KGB troops were used. Several dozen people may have been killed and several hundred injured before order could be restored. Those held to be the ringleaders were arrested, and several of them were reportedly executed. If these reports are only partly true, they still suggest an enormous degree of frustration on the workers' side, and very poor riot control on the part of the authorities, who were presumably totally unaccustomed to civil unrest. Food supplies and prices always figured prominently among the most deeply felt issues, and they provoked the wave of unrest which affected a number of towns in the summer of 1962, when the government raised meat and dairy prices by about a third. In one town, Novokirkisk, this unrest took a violent course. At the Budeni electric locomotive works the management, by fortuitous bad timing, one presumes, simultaneously raised the piecework norms, that is, effectively lowered wages. The workers from two shops asked to see the director to complain about the new norms, but he either refused to see them or flatly rejected their protest. Thereupon all the workers in the factory downed tools, and draped the building with posters reading "Down with Khrushchev," and cut up Khrushchev for sausages. An indication of the extent to which the price rises were identified with the first secretary. Some of the workers ripped up the track of the Moscow-Rostov main railway line, which passed right by the premises. When the police arrested about 30 workers whom they considered to the riot leaders, nearly all the factories in Novokirkisk went on strike, and huge crowds, including women, affected very directly by food prices, converged on police headquarters, and then on the Gorkom, City Party Committee. Soviet Society under Developed Socialism 389 building, showing clearly where they thought the centers of influence lay. Another maladroit piece of crowd control followed. Special KGB troops guarding the party building fired warning shots into the air, but apparently hit some small boys who had clambered up into the trees. One army officer present refused to give an order to open fire in earnest at the furious crowd, but to have torn up his party card and shot himself. Others had no such scruples. The troops continued shooting, moreover, even when the crowd had turned in order to flee. At least 70 people were killed, far more, according to some accounts, and many were wounded. A high-level delegation headed by Mikoyan and Kozlov, members of the party presidium, flew into the Don region to supervise the aftermath of the affair and to undertake an investigation. They ordered special supplies to be rushed in, so that the food shops in the Don were well stocked for a while. In the meantime numerous workers were arrested, and some soldiers and officers court-martialed. According to Solzhenitsyn, those wounded in the unrest were exiled to Siberia along with their families to keep them quiet. The incidents at Temirtau and Novokirkisk seem to have been the bloodiest, and it may be that the authorities learned something from them, both about how to avoid trouble, and how to cope with it when it arises. Since then their immediate reaction to workers' protests has usually been to satisfy any demands forthwith, then subsequently at leisure to arrest those whom they identify as ringleaders, and try them for presenting a threat to public order or have them committed to mental hospitals. Various incidents, not remotely on the same scale, took place subsequently, over poor housing, Kiev 1969, Dnepropetrovsk 1972, food shortages, Sverdlovsk 1969, Dnepropetrovsk 1972, Gorky 1980, excessive work norms, Vitebsk 1973, Kiev 1981, and low pay, Sverdlovsk 1969, Dnepropetrovsk 1972, Tolyatti 1981. Unnecessary violence used by the police against ordinary citizens provoked mass demonstrations in Alexandrov, Vladimir. 390. Oblast, 1969, Dneprodzerzhinsk 1972, and Orjonikij 1981. All these demonstrations and work stoppages were relatively spontaneous, that is to say, there was no more than the most improvised organization behind them. The trade unions were part of the nomenklatura network, at least those who ran them were, and although they were effective, as I have suggested, in defending certain workers' interests, there was no question of their ever undertaking collective action against the wishes of the authorities. To counter this situation, at least a couple of attempts were made in the late 70s to set up independent trade unions. These differed considerably from the official ones, and also from what we would recognize as trade unions in the West. They were strongly influenced by the human rights movement which had arisen in the 1960s, see next chapter. The founders of the first, the Free Trade Union Association of 1977, were minor officials as well as workers. What they had in common with each other was not so much social backgrounds as the fact that they ran across each other in the waiting rooms of the AOKSHU, the official trade union council, the Procuracy, and the Supreme Soviet, where they were endeavoring to obtain redress for various illegalities they had suffered at the workplace. Reading their case histories gives a lurid and necessarily rather one-sided picture of relations between management and employees in Soviet enterprises. As they said in the Free Trade Union Association's first official statement, issued to the Western press, the Soviet press, of course, would not publish it. Everywhere we are refused even a hearing, and our complaints are sent to the very organs against whom we are complaining. The founder of this union, Vladimir Kolbanov, is very much a case in point. A mining engineer in the Donbass, already from the late 50s he had complained about managers who stole materials for their own use, accepted bribes, diverted funds to their own purposes, and so forth. When his face was injured at work, his superiors declined to Soviet society under developed socialism 391 pay him compensation, and he had to apply to the courts for it. They duly found in his favor. Thereafter, however, Kolbanov was refused work, evicted with his family from their flat, and committed for spells in psychiatric hospitals where eventually he was diagnosed as suffering from paranoia and a pathological development of the personality. His case illustrates the weapons employers could use against workers, and yet also shows that justice could sometimes be attained through the Soviet courts against the wishes of local authorities. The required psychiatric diagnosis was also not obtained without difficulty. Not all Soviet psychiatrists were prepared under political pressure to contravene their professional judgment. However, in the end the authorities got their way, and Kolbanov found himself dismissed and unable to secure employment, which is why he, like many others, was struggling for what he felt to be his rights in 1977. In its statutes, significantly, the Free Trade Union Association talked, not of the defense of material interests, but of the protection of rights and the search for justice, while the enemy was identified as bureaucratism and mystification, bad management, extravagance, and careless attitudes to national property. Most of the members of the association were arrested soon after its foundation, and it was never able to operate in the way intended. Kolbanov himself was soon sent yet again to a mental hospital. For that reason, the second independent trade union to be set up, the Free Interprofessional Association of Laborers, SMOT-1978, soon ceased to publish its members' names. As a result, some of them at least remained at liberty, and SMOT continued to publish reports on violations of civil rights, especially but not exclusively in industrial and employment relations. This marked the first step of the civil rights movement towards the underground, in the late Brezhnev years. As we saw in the last chapter, Khrushchev, though he did not 392 fundamentally alter the structure of collective agriculture, did improve somewhat the material conditions of the village, and place agriculture for the first time high on the party's agenda. His successors criticized him for his inconsistencies, and ended his maize and livestock campaigns, but continued trying to achieve his aims in a quieter and more consistent way. 965, Brezhnev announced that collective and state farms would henceforth receive their procurement plans for several years in advance, with higher prices paid for their produce, so that they could plan production and budgeting on a more stable basis. He also promised a more generous premium for above-plan deliveries. Restrictions on private plots, reimposed by Khrushchev in his later years, were once again lifted, taxes on them were reduced, and farm chairmen were instructed to make pasture land or hay available for private cattle. Brezhnev also promised a high and growing level of state investment, for fertilizers, for land improvement, for building roads, schools, housing, and other facilities in the countryside. By and large, the government adhered to these promises. For nearly 2 decades agricultural investment ran at 20–25% of all investment, compared with about 4% in the USA, a level which demonstrated indubitable commitment, though also highly inefficient use of resources. Prices paid to farms for their products remained much higher. Moreover, they were not passed on to the, mainly urban, consumer, presumably for fear of provoking anything like the Novokarlask riots. To cover the difference, the state was by 1977 paying annual subsidies that totaled 19,000 million rubles, more than 70 rubles for every man, woman, and child in the country, and what Aleknov has called the most gigantic agricultural subsidy known in human history. And this on top of regular grain imports. All this relieved the poverty of the countryside to a considerable extent. From 1966 kolkhozniki, like the workers on the Sovkhoz, were paid a regular wage, rather. Soviet society underdeveloped socialism 393 then labor days calculated as a share of the farm's income. Consequently, by the mid-1970s, rural wages were running only about 10% or lower than average urban wages, while the villager was much more likely to have a private plot of some kind with which to supplement his pay. Nevertheless, the rural population continued to fall fast. Material incentives proved insufficient, and people were still anxious to get away from the village if they could. In a way, this might have made possible a solution to Russia's age-old problem, surplus underemployed population to feed in the countryside. but unfortunately the rural exodus did not take place in the right way for that. Because of the way the passport system worked, it was mainly the young and the trained who left while the old and the unskilled remained behind. According to Alexander Yanov, a journalist who traveled widely in the countryside in the 1960s, many parents were most anxious for their children to go into town at 15 or 16, just before they received their passport, to take a course at a technical or vocational school of some kind. If only our children can have it a bit different, was a sentiment he often heard. And of course, after their period of study, they did not return to the village. During the 60s the controversy over the link system revived, in the context of trying to provide more work satisfaction for kolkhoz workers. Under the standard brigade system of work organizations, a collectivity of anywhere between 20 and 100 people performed items of work on the collective as instructed by the chairman. Rates of pay were based on these items, not on the output eventually generated, so that, for example, it was in the interest of a kolkhoznik to weed a field carelessly and fast, because it brought in more income. Under the link system, on the other hand, described in Chapter 8, a small group of workers would be responsible for the entire work cycle, and would receive their income according to what they were able to deliver to the state and to market at the end. In one much-quoted experiment of this kind, in Krasnodar 394 Oblast, Vladimir Prvitsky and his 10-man link tripled the yield of a plot of land normally cultivated intermittently by a brigade of 80. An even more remarkable case was that of Ivan Kudenko, a veteran communist living in Kazakhstan. In 1972 he and 60 chosen colleagues were given permission to take over a tract of marginal, hitherto uncultivated land, to work it on the link principle. In the first harvest, the productivity per man achieved was reported as being up to 20 times the rate prevailing on adjacent farms. Even making allowances for the high fertility of virgin soil, this was an impressive performance. The locals were so pleased that they wrote a play about Kudenko, but the day after its preview, attended by numerous reformist journalists and economists, Kudenko was suddenly arrested and charged with obtaining state funds under false pretenses. His farm was closed down. In spite of efforts to save him, he was sentenced to 6 years imprisonment, and died in jail 2 years later. As with the abortive attempts at reform in the industrial field, there was a cogent political reason why the link idea has been crushed so many times. According to Yanov, the link aroused resentment among farmers not attached to one. They might have similar qualifications and work just as hard, yet receive only a quarter of the income of a link member. Total reorganization in links also threatened to render superfluous much of the work done by rural party organizations and chairmen of collective farms. It would revive a system of agriculture somewhat reminiscent of that which existed before the revolution, when the basic production unit was the household, dvor, working within the legal framework of the village commune, mir. In practice, it might have worked rather like the Yugoslav system, see above, page 323, with the kolkhoz functioning as a general cooperative. At any rate, the collective sector remained underproductive, though to a lesser extent than 20 years earlier, because much had been achieved through higher investment. But the Soviet society under developed socialism 395 private plot remained vital. Rural families satisfied about 70% of their own nutritional needs from it. And it played a major part in feeding the towns. As late as 1965 about 2/3 of the potatoes and eggs, and about 40% of meat, milk and vegetables came from this source, which only constituted 1–2% of cultivable land. Thereafter these levels declined somewhat, partly because collective productivity improved a little, partly because rural incomes were rising to the point where many farmers, particularly the younger ones, were no longer prepared to put in long hours of extra work on their own plot. All the same, the kolkhoz market remained important. A Soviet housewife preparing for a special occasion would for preference buy food at the kolkhoz market rather than in a state shop. The goods might be 3 or 4 times as expensive, but there would be a good choice of fresh, high-quality produce. At all social levels, the smallest unit of Soviet society, the family, has been under considerable strain, and this in spite of the efforts of the governments, both under Stalin and subsequently, to render it more stable. In part this is the long-term effect of the old anti-family policies, as well as of the cataclysmic changes promoted by the government between the 1920s and the 1950s, which all involved uprooting millions of people from their families. Most damaging of all, perhaps, was the war, which killed so many men, mostly young, leaving millions of women without husbands, and children without fathers. In a 1965 novel about young workers in Rostov-on-Don, Vitaly Semin has one character ask 6 of his colleagues how many of them have fathers, only one raises his hand. Everyone accepts that this situation is typical. Fyodor Abramov called one of his novels about the post-war village Bezotsovshchina, which means fatherless. And so millions of children grew up without a model on which to base their own understanding of the paternal role in the family, a lack which may well have laid the foundation for marital difficulties in the following generation. Meanwhile, the 396 women coped courageously with their single-parent families, usually holding down a job as well for financial reasons. The network of child care centers, though far better developed than in the West, was not usually adequate to meet demand on this scale. The only counterbalancing factor was the presence of many middle-aged and elderly women, also often widowed, the famous babushki, grandmothers, of Soviet folklore, pitched willy-nilly, whatever their age or health, into a kind of second motherhood in order to ease the burdens of their daughters and daughters-in-law. Of course, the post-war situation eventually eased considerably, especially since an enormous increase in social welfare benefits took place after Stalin's death. Between 1950 and 1980, state welfare expenditure increased fivefold, the improved provision of pensions, family allowances and housing subsidies was particularly marked, and this helped to relieve the previously terrible poverty of many rural dwellers, old people, invalids, and one-parent families. With the passing years, moreover, the problem of the missing men has gradually eased, as a post-war generation has grown up and entered married life. But this problem seems to have been replaced by others. Since divorce was simplified once again in 1965, it has become more common at an alarming rate. From just over 100 per 1,000 marriages in 1965, the rate rose to 340 per 1,000 in 1979, in other words, for every 3 marriages, there was 1 divorce. This level rivals that of the USA, traditionally a high divorce country, and runs completely counter to Russian traditions. What are the reasons for this change? Among the causes cited in court for marital breakdown, the husband's drunkenness is mentioned most often, occurring in almost half the cases. I shall return to that important theme in a moment. Among the other causes mentioned are adultery, violence, and incompatibility, whatever the last may mean. One gets a general picture of families living in conditions which put pressure on both partners, but particularly on the women. Soviet society under developed socialism 397. First of all, there is the housing situation. Although this has improved enormously since the mid-50s, it is still unusual for a couple, unless they belong to the privileged elite, to occupy a home of their own as soon as they marry. Most live with the parents of one of the partners, a notoriously tense and difficult arrangement. Some young couples still have to live in hostels, where they have no privacy. Then there is the fact that most women have a paid job. The 1970 census showed that 86% of women of working age have a full or part-time job. They constitute, in fact, 51% of the workforce. When asked why they work, 91% of women respondents in Moscow replied that they did so above all for financial reasons, though 86% also said that they wanted some kind of group activity, or valued the chance to do socially useful work. Most women seem to be motivated by both kinds of consideration. The trouble is that social customs have not adjusted to the fact that working women are now the norm. A woman's pay is on average about 65% of a man's. Sometimes this is because she tends to occupy the lower ranks of the same profession. But sometimes it is because a whole profession, in which women are strongly represented, receives lower pay. A dramatic example is the medical profession, in which about 70% of employees are women. Even quite highly qualified doctors may earn less than a skilled manual worker. Teachers and skilled office staff, overwhelmingly women, are among the lowest paid occupations in the whole employment field. So women are not commensurately paid for the work they do. Nor have husbands' work patterns adjusted to the fact of near universal female employment. Surveys indicate that the wife normally does 60–70% of the housework, some of the rest often being performed by the resident babushka. Patterns are, however, slowly changing here, with better educated husbands apparently showing greater willingness to contribute their share to the domestic chores. All the same, the double load borne by the typical wife. 398. And mother is now recognized as a serious social problem. Her daily round, rushing from kindergarten to packed trolleybus to underground station to office to food queue, and then back to underground, trolleybus, kindergarten and finally home to an evening of cooking, cleaning, mending, ironing and putting the children to bed. All this is graphically described in a novel by Natalia Baranskaya, A Week Like Any Other, which struck deep chord when it appeared in 1969. The feelings of many highly trained women are summed up in the heroine's outburst when her husband suggests she should give up work to devote herself to home and children. "Don't you think I'd love to do what's good for the children? Of course I would. But what you suggest would be the end of me. What about my 5 years studying? My degree? My work experience? My dissertation? You think it's easy to chuck it all up, just like that? And what sort of person would I be, living at home? I'd be sore as hell, nagging you the whole time. Anyway, how can we seriously discuss it? We'd never manage on your salary alone." One result of the strain under which so many families suffer is a low birth rate. At the 1970 census, no figures seem to have been made generally available for 1979, the average number of children per family was 2.4, it had been 2.9 in 1959. There were enormous and significant variations between one republic and another. Thus the rate was 1.94 in Latvia, 1.97 in the RSFSR, 2.04 in the Ukraine, but in Azerbaijan 4.63, in Uzbekistan 5.64, in Turkmenistan 5.95. This seems to be connected, perhaps partly with Islam, and partly with the fact that in the high birth areas a greater proportion of the population lives in the countryside and in extended families. Since 1970 the birth rate in Russia, the Ukraine, Byelorussia, and the Baltic republics has been too low for generations to reproduce themselves, so that demographic Soviet society under developed socialism 399 decline is now setting in there, at least among the natives. This was causing much concern to economic planners in the last years of the Soviet Union. They anticipated that in areas of developed industry insufficient young people would be coming forward to replenish the labor force, while surplus population stayed in the Central Asian villages, where the planned economy was much less strong, and refused to be lured to the towns of European Russia. As a result, some Soviet demographers began conducting a campaign to change family policy drastically. They argued that all mothers should stay at home, at least for several years, to look after their children, and, if necessary, should be financially encouraged by the state to do so. They also recommended that the state invest far more in the service and retail sectors, so that shopping, repairs, and maintenance become much simpler and less exhausting. All this, they maintained, would encourage families to have more children, which in its turn would benefit the economy, and of course, though this was not usually stated, the armed forces. Not much was done, however. The service and retail sectors remained neglected offspring of the planned economy. In spite of everything, the family as an institution actually outlasted the Soviet Union, which might not altogether have been expected, given the intentions of early Soviet legislators, and the tremendous social upheavals. Over time, moreover, it became a rather conservative force, resisting the efforts of party and state to mobilize individuals, and involve them in collective action. The great majority of marriages were contracted between two individuals of the same social class, the same nationality and similar educational background. Inherited patterns thus tended to be perpetuated, including those connected with religion or nationality. Furthermore, with the mass movement during the 60s and 70s out of communal apartments into individual family ones, the sense of belonging to a collective, albeit an infuriating one, declined sharply. Surveys showed that most people preferred to spend their leisure hours at home, doing household tasks. 400. Reading, helping the children or watching television, rather than attend public occasions and meetings. In some cases, the family was also a counterforce to the ideological pressures prevailing at school and work. Children often grew up having imbibed values which at least partly contradicted those officially propagated. The state was reluctant, except in extreme cases, usually involving sectarian religion, to interfere in this development of diversity. There could be no better indication of the state's ambivalence about social problems than its policy on alcohol. Between 1970 and 1980, alcohol sales rose by 77%, and a professor advising the Ministry of the Interior reported that 37% of working men abused alcohol to one degree or another. Although no official figures were issued, estimates suggested that the USSR headed the world in the per capita consumption of distilled spirits. Yet official policy was to support the production and sale of alcohol, because it raised so much revenue. Desperate seekers after food and consumer goods in Russian provincial towns would note, with annoyance, that, whatever else might be out of stock, there were always plenty of bottles of vodka on the shelves, waiting to be bought. This was the one sector of consumer industry that seemed to work well in the planned economy. Perhaps significantly, alcohol abuse was worst in the RFSFR, followed closely by Ukraine and Byelorussia, while it was least prevalent among Jews and, naturally perhaps, the Muslim peoples of Central Asia. Comment in the Soviet press then connected a variety of social ills with alcohol abuse. Alcoholism was itself the third commonest cause of death, and probably contributed towards the commonest, which was heart disease. It was responsible for huge losses to the economy through absenteeism and poor work. It was, as we have seen, a frequent cause of divorce. It was also closely connected with suicide, rumored to be a very serious problem, though official figures were not issued until 1988. Many crimes were, of course, committed under the influence of drink, nearly all. Soviet society underdeveloped socialism. 401 acts of hooliganism and 80% of robberies were committed by the intoxicated. The armed forces were also widely believed to have a drink problem. In the end, only the Gorbachev leadership was prepared to tackle the problem head-on by sharply reducing the production and sale of liquor. In doing so, predictably, he stimulated a lucrative branch of the second economy in illegal distilleries and caused a crisis in official revenues. Alcohol abuse was just one among a whole complex of intractable social problems, including corruption, pilfering, poor work discipline and unstable family life, which by the mid-1980s was undermining the economic and military strength of the Soviet Union, and helping to make necessary the new thinking which came with Gorbachev's accession to power. 14. Religion, nationality, and descent. In its final decades, the Soviet Union was a highly educated society. After the war there was a gradual but striking increase in the number of people with higher education, while a completed secondary education became almost universal in the younger generation. The proportions of the working population involved have changed as follows over the years. 1939, 1959, 1970, 1979. Higher 1.3%, 3.3%, 6.5%, 10%, secondary 11%, 40%, 58.8%, 70.5%. This influx of the qualified completely changed the nature of stratification in Soviet society. In the 1930s, as we saw in Chapter 7, higher education was rare and gave its holder good chances of a swift rise in society. The same was true, at least in some degree, for some 20 years after the war, because of the manpower losses and the long educational backlog. But, by the 1970s, it was becoming clear that higher education, while now indispensable to success, was no longer a golden passport, as it had once been. Graduates were beginning to find it difficult to secure jobs commensurate with their qualifications, were having to content themselves with less demanding employment, or sometimes even manual jobs. On the other hand, pretenders to influential positions in the party, who had once been able to quote their Red Army 403 service, their conscientious trade union work, their unflagging devotion to the Komsomol, now had to present a diploma of some kind as well if they wanted to be taken seriously. By 1970 such a higher diploma was a precondition of entry to one of the Central Party high schools. It was also becoming more difficult to gain access to higher education. By the late 1970s university admissions were only two-thirds of their level of the late 1960s. In practice, because of the advantages enjoyed by the children of professional families, this meant the avenues of upward social mobility were being closed off for workers and peasants. The social hierarchy was becoming more rigid. In an earlier era, one might have referred to the college graduates as an intelligentsia, and that was still the term Soviet sociologists used for them. It was misleading, all the same, because the word implies a distinctive, cultured lifestyle, and independent, even oppositional, political views. These implications were quite out of place for the majority of Soviet college graduates of the 1970s. Indeed, Solzhenitsyn proposed for them the term obrazovanchkina, implying something like educated rabble, to register the fact that they had satisfied external criteria without in any way absorbing the ethos of an educated person. Soviet students were among the most docile in the world, not least because they knew what their future careers depended on decisions taken by educational bodies under the supervision of the party. After graduation, moreover, they were far more likely than non-graduates to staff official positions. For this they were prepared by a curriculum which included instruction and examination in compulsory political subjects such as the history of the CPSU, dialectical materialism, and scientific atheism. True, Stalin's short course was no longer on the syllabus, but the textbooks which had replaced it were only slightly less crude and were much longer. The political lectures were notoriously boring, and many students professed to take their knitting to them, or even to sleep through them. But examinations had to be passed, and so the students 404 were compelled to some extent to internalize the ideology, especially as the stereotypes were daily reinforced in newspapers, on placards and at public meetings. A dissenting member of the educated strata, Alexander Zinoviev, has described the effect. It doesn't matter what attitude people take towards it all in private or in conversation with friends. What is important is that people are in constant contact with the powerful magnetic field of ideological influence. They are willy-nilly particles in that field, and absorb from it a certain electric charge, standpoint, orientation, etc. There is physically no way they can escape from it. As Vladimir Bukovsky has said, whether he wants it or not, a Soviet citizen is in a state of permanent inner dialogue with the official propaganda. The graduates formed the most ideologized stratum of Soviet society. Their education and in most cases their career imposed the ideology constantly on them, even if only as an external ritual whose inner meaning they rejected or were indifferent to. According to surveys, most Soviet workers and peasants identified intellectuals and officials with one another, and were suspicious of both. All the same, a few intellectuals, the so-called dissenters, became the most discontented and de-ideologized of all Soviet citizens. There were good reasons for this. In their outlook, expectations, and lifestyle, many of them were members of what we in the West would call the free professions, dependent on the nomenclatura for their appointment, but free of direct party interference in their daily working life. Two groups in particular tended to develop openly dissenting views: scientists and writers. What both groups had in common was that they were accorded very high status in society, and were to a considerable extent encouraged to develop independent ways of thinking, in order to exercise their calling at a high level of 405. Achievement for the good of society as a whole. At the same time, they frequently encountered restrictions, usually political or ideological in nature, which impeded them from developing their full potential. If they wanted promotion, they also had to participate in political maneuvering which some of them, at least, felt to be in contradiction with the inherent morality and probity of their calling. The career of Andrei Sakharov exemplifies these tendencies. As a young nuclear physicist in the late 1940s, he moved into one of the most sought-after specialties in Soviet society. Anxious to match the American atom bomb exploded at Hiroshima in 1945, Stalin had invited academician Igor Kurchatov to gather a team of nuclear physicists and establish a special institute just outside Moscow, with unlimited finances and the slave labor of the MVD at their disposal. Sakharov entered this institute in 1948 and, together with Igor Tam, carried out the vital research which led to the explosion of a Soviet hydrogen bomb in 1953. The same year he was elected as a full member of the Academy of Sciences, at 32 the youngest man ever to achieve this honor. Looking back later on this work and on its results, he said, "Every day I saw the huge material, intellectual and nervous resources of thousands of people being poured into the creation of a means of total destruction, something potentially capable of annihilating all human civilization. I noticed that the control levers were in the hands of people who, though talented in their own way, were cynical. Beginning in the late 50s, one got an increasingly clear picture of the collective might of the military-industrial complex and of its vigorous, unprincipled leaders, blind to everything except their job." In 1958 and 1961 he wrote personally to Khrushchev, warning of the unpredictable and probably highly malignant genetic effects of hydrogen bomb explosions, and appealed to 406 him to halt all tests of it in the atmosphere. Recalling this stage later, he said, "I had an awful sense of powerlessness. I could not stop something I knew was wrong and unnecessary. After that I felt myself another man. I broke with my surroundings." His scientific power made his political impotence especially galling. Scientists and scholars less prestigious than Sakharov also had grounds for frustration. Working in fields where rapid international exchange of ideas is vital, most of them resented the obstacles put in the way of meeting foreign colleagues, reading foreign periodicals and ordering foreign equipment. Those who became members of the party, which was almost de rigueur for a promising career, had to spend much time on their social functions. When he was a member of the party committee in the Institute of History, Alexander Nekrich reckoned he spent some 40% of his time on this kind of work, to the detriment of research and publication. Perhaps most irksome of all was the semi-feudal submission to a department or institute chief, on whom one depended for equipment, publication, or promotion. These were of course nomenclatura appointees, installed as much for political as for professional reasons. Some of them, indeed, were failed politicians who in the post-Stalin era were no longer shot, but put out to grass in a not too demanding job. The moral implications of this relationship were explored by two Moscow biologists in an unpublished paper. If a scientist has good reason to know that he occupies his post by right and deserves the recognition of his colleagues, this gives him a sense of stability, independence, inner freedom, and equilibrium, that is to say, it creates conditions in which it is easy to hear the voice of conscience. Things are quite different, however, if a man occupies a place for which he is unfit. In this case, he has no inner confidence in himself or his own judgment. He lacks independence both inwardly and outwardly, as he owes his position to someone else. He has to seem other. 407. Then he is, to play a part instead of living, obtain recognition by fair means or foul, and select staff who depend on his favor. A man in the wrong place inevitably breeds others like himself, as they are the only kind on whom he can rely. This contrast explains many of the conflicts that arose inside scientific and academic establishments. Those who asserted professional and moral concerns often did so in a vehement and uncompromising way which kindled personal friction and saddled them with the reputation of being unreliable. Some scientific fields, especially the humanities and social sciences, because of their subject matter, were particularly vulnerable to direct political interference. But, as we saw in Chapter 10, some natural sciences also suffered in this way, notably biology. Since Khrushchev had a soft spot for village scientists, the adherents of Lysenko made something of a comeback under his aegis, and old battles were fought over again. This was one of the main reasons why the geneticist Boris Medvedev became a dissenter. Those scientists capable of rising beyond the boundaries of their own discipline and looking at the relationship of science to society as a whole were very worried at the tendencies apparent by the late 1960s. Only 10 years earlier the Soviet Union had launched the first man-made satellite, or Sputnik, into space, and had seemed to head the world in technology. Now the country was not only not overtaking the United States, as Khrushchev had promised so recently, but was actually falling further behind in all fields of advanced technology, especially automation and computer science. In March 1970 Sakharov, along with the physicist Valentin Turchin and the historian Roy Medvedev, brother of Boris, addressed an open letter to Brezhnev, Kosygin, and Podgorny, explaining the underlying reasons for this backwardness. They did not criticize the socialist system as such, but the peculiarities and conditions of our life that run counter to socialism, and the anti-democratic traditions and 408. Norms of public life established in the Stalin era, which have not been decisively eliminated to this day. They had in mind particularly the denial of information and basic human rights to the scientists, intellectuals, and specialists who needed these rights to continue their work successfully. Freedom of information and creative work are necessary for the intelligentsia because of the nature of its activity and its social function. The intelligentsia's attempts to increase these freedoms are legitimate and natural. The state, however, suppresses these attempts by employing all kinds of restrictions, administrative pressures, dismissals from employment and even trials. The letter proposed a broad, though initially cautious, program of democratization, meaning exchange of information and participation in decision-making, sponsored by party and government. Among the measures suggested to achieve this were the abolition of all preliminary censorship, amnesty for political prisoners, elimination of passport restrictions, much wider publication of social data, more expert training of leadership cadres, reinforcement of the independence of the judiciary, and introduction of a choice of candidates in party and Soviet elections. The other great source of dissent was literature. Like scientists, writers had both the moral and the social standing to make their opinions felt even in a highly repressive system. The tradition of the writer as an alternative government had been established already in Tsarist Russia. The Soviet government had tried to prevent the resurgence of any such alternative by creating its own literary monopoly through the Writers' Union. But even this was, paradoxically, a tribute to the power of the word. As Osip Mandelstam once explained to his long-suffering wife, "Why do you complain? Poetry is respected only in this country, people are killed for it." Besides all this, literature was the only force capable of doing battle with the most threatening weapon of the Soviet state, its capacity to paralyze people's constructive thinking. 409. Through an induced mixture of terror, apathy, confusion, and doublethink, see Chapter 7. To overcome these inhibitions, it was necessary, first of all, to restore to words their direct relation with reality, that is, to say what one really meant, not what one felt constrained to say. But even to be sure what one really means is difficult in a society where free discussion is impossible. Ideas exist only in an embryonic state if they cannot be contested, modified, refined in the exchange of information, impressions, and further ideas with colleagues. This was the truly inhibiting effect of the party monopoly of the media, where, as Raisa Orlova put it, the only alternative to the party seemed to be isolation. As Roy Medvedev once said, explaining why he edited, and indeed mostly wrote, an underground political journal for several years, it helped me to clarify my own views on a wide variety of events, to express my thoughts and opinions without looking over my shoulder at any internal censor or other editor. During the 1950s and early 1960s some writers, in different ways, began to find a way out of the vicious circle of propaganda, confusion, and doublethink. The period after Stalin's death, and especially after the 20th Congress, was one of uncertainty, when the party's ideological and cultural authorities were less sure what line they wanted to put over, and what they wanted to suppress at all costs. In this situation, some journals were able once again, for the first time since the early 30s, to publish articles attacking the varnishing of reality, meaning, for example, the presentation of Kalka's life as harmonious and prosperous. Instead they appealed for frankness and sincerity. In 1956 the novelist Vydyudintsev published Not by Bread Alone, in many respects an orthodox socialist realist work, but with the significant difference that the hero fighting for a better future was a lone scientist, while his enemies were established scholars, factory managers, and party officials, seen, moreover, not as exceptional but as typical of their milieu. Socialist realism, it appeared, could be used against the party-state hierarchy. 410. Journals were important in another way too. Their staff and editorial offices functioned as a kind of center for people to meet and share ideas and reactions to events along with the latest literature. All the major journals published articles on politics, economics, science, philosophy etc., along with artistic literature, so that the scope for mutual self-education was considerable. Especially this was the case with Novy Mir, New World, under its editors Konstantin Simonov and, particularly, Alexander Tvardovsky. As an Israeli scholar who made a special study of this journal has said, one must imagine the Novy Mir editorial offices, at least under Tvardovsky, as not merely the offices and desks of editors and their staff, but also as the meeting place for a fringe of active, interested writers and intellectuals who would drop in to talk, to discuss matters of mutual interest, to bring manuscripts which they considered worthwhile, or just to share the camaraderie. With the curtailment of the security police, moreover, people could be slightly more confident that what they were saying, no matter how unacceptable to the authorities, was not being reported and filed for future action. People began, in fact, to trust each other more. However, while conversation might be uncensored, there was still a limit, even in periods of the greatest uncertainty, to what might appear in print. Before real intellectual freedom could be attained, writers had to overcome this limitation too. The man who first adumbrated a way of doing this was Boris Pasternak, almost the last surviving representative of the pre-revolutionary flowering of literature and philosophy. During Stalin's years he had not been arrested, though he had seen the disappearance and death of valued friends and colleagues, and had himself been compelled to practice the genre of silence, while preparing translations of foreign poets. He also, however, wrote for the desk drawer a novel in which he fundamentally reassessed the revolution from the viewpoint of a man educated in the pre-revolutionary era. This novel, Dr. Zhivago, he submitted to Novy Mir in 1956, hoping that in the aftermath of the secret speech it 411 might prove publishable. Novy Mir, however, rejected it. The editors were in favor of an improved and democratized socialism, but they were in no way prepared for Pasternak's rejection of the revolution as a renewal of pre-Christian pagan power politics which failed to answer man's spiritual needs and, as a result, enslaved him. Without really thinking very deeply about it, and no doubt annoyed by this rebuff, Pasternak offered the typescript to an Italian left-wing publisher, Fultrinelli, whose agent happened to be visiting Moscow. He subsequently tried to retract the implicit permission to publish, but Feltrinelli was determined to press ahead, and in 1957 the book appeared. A year later Pasternak was awarded the Nobel Prize, not least for Dr. Zhivago. This international recognition of a Russian literature not authorized by the Soviet state brought upon his head the wrath of the whole literary and political establishment. Literaturnia Gazeta called him a literary Judas, who betrayed his people for 30 pieces of silver, the Nobel Prize, while Semishastny, the KGB chief, referred to him in more demotic spirit, as a pig who has fouled his own sty. Under this pressure Pasternak declined the Nobel Prize. Nevertheless the attacks on him continued, and certainly played a part in undermining his health and perhaps bringing about his death in May 1960. His funeral became the first occasion when the emerging independent intelligentsia mounted an, albeit tacit, demonstration of protest against the regime's repressive policies. Ignoring official arrangements for the burial, individual pallbearers, surrounded by a crowd of supporters, carried the coffin across the fields to the cemetery half a mile away. Pasternak had used a technique which had not been applied since Zamyatin in the 20s, evading the Soviet censors by publishing abroad. Since by the late 50s a good many Soviet citizens possessed radio sets with shortwave reception, the effect was much more powerful than it had been then. Over the radio, and through copies smuggled into the country, many educated people with an interest. 412. In literature became acquainted with Dr. Zhivago. Meanwhile some young poets in Moscow were experimenting with another technique, using carbon paper to type out multiple copies of their pointed, irreverent poems, and passing them round to their friends. This was the origin of what later became known as samizdat, or self-publishing. Of course these carbon copies reached very few people, their full potential was only realized if they got outside the country and were rebroadcast. Some of the young poets gathered from time to time at the monument to Mayakovsky, the most irreverent of all Russia's 20th century poets, and read their verses aloud. These practices were not exactly forbidden, as long as the poems were not what could be called anti-Soviet, but they were not exactly permitted either. They reflected the growing readiness of the educated public to trust each other, to act as if they were free, and see what happened. After some hesitation, the authorities decided to take action. The Mayakovsky Square meetings were broken up by hooligans, participants underwent house searches. One of them, Vladimir Bukovsky, was arrested, beaten up at a police station, and warned, "Don't come up at Mayakovsky Square again." Of the young samizdat poets, Alexander Ginsberg was later arrested and given 2 years on an unrelated charge, while Valery Tarsus was committed to a psychiatric hospital. These hesitant official reactions indicated considerable embarrassment about how to proceed in the new era of socialist legality, while also providing some sinister precedents for the future. The height of official tolerance was reached in the autumn of 1962, when the unknown Ryazan schoolmaster Alexander Solzhenitsyn was able to publish with Novy Mir a day in the life of Ivan Denisovich. This was a description of an ordinary day in the life of an ordinary Zek, an inmate of a typical Stalinist concentration camp, seen through his own eyes and recounted in his own language. Its mood was resigned, stoic and without a trace of hope that the party 413 could or would uproot the evils he was enduring. A much more radical challenge to established literary canons and to political taboos than not by bread alone, it had to be submitted to Khrushchev himself before permission could be given for publication. Khrushchev authorized it because he was in the midst of his second de-Stalinization campaign, around the 22nd Congress, but even he had no idea of the response the work would evoke. It would be no exaggeration to say that overnight Solzhenitsyn became the best-known Russian writer. It was like the bursting of a dam. He received thousands of letters, a few of them hostile, "Why don't you show how the party was fighting these evils?" But the overwhelming majority relieved that at last the great dark secret was out, that what people had repressed within themselves could be made known publicly. Journals and publishing houses began to receive floods of labor camp memoirs. Solzhenitsyn himself made use of many of these in his subsequent great chronicle of the Czech nation, Gulag Archipelago. Quite taken aback, the authorities hastened to try to restore what they conceived of as order. At two meetings to which hundreds of writers were summoned, in December 1962 and March 1963, Khrushchev and Ilyachev, chairman of the Central Committee's newly formed Ideological Commission, warned that the party had itself exposed and dealt with the abuses of the past, and that further efforts in this direction were superfluous. They warned of the dangers of bourgeois influences and reaffirmed the central pillars of socialist realism, party-mindedness, ideological maturity, and a popular outlook, Partynost, Ideanost, Narodnost. The cultural relaxation, and especially the Solzhenitsyn affair, were certainly among the motives that induced Khrushchev's colleagues to depose him. In February 1966 his successors tried to re-establish the borders of the permissible by means of a show trial. The victims were Andrei Sinyavsky and Yuli Daniel, two writers who under pseudonyms had published satirical short stories in the West. Sinyavsky was 414. Already widely known as the author of an excellent critical article which prefaced the official edition of Pasternak's poems, and both men had been pallbearers at Pasternak's funeral. The problem for the authorities was how, without Stalin's secret courts and vaguely worded criminal laws, to make sure that an accusation would stick. It was decided to prosecute the two writers under Article 70 of the Criminal Code for spreading anti-Soviet propaganda. This was juridically a very risky step. Even Stalin, though he had killed writers, had never openly encroached on their professional autonomy so far as to make a literary text itself the basis for a criminal prosecution. His charges had always been much vaguer, and had not needed to withstand even formal scrutiny in open court. In this case the authorities were only able to gain the conviction they needed by dissuading qualified defense counsel from acting for the accused, by refusing to admit most of the defense witnesses, and by having the prosecutor interpret the texts with flat-footed literalness, quoting opinions voiced by the characters in the stories as if they were the author's own. As a result, Sinyavsky was sentenced to 7 years in a labor camp, Daniel to 5. This blatant infringement of the professional autonomy which writers thought they had just regained for themselves hit public opinion in a very sensitive spot. I say public opinion because there had by now clearly emerged a very definite trend of opinion among professional people, and especially writers and scientists, who were determined, according to their professional judgment and conscience, to resist official attempts to confine their freedom of action. That this had happened became very clear in the response to the Sinyavsky-Daniel trial. 63 members of the Moscow branch of the Writers' Union wrote to the forthcoming Party Congress and to the Supreme Soviet. While accepting that the two writers had shown lack of political prudence and tact, they warned, the condemnation of religion, nationality, and descent 415 writers for the writing of satirical works creates an extremely dangerous precedent and could impede the progress of Soviet culture. When Mikhail Sholokhov, the famous Cossack writer, applauded the verdict and even hinted it was too mild, Lydia Tchaikovskaya, daughter of the country's best-known children's writer, wrote an open letter to him saying, "Literature does not come under the jurisdiction of the criminal court. Ideas should be fought with ideas, not with camps and prisons." Protests at the procedural irregularities of the trial came in from a variety of individuals and groups, writers and scholars. Comment in the foreign press, even in Western communist papers, was uniformly hostile. Soviet justice was made to seem a travesty, which indeed it had been in this case. Not the least significant development following the trial was the compilation of a record of the court proceedings together with the letters and press comments surrounding it. The compiler was Alexander Ginsburg, earlier imprisoned for his samizdat activities. Significantly, the evidence brought against him then had not been the texts of his poems. This assembling of bald documentary evidence was an important step forward. The Soviet press had never published a transcript of the trial, perhaps because it was ashamed to expose the travesty. This non-publication of important historical evidence, in effect the creation of memory holes, had for decades been one of the ways in which the regime annexed and monopolized the country's history. By putting together his White Book of Documents, Ginsburg combated this monopoly. Furthermore, he acted openly, sending copies of it to the authorities and then making sure that some reached the West. In the end, he was arrested in January 1967, along with Yuri Galanskov, editor of the Samizdat journal Phoenix. These arrests led to further protests. By now something of a chain reaction had come into effect, a movement of public opinion based on the principles that, I, facts must be recognized and make public, 2, the authorities should. 416. Observe their own laws. The adherence to these two principles grew out of long experience of the Stalinist regime, which had, I, suppressed facts and, 2, persistently acted with gross lawlessness. This time round, people could see what was happening, and they had sufficient mutual trust and confidence to fight against it. The technique of calling on the authorities to observe their own laws had been conceived first of all by Alexander Yesenin Volpin, a mathematician and son of the famous poet Sergei Yesenin, at the time of the Mayakovsky Square trial, in 1962. Volpin's friends treated his obsession with the laws with good-humored tolerance, as a personal foible, but he insisted, "It's our own fault if we don't demand that the laws be observed." He appeared at the courtroom with an open copy of the criminal code in his hands, and demanded admittance, on the grounds that the sentence must be pronounced publicly. The sentries, taken aback, let him in, turning what was supposed to be a closed hearing into an open one. This technique exploited perfectly the regime's post-Stalin embarrassment over socialist legality. It also made it possible for the individual to see his relationship with the state in a completely different light, and that also meant that he gained a different sense of his own identity. As Bukovsky comments, from the standpoint of one who was gradually converted to Volpin's technique. The inspiration in this idea consisted in eliminating the split in our personalities by shattering the internal excuses with which we justified our complicity in all the crimes. It presupposed a small core of freedom in each individual, his subjective sense of right, as Volpin put it. Of course, against a completely terrorist state, such a strategy would merely have been suicidal, but since the post-Stalin, and post-Khrushchev, leadership was not prepared, for its 417 own reasons, to let terror get out of hand once more, the strategy now made a good deal of sense. The first public demonstration to adopt it took place on December 5, 1965, appropriately on Soviet Constitution Day, when about 200 people gathered on Pushkin Square in Moscow, and Volpin held up a sign reading "Respect the Constitution." He and several other participants were detained and questioned for a few hours, and then released. Their treatment was thus relatively lenient, but this did not detract from the incongruity of the spectacle of the Soviet police arresting citizens demonstrating peacefully in favor of the Soviet Constitution. While he was at the police station, Volpin was asked if his message was addressed to government leaders. He replied, "If you feel they need the advice, let them have it." A similar demonstration on January 22, 1968 against the arrest of Ginsburg and Galanskov was more harshly treated. This time some of the participants, including Bukovsky, were arrested and brought to trial. Meanwhile, the Ginsburg-Galanskov trial itself generated a crop of documents and protests, sent to the authorities. In this case, Larissa Bogoraz and Pavel Litvinov, grandson of Stalin's foreign minister, added the final item to the dissenters' repertoire of techniques by drawing up a protest addressed to world public opinion, and sending it to Western correspondents stationed in Moscow. This was an expression of the futility of sending protests to the Soviet authorities. They were never answered, nor was any action taken on them. But far more than that, it was a way of ensuring that the protests were known to a far wider circle of people than the protesters themselves. Many of them were now published in Western newspapers, and from there rebroadcast to the Soviet Union over the Voice of America, the BBC, Radio Liberty, and other Western Russian language services. This was to become the most effective way of breaching the official monopoly of the public media and disseminating facts the Soviet authorities were not willing to recognize. It put the Soviet leaders on trial before Western public opinion and Western governments, with whom they 418 were currently trying to conclude commercial and technological agreements, to which they assigned great importance in overcoming the persistent backwardness of the planned economy. On the other hand, the technique was a double-edged one, in that it laid dissenters open to the charge of deliberately allowing their activities to be exploited by bourgeois propaganda services, in other words of committing subversion. At any rate, by the spring of 1968 all the elements were in place for the protest movement to receive a new focus. This was the issue of the first number of Assamese Journal, named, with the neutral baldness characteristic of the movement, the Chronicle of Current Events. Its front cover blazoned its concern with legality and information by quoting Article 19 of the Union Declaration on Human Rights, ratified by the Soviet government. Each man has the right to free expression of his opinions. This right includes the freedom to adhere to these opinions unmolested and to seek, receive, and circulate information and ideas by all means of communication regardless of frontiers. The journal set out to collate and present, without comment, instances of the Soviet authorities violating their own laws in dealing with the citizens of the country. Its editors remained anonymous, for, as the fifth number said, although the Chronicle is not an illegal publication, working conditions are hampered by a peculiar conception of legality and of freedom of information held by certain Soviet organs. Its channels of information collection were also its channels of distribution. It advised its readers, let the person from whom you received this paper know of information available to you, he will pass it on to the person from whom he received his copy, and the process will be repeated. It would be unwise, however, to pursue the chain yourself, for in that way you might be taken for an informer. The organization, in fact, was remarkably similar to that which Lenin had recommended for an underground social democratic newspaper back in 1902, only now it was no longer a matter of preparing a revolution for an unknown 419 future, but of ensuring immediate publicity for hidden illegalities. It proved highly effective. Apart from an 18-month gap in 1972-4, the Chronicle survived till 1984, presenting, every couple of months or so, a compilation of cases of human rights violations, drawn from the most diverse geographical regions of the Soviet Union. Having a central organ of this kind enabled the dissenting or human rights movement, as it became widely, and correctly, known, to take up and publicize citizens' grievances from many parts of the Soviet Union and over a wide range of issues. National and religious groups began to make known the acts of discrimination applied against them, some of them even began to issue journals on the model of the Chronicle, typed on carbon paper and smuggled out to the West. Later on, other specialized groups arose, concerned with women's rights, invalids' rights, the rights of religious believers and of those compulsorily detained in mental hospitals. Workers' and employees' rights were taken up by free trade unions, as we saw in the last chapter. Furthermore, when the Brezhnev regime reached in 1975 its long-cherished goal of a European security agreement with the United States and the West European powers, the human rights movement set up special monitoring groups inside the Soviet Union to report on violations of the agreement's provisions relating to human contacts across frontiers, and to respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms, including the freedom of thought, conscience, religion, or belief. The first of these Helsinki Watch groups, as they were known from the location of the European Security Conference, was founded by Yuri Orlov, a physicist who had first signaled his dissent back in 1956, when, at a meeting called to discuss Khrushchev's secret speech, he had spoken of the general loss of honesty and morality and of the need for democratic changes. In its early days, the human rights movement had no particular political ideology beyond that of urging the Soviet government to observe its own constitution. However, naturally enough, in the course of time distinctions in outlook 420 did make themselves felt, and a few dissenters circulated actual political programs. Broadly speaking, three trends emerged. The first might be styled pure Leninism, in that its proponents claimed to be returning to the original democratic practices of Lenin, later perverted by Stalin and never properly restored. The leading theorist of this trend, Roy Medvedev, proposed in his book on socialist democracy that elements of genuine competition should be permitted in political life, such as allowing factions to operate within the party and to put up candidates for election to party and Soviet posts. Even an opposition party, Medvedev felt, was not contrary to communist principles. As a condition of this political competition, of course, genuine freedom of speech and association would have to be guaranteed. Medvedev envisaged a mixed economy, with state, cooperative and private sectors. He advocated a return to the Leninist nationalities policy, with much greater autonomy for individual Soviet nations, and the right in practice as well as in theory to secede from the Union. Actually, the view of most of these policies as Leninist was an illusion. They tended towards social democracy, as that is understood in Western Europe, or even radical liberalism. All the same, Medvedev, although warned several times by the procuracy about his publications, was never arrested. There were still sufficiently powerful elements in the party leadership who favored policies of that kind, or at least thought they might one day be necessary. It was from these circles that Gorbachev was later to draw his support. The second broad trend, in which most human rights activists might be included, was liberalism. Paradoxically, it drew some of its texts from the Soviet Constitution of 1936, which, as we have seen, possessed an elaborate liberal façade. The principal figure among the liberals was Andrei Sakharov. Like Medvedev, he evolved from a kind of pure Leninism, but went further, and was more conscious of the direction in which his thought was moving. The liberals were on the whole very unideological, and not given to programmatic. 421. Statements. They did however proceed from the assumption that political forms guaranteeing civil liberties were as appropriate for Russia as for any other nation. The third dissenting current was that of the Russian nationalists or neo-Slavophiles, referred to by John Dunlop, the leading American student of the subject, as Vozrozhenцы, or revivalists. They wished to see a revival of Russian national identity based on a return to the Russian Orthodox Church, and to the old Russian culture destroyed or distorted by the, originally, internationalist Bolsheviks. Their principal spokesman was Alexander Solzhenitsyn, whose letter to the Soviet leaders, published in the West in 1974, summed up their main concerns. He believed that the Russians had suffered demographically, culturally, and spiritually from superindustrialization, agricultural collectivization, official atheism and over-involvement in international affairs. He recommended that the Russians withdraw from such involvement, which if necessary would mean letting the other nations of the Soviet Union go their own way, and devote their own energies to national revival. This revival would use the undeveloped resources available in Siberia, and would derive its greatest strength from private and cooperative agriculture, and from small-scale manufacture of the kind which the high technology of the 70s was making possible. Solzhenitsyn was skeptical whether liberal or parliamentary forms were appropriate for Russia, and envisaged, at least initially, an authoritarian state, with a major role for the Russian Orthodox Church as guarantor of the nation's spiritual health. The great weakness of his program was that he did not explain how authoritarianism was to be made compatible with the civil liberties, especially freedom of speech and conscience, in which he also believed passionately. In the West, this dissenting Russian nationalism was often confused with another kind, much more acceptable in official Soviet circles, which may be termed national Bolshevism. This was non-religious in spirit, though not necessarily. 422. Deeply hostile to the churches, and regarded the Russians as a great nation in the political and military sense, with a natural right to dominate smaller and weaker nations. Its adherents naturally therefore wished to sustain Russia's heavy industry, and to continue the traditional priority for military affairs. They regarded Marxism-Leninism as an acceptable ideology, because it had helped Russia to great power status, but they played down its internationalist features, and proved ready to jettison it altogether once it became incompatible with Russia's standing. This outlook was sometimes tinged to a greater or lesser extent with anti-Semitism, and was perhaps most frequently found in the armed forces and among Russian Oblast Party secretaries. It also at times gained a strong foothold in certain officially published journals. The Russian national tendency was, however, always counterbalanced within the party leadership and the KGB by those, among whom the leaders in the non-Russian republics were prominent, who were committed to a multinational imperial outlook, and to the international interests of the Soviet Union as a great power resting on an ethnically, economically, and culturally very diverse population. Of course, the authorities were not content simply to let dissent, in all its various forms, be expressed. But the Sinyovsky-Daniel case showed clearly the difficulties of repression under the new legal system. In 1967 Semy Shastny, who had been ultimately responsible for the prosecution of that case, was replaced as head of the KGB by U.V. Andropov, former head of the Central Committee International Affairs Department, responsible for relations with other socialist countries. This was the first time a senior party official had been brought in to run the security police, and it marked the completion of an evolution which had been going on since Stalin's death, the rapprochement of party and KGB to the point where they functioned almost as two branches of the same organization. Already in 1966 new articles had been introduced in the 423 Criminal Code, intended to make it easier to deal with dissenters. One mentioned violations of public order, which could be stretched to include any public demonstration, while the other specified the dissemination of falsehoods derogatory to the Soviet political and social system. This made it unnecessary to prove anti-Soviet intent, as the prosecution had to try to do in the Sinyovsky-Daniel trial, but the new article still presented difficulties where the defense was able to show that the falsehoods were in fact true. This was certainly one of the factors determining the bald factual tone of many dissenting statements in the coming years. In general, however, it was easier for the authorities to avoid trials wherever possible, and use a simpler and wider repertoire of sanctions, or even just threats, against protesters. Since many of the latter were writers, scholars, or students, it was easy enough to withhold promotion or an academic degree from them, to deny permission to defend a dissertation, or to publish a book. Those who were party members or belonged to professional associations or creative unions could be reprimanded with varying degrees of severity, or even expelled. Job dismissal might follow. Thus, following the protests over the Ginsburg-Galenskov trial, we find the Secretariat of the Moscow branch of the Writers' Union announcing that in view of the political irresponsibility manifested in the signing of declarations and letters, which, by their form and content, discredited Soviet laws and the authority of Soviet judicial organs, and for ignoring the fact that these documents might be exploited by bourgeois propaganda for purposes damaging to the Soviet Union and Soviet literature, the following measures have been taken, and there followed a minutely graded list of warnings and reprimands. If this kind of sanction proved insufficient to deter a would-be dissenter from further activity, he might be summoned to the prosecutor's office for a prophylactic chat, in the course of which he would be warned to desist. If this 424 failed, he might be arrested and charged, on planted evidence, with hooliganism, possession of drugs, speculating in foreign currency, or some such offense. Some especially well-known dissenters were encouraged to emigrate, whether or not they were Jews, following the change in policy over this in 1971, see below. This had the effect of disrupting the communications network and the tightly knit friendships of the dissenters. No doubt, too, the KGB hoped that the Western media would lose interest in dissenters once they had been outside the Soviet Union for some time. This hope was only partly justified in reality. Exiled dissenters gave the West a much fuller picture than had previously been available of life inside the Soviet Union. The first edition of this book drew a good deal on their testimony, and much of what they said was rebroadcast to their homeland. A bizarre variant of this tactic was the exile of Sakharov to the town of Gorky in January 1980. This showed up very clearly the hierarchy of places of residence mentioned in the last chapter. Imagine, by contrast, exiling someone to Liverpool or Leeds. Gorky is a city closed to foreigners. Cut off there from all Western visitors, Sakharov could much more easily be blockaded by the local police and KGB, and thus isolated from his Soviet friends as well. In this way it became immeasurably more difficult for him to function as a center of communications for dissenters. The grimmest of all forms of sanction against dissenters was compulsory confinement in mental hospitals. Occasionally used by Stalin, this tactic came into its own once the criminal code became more difficult to apply to dissenters. It had many attractive features for the authorities. Once the necessary diagnosis had been obtained, no further evidence was needed, such as might be contested in court, the sentence was indefinite, and the certified insane did not enjoy even the meager civil rights, correspondence, visits, that remained to prisoners. If it seemed desirable, furthermore, the patient could be treated with drugs that made him ill or depressed, or 425. Caused great pain. The only difficulty, therefore, was the diagnosis. In practice, it turned out that a good many Soviet psychiatrists were not prepared to further their careers by distorting their professional judgment for political reasons. Indeed, under this pressure one or two actually became dissenters themselves. Increasingly, therefore, the KGB had to resort to psychiatrists known to be pliable, such as Dr. Dr. Luntz of the Serbsky Institute for Forensic Psychiatry in Moscow. Such men were willing to return diagnoses of creeping schizophrenia, characterized by such features as poor adaptation to the social environment, moralizing, and paranoid reformist delusions. This practice eventually became known in the West, though it took a long time to persuade psychiatrists here of what some of their Soviet colleagues were doing. The resultant indignation was such that in 1983, Soviet psychiatrists withdrew from the World Psychiatric Association rather than face almost certain expulsion for systematic professional abuse. As a result of this growing international pressure, the Soviet authorities became more circumspect about subjecting well-known dissenters to psychiatric confinement, and thereafter restricted the technique to obscure figures. A combination of all these techniques, applied with a special ruthlessness and consistency in the late 70s and early 80s, during a period when Andropov seemed to be securing himself a power base in the upper echelons of the party, gradually eroded the dissenters' capacity to appeal, through samizdat and Western broadcasts, now often jammed, to public opinion inside their own country. Open dissent became virtually impossible. Its symbolic end was reached in September 1982, when Elena Bonner, wife of Sakharov, declared the last of the Helsinki watch groups disbanded, since nearly all its members had been arrested or exiled. The dissenters who survived were those who, like the editors of the Chronicle of Current Events, chose to remain. 426. Anonymous. For this reason in 1981 the surviving Free Trade Union, SMOT, see previous chapter, created a parallel underground network of cells, to continue the work of issuing its information bulletin even if all its known members were arrested. Stalin's successors did not differ from Stalin himself on the ultimate aim of their nationalities policy, to create a supranational socialist community, in which Russian would be used as the main language, and in which national consciousness, Russian or any other, would be a thing of the past. At the 22nd Congress Khrushchev suggested that the nations of the USSR had already drawn closer to one another, a process which he called zbližení or rapprochement, and would eventually merge with one another, sliení, or fusion. However, the post-Stalin leaders were much more sensitive than Stalin had been to the susceptibilities of the individual nationalities. They were prepared to make concessions to them on the basis that national consciousness must be allowed to develop at its own pace. For this reason they dropped all mention of Russia as the elder brother, de-emphasized Russian language teaching in primary schools, and tolerated more publication in local languages, as well as more research into the history, culture, and past traditions of the various nations. For a time, under the Sovnarkhoz principle, some nations actually became an economic entity once more, under much looser control from the center. All this meant that the National Communist Party leaders changed the emphasis of their policies too. Brokers as ever between Moscow and the pressure of their national elites at home, they now felt able to be much more tolerant of the latter. With the influx of former villagers into the cities, a formidable reserve of national consciousness was building up during the late 50s and 60s, workers, employees, students, exposed to their own national culture in the intense form in which it is mediated by an urban environment. 2a. 427. Greater or lesser extent this was happening in the Baltic republics, Byelorussia, the Ukraine, Moldavia, Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. In the Muslim and Asian areas it was less clear, as the migration into the towns was much less marked, the patriarchal extended family, rural industry, and village culture remained much stronger. It should be noted too that in some cities, especially those in Estonia, Latvia, Kazakhstan, and the eastern Ukraine, the influx of Russians was greater than that of locals. This aroused resentment, rumors of Russians getting priority for scarce housing, as well as fears of creeping Russification. There were also complaints that Russians were not being required to learn the languages of their adopted homelands, while natives had increasingly to use Russian for their everyday business. The outstanding example of a national first secretary using his position to attempt to strengthen the culture, economy, and general political standing of his republic was Petr Shelist, first secretary of the Ukrainian Communist Party from 1963 to 1972. The centerpiece of his policy was increasing the size of the Ukrainian Communist Party. Between 1961 and 1971 it grew from 1.6 million to 2.5 million, a much larger growth proportionately than for the CPSU as a whole over the same period. This meant that more Ukrainians were available for promotion, in any walk of life, both within the Ukrainian Republic, and indeed beyond its borders. Shelist persistently argued for more economic investment in the Ukraine, where, he maintained, it would earn a better return than elsewhere. At the 24th Party Congress in 1971, for example, he told delegates bluntly that it was incorrect to divert funds from the coal mines of the Donbass to the production of oil and natural gas in Siberia. He is said to have insisted privately that the Ukraine was in effect being exploited economically by the rest of the Soviet Union. He tried, but failed, to introduce tuition in Ukrainian in the higher education establishments that came under the jurisdiction of the Ukrainian Ministry of Higher Education. He did, however, succeed in fostering much more publication. 428. In Ukrainian, including a remarkable multi-volume history of the towns and villages of the Ukrainian SSR, no equivalent of which exists for any other republic. In a sense, Shelist continued the policies of Skripnik, see above, page 249, whom, indeed, he attempted to rehabilitate. In May 1972 Shelist was dismissed, and replaced by V.V. Sherbitsky, an associate of Brezhnev's, and a man content to follow a more Muscovite policy. In some other republics, similar semi-autonomous policies have been pursued, with a greater or lesser degree of success, according to circumstance. Akhundov and Mzavanads, in Azerbaijan and Georgia, see previous chapter, clearly promoted the distinctive economic life of their own republics. Mzavanads also did much to project the Georgian language and culture. In the Baltic, Johannes Kabin, first secretary in Estonia, and Anton Sniekis, in Lithuania, seem to have consolidated their power base partly by cultivating support among local national elites, rather than simply relying on the security police. Under their leadership the proportion of natives within the local communist parties has risen quite sharply, perhaps in part because many of the Russians who came more or less as occupiers in the late 1940s have been eased out again. Cultural life became more varied, writers, painters, and musicians felt freer to emphasize national themes in their work. Many of them ignored socialist realism, and got away with it. While Khrushchev in Moscow was denouncing abstract art as daubing with a donkey's tail, Kaban in Tallinn quietly commented, "I am not an art specialist." For a time Estonia became a kind of haven for abstract art and serial music, which may indeed have been more genuinely popular there than anywhere else in Europe, as a symbol of defiance to Muscovite rule. In Lithuania, the Roman Catholic Church became a focus of national self-assertion, see below. The results of the 1970 census were reportedly rather a shock to the leaders in Moscow, for they showed that, on most indices, the hoped for Zbigniew was advancing very 429 slowly, or indeed not happening at all. Figures on national intermarriage, on migration from one republic to another, on the use of Russian by non-Russians were all disappointing, while the demographic stagnation of the Russians, contrasted with the rapid population growth among especially the Asiatic Muslim peoples, suggested that the Russians were losing their grip as the leading nation. The Brezhnev regime ceased to use the term Slieni to describe its aim in nationalities policy, but continued to insist on Zbigniew, in a way which suggests they no longer expected nationalities eventually to lose their separate identity, but simply to work more closely together and to be more aware of, and sympathetic towards, each other's culture. The 1979 census suggested that some advance had been made in this direction. The Russian language had gained steadily in its role as a second language for all Soviet citizens, of whatever nationality. The 1958 Education Act guaranteed all parents the right to choose which language their children should be educated in. In non-Russian republics, since Stalin's time, Russian language schools had been provided in increasing numbers, and many parents sent their children there, intending them to become fluent in the imperial language, and thus available for employment and promotion anywhere in the Soviet Union. This had, however, taken place to a different extent in the different republics. In the Asian republics, use of Russian as a second language had been low, but rose quite fast during the 1970s. Steady progress was made in the Ukraine, 36.3 to 49.8%, and in Byelorussia, 49.0 to 57.0%, in the Caucasus and, on the whole, in the Baltic, where, however, Estonia constituted a remarkable exception. There the use of Russian declined from 29 to 24.2%. Popular rumor persistently identified Estonia as the republic in which the Russians were most hated. The census figures confirmed that impression. In Georgia, however, there was also conspicuous opposition to the growing use of Russian. At the Georgian Writers' Congress in 1976, the writer Geoffrey protested against 430. The increasing use of Russian language textbooks both in schools and universities. And in April 1978 several thousand people took to the streets of Tbilisi to protest against the proposal to introduce a new clause in the Georgian constitution, giving Russian equal rights with Georgian as the official language of the republic. The authorities stepped down, and left Georgian in its undisputed supremacy. Of course, use of Russian as a second language did not necessarily imply any greater identification with Russian culture. It merely indicated a greater readiness to see one's life in an all-Soviet context. In one sphere Zbigniew had definitely not taken place, that was in power relationships. Communist Party membership gives a certain indication of this. Great Russians and Georgians were somewhat overrepresented in it compared to their proportion in the population, at the expense of every other national group, but especially of the Baltic peoples, the Moldavians, the Azerbaijanis and, most of all, the Central Asian peoples. The disproportion was much more marked, however, in the party's central organs. The 1976 Central Committee was 82% Slav, Russian, Ukrainian, or Byelorussian, compared with a 73% Slav share in the population. As for the Politburo, it consisted almost entirely of Russians and Ukrainians, with token representation for a few other republics, Byelorussia, Latvia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan. Even more important than the Politburo, the Secretariat consisted entirely of Russians and Ukrainians. It was the Secretariat which made the leading personnel appointments, and in fact oversaw the whole nomenklatura network. Its appointments in the national republics at this time seemed designed to ensure a high degree of Russian political dominance. The pattern which had stabilized by the 1970s was for the first secretary in each Union Republic to be a member of the local nationality, while the second secretary and the head of the KGB were outsiders, almost invariably a Russian or Ukrainian. The second secretary was in charge of 431 cadres, exercising locally the nomenklatura patronage delegated from the Secretariat in Moscow. The officer corps' representation in the top political bodies was likewise heavily skewed towards the Slavs. Of 101 officers elected to the Central Committee from 1952 to 1976, no less than 97 were Slavs, 78 of them Russian, 1 was Armenian, and 3 probably Jewish. The Georgians, the Baltic nations and the Muslims were unrepresented in the upper echelons of the armed forces. The Slav-dominated political system naturally gave many non-Russians a sense of having their destinies controlled from outside, by foreigners. In some cases, this feeling could not be accommodated within the system and, especially from the late 60s, occasionally burst out into open dissent. This dissent was stronger among some nations than others. The Ukraine, freed from the constraints of Stalinism but benefiting from the advances in popular education achieved during Stalin's rule, saw a remarkable cultural flowering during the late 50s and 60s, especially in poetry, much of which had to circulate in samizdat, or be read in private gatherings. This caused some alarm to the authorities, who tried to prevent mass celebrations of the 150th anniversary of the national poet Taras Shevchenko in 1964. About the same time a mysterious fire at the Ukrainian Academy of Sciences in Kiev destroyed the records of the independent Ukrainian governments of 1917 to 20. In 1965 and 1972 there were waves of arrests of Ukrainian cultural figures, historians, journalists, and those who had tried to protest against what they saw as repression of their nation. A television reporter, Vyacheslav Chernovyl, who, like Ginsburg in Moscow, assembled the materials bearing on their arrest and trial, and sent them to the Ukrainian chief procurator, was himself arrested and sent to a labor camp. The indictment against Moscow was drawn up on Leninist lines by a literary critic, Ivan Gyuba, in a samizdat text entitled Internationalism or Russification. Starting from a 432 restatement of Lenin's national policy, in which he emphasized self-determination, Gyuba chronicled the violations of it practiced by Stalin and continued in many respects by his successors. The Ukraine was economically exploited, its industrial and agricultural wealth expropriated for the use of other Soviet regions. Its literature, history, and culture had difficulty in finding publishing outlets, while Russian books flooded into the Republic. Ukrainian was forced into a position of being de facto a subsidiary language, while in law courts, government offices, colleges and factories anyone who demanded that the collective use Russian usually got his way, on the grounds that not everyone understood Ukrainian. In this way, often without deliberate acts of policy, creeping Russification was taking place, so Gyuba argued. He issued an appeal to return to Lenin and to overcome the psychological inertia deriving from chauvinism, great power ideology, national liquidationism, national boorishness, and bureaucratic standardization. Of course Gyuba's interpretation of Lenin was one-sided. At certain periods Lenin himself might have been accused of national liquidationism. But he was pointing to an important truth, that the national policy Lenin had adopted in 1921-2, see above, page 116, had provided the base on which the first great flowering of Ukrainian culture had taken place. Perhaps the use of Lenin's name provided protection for Gyuba, or possibly his benefactor was Shellist. At any rate, shortly before the latter's fall in 1972, Gyuba was arrested. In 1970 an underground journal, Ukrainsky Vestnik, Ukrainian Herald, started to appear, on the model of the Chronicle of Current Events, recording violations of human rights in the Ukraine, as well as the pressures on the Ukraine's national identity. Copies were smuggled out to the West and published by Ukrainian émigrés. In November 1976, the poet M. Rudenko established a Ukrainian Helsinki watch group. One of its members, General P. Grigorenko, provided a link with Moscow dissenters until his emigration. By 1981, 433 of its 36 members had been arrested, and the other 6 had been allowed to emigrate. The Ukrainian KGB under Fedorchuk, subsequently Andropov's successor in charge of the all-Union KGB, was particularly determined in its efforts to eliminate dissent. In the Baltic, too, the 1960s and 1970s saw a flowering of national culture, and for rather similar reasons. What till the late 19th century had been largely peasant languages, with a tiny intelligentsia, had by now, through a period of political independence, longer than the Ukraine's, and then violent confrontation with both Russia and Germany, forged its own strong national consciousness. In part this was protected by the local first secretaries, as we have seen. Nevertheless, underground organizations were formed to protest against Russification and against the generally undemocratic style of political life. Indeed, there seem to have been quite a number of them, some of only fleeting duration. In 1974 several Lithuanian groups came together in Vilnius, the capital of their republic, to form a national popular front. Among their minimum demands were the use of Lithuanian as the republic's primary language, respect for human rights, an amnesty for political prisoners, and the abolition of colonialism, including that practiced by the USSR. The Maximum program envisaged a plebiscite on the question of national independence, the abolition of NATO and the Warsaw Pact, and the establishment of a free family of the United States of Europe. There seemed to be popular support for such a program. In 1972 a student named Roman Kalanta, following the example of Jan Palich in Prague in 1969, set fire to himself in a public square in Kaunas, under a poster calling for freedom for Lithuania. His funeral sparked off riots in the city, people swarmed through the streets chanting freedom, defacing Russian street names, and setting fire to party and police buildings. The Roman Catholic Church was at the center of Lithuanian national feeling, even though its hierarchy did not. 434. Commit itself to a nationalist program, which indeed would have been contrary to their own beliefs. Nevertheless, the underground chronicle of the Lithuanian Catholic Church, smuggled out and published in the West, was the most constant source of information about violations of human rights and of national feeling in the Republic. There were also numerous other Samis. Cultural and political journals in Lithuania, and one petition in 1979 on behalf of the Church carried 150,000 signatures, 4% of the Republic's population. An Estonian National Front, set up in 1971, issued a program rather similar to the later Lithuanian one, and an underground journal, the Estonian Democrat, circulated for a time. In general, however, the Estonians seemed to feel less need for underground publishing, perhaps because they still enjoyed some measure of freedom in their official Estonian language organs, which could be understood by virtually nobody outside their republic. In 1980, however, students and school children conducted mass demonstrations against Russification of their republic. There was also some working-class unrest at this time in Tallinn and Tartu, which may have owed something to contemporary events in Poland, with whom the Baltic nations naturally feel an affinity. In Georgia, an initiative group for the defense of human rights chronicled from 1974 the illegalities of the Shevardnadze regime, including the use of torture in Georgian prisons, and what was seen as accompanying Russification. The writer Zviad Gamsakurdia founded a journal called The Golden Fleece, to publish Georgian language works refused by the censorship, and also a Georgian Messenger, to record human rights violations and the efforts of Georgian intellectuals in defense of their culture. That these had popular support was seen in the riots of April 1978, see above, page 430. Gamsakhurdia was sentenced in May 1978 to 3 years imprisonment for anti-Soviet agitation and propaganda. Less is known about Armenian nationalism, though it was 435. Brought rudely to the world's attention in January 1979 when 3 Armenian nationalists were executed, allegedly for organizing an explosion in the Moscow Underground Railway 2 years earlier. Among the Muslims, discontent tended to take different forms, as we shall see below. One national movement, however, has taken its place in the general movement for human rights, that is the campaign of the Crimean Tatars to be allowed to return to their homeland. Whereas most of the other nationalities deported by Stalin were not only rehabilitated after 1956, but also readmitted to their former national territories, the Tatars were never allowed to return to the Crimea. This may have something to do with the strategic importance of the Crimea as headquarters of the Black Sea Fleet, or it may be due to the fact that many members of the elite, from all over the Soviet Union, had their sanatoria and holiday homes there. At any rate, the Tatars, mostly still in exile in Uzbekistan, had been appealing peacefully but in vain for some time when, in 1968, General Grigorenko took up their cause, and made it part of the human rights campaign regularly recorded in the pages of the Chronicle of Current Events. He advised them not merely to petition peacefully, their accumulated petitions to the authorities by that time carried a total of 3 million signatures, or 10 signatures for every member of the nation, but to make full use of their rights under the Soviet constitution. This they did, at a mass demonstration in April 1968 at Churchik, in Uzbekistan, which was followed by some 300 arrests. In an open letter, addressed to world public opinion, they accused the Soviet government of genocide, and appealed for help to return to the land of our fathers. These appeals were repeated in subsequent years, but the Soviet government remained deaf to them right up to 1988, evicting those few families who resettled without permission in the Crimea. The Jewish national movement took on very distinctive forms. After Stalin's death and the halting of the doctors' plot investigations, official encouragement for anti-Semitism. 436. Diminished considerably, and the assimilation of Jews, at least many of those in the cities, resumed. It was cut short by the Arab-Israeli War in 1967, when the Soviet government took a strongly pro-Arab line, which reminded many Jews of the entry number 5 on their passports. Jews once more found themselves being actively discriminated against. Many of them decided that, in view of their peculiar national situation, the best way to campaign for their rights was to demand the right to emigrate and go to live in the national homeland, Israel. In a sense this happened because the third possible alternative, the maintenance of a distinctive Jewish way of life inside the Soviet Union, did not seem to be viable. The Jews were, in effect, being given the choice of slieni as Stalin had understood it, or emigration. Hebrew was a forbidden language, while Yiddish had only one journal and one newspaper in the whole country, and was not taught at all in schools. Religious practice centered on the synagogue became more and more difficult. There was no central Jewish religious organization, so that each synagogue had to fend for itself. Of these there were only 62 in the early 1970s, and only some 30 of these were in European Russia, where 90% of Jews live. Matzo baking and kosher slaughtering of cattle were subject to widespread and unpredictable bans. Most serious of all, the existing rabbis were aging, and the Soviet authorities would not permit the opening of any higher institute of Jewish religious or legal learning to train successors. More than any other faith, in fact, the Jewish religion was being slowly stifled by administrative action. But even emigration was a strictly rationed option. The authorities were not disposed to allow it to happen freely. They were afraid that to do so might provoke a flood of applications from people of all nationalities. Besides, as Sakharov pointed out, the freedom to emigrate is an essential condition of spiritual freedom for all. In 1968-9, encouraged by the growing human rights 437 movement, Jews themselves began to protest against this situation, sending their letters to foreign journalists and to the Chronicle of Current Events. In 1970 a Jewish Samizdat journal began to appear, significantly called Exodus. The whole problem became an international one in December 1970, when 2 Leningrad Jews were sentenced to death for attempting to emigrate by hijacking a plane. In view of the universal indignation in the West, the sentences were later commuted. Perhaps encouraged by this, discontented Jews organized a mass sit-in at the Supreme Soviet building in Moscow in February 1971, as a result of which, unexpectedly, many of the participants were granted exit visas to Israel. This concession evidently resulted from a policy decision reached at the highest level. One presumes that it represented a calculated concession to Western public opinion at a time when the Soviet leadership was seeking détente and increased international trade. The U.S. Congress was known to be especially concerned about Jewish rights. Furthermore, by granting permission to emigrate ad hoc and unpredictably, the authorities gained an extra power over Jews. They must have reckoned, not always correctly, that those who wished to emigrate would remain docile pending the outcome of their application. At any rate, the number of authorized emigrants increased dramatically in 1971 to 2. It later reached 2 peaks, 33,500 in 1973, and some 50,000 in 1979, but declined thereafter as relations with the USA deteriorated. Even at its height the grant of a visa was by no means automatic. Official identification of emigration with disloyalty and even treason persisted. Applicants could easily receive no answer to their applications, but be dismissed from their jobs, be subjected to searches and interrogations, and arrested for parasitism or worse. A new word entered the vocabulary of the international mass media to describe them: refuseniks. Most serious of all was the case of Anatoly Sharansky, a member of the Moscow-Helsinki Watch Group, and an energetic 438 organizer who helped to keep refuseniks in touch with one another and with Western correspondents. He was tried in July 1978 for treason, links with U.S. intelligence services, and sentenced to 10 years in a labor camp plus 3 years imprisonment. The accompanying expulsion of an American correspondent, Robert Toth of the Los Angeles Times, raised fears that links between dissenters and Western journalists were to be considered as treason. One of the paradoxical aspects of de-Stalinization was Khrushchev's rejection of the quiescent policy towards the churches and his return to active persecution. In this, as in other spheres, Khrushchev sought to revive Lenin's spirit of party activism and militant atheism. By doing this, he could appeal to some anti-clerical feeling, while also appeasing the ideological purists whom in other respects he infuriated. The change in policy came around 1960. One of its chosen weapons was a change in the position of the parish priest. Under the arrangements worked out in 1943-5, the priest had been recognized once again as the legal administrator of the parish, responsible not only for the spiritual welfare of the congregation, but also for the preservation of the buildings and properties of the church. In 1961, however, a hastily convened synod of bishops issued new regulations revoking this function. It explicitly confined the priest to his spiritual vocation and transferred exclusive administrative authority to the parish council, of which the priest could not now be a member. Even the 1929 regulations had not gone so far. During the next 3 or 4 years, over half of the existing parishes of the Orthodox Church were disbanded and some 10,000 churches closed. Since these closures were usually decided by the parish councils themselves, suspicion naturally arises that, in the absence of the priest, the councils had been infiltrated by local party activists. This was the charge made by 2 Orthodox priests, Fathers Ni Shleiman and G.P. Yakunin, in a letter of December 1965 to the 439 Presidium of the Supreme Soviet. They accused the Council for Affairs of the Russian Orthodox Church of illegally transferring or dismissing clergymen, often making derogatory reports about their behavior, manipulating the membership of parish councils, and allowing local Soviets to take over the financial affairs of congregations. Patriarch Alexei suspended both priests from the ministry, and no action was taken over their complaint. A report from a church dissenter in Kirov Oblast, in the northeast of European Russia, gives a detailed example of how closure was achieved in the village of Roi. In September 1960 the village priest was summoned to the village Soviet building, where the party secretary, the chairman of the village Soviet, and the chairman of the local kolkhoz warned him to leave the village, and threatened violence if he did not. This warning was later reinforced by anonymous letters, and the priest did leave. Thereupon the kolkhoz chairman is said to have sent agitators to the parish council meetings, as a result of which the council minutes showed a unanimous decision to close the church, and offer the building to the kolkhoz as a club. In December the secretary of the Rayon Soviet Executive Committee arrived with some workers and demanded the keys of the church from the warden, an 80-year-old woman, threatening to confiscate her house if she refused to hand them over. Having seized them, they entered the church, locked themselves in and began by drinking 10 bottles of sacramental wine and eating the offering brought there for a rikmem. The church was destroyed by drunken machine operators from the kolkhoz. Sislov kolkhoz chairman ordered dumplings and alcohol and paid them 5 rubles an hour from kolkhoz funds. When the crosses were removed from the church, Sislov did all he could to insult the believers who were standing at a distance and weeping. All the icons, holy vessels, bells and 440 other valuables were removed without a record being made and subsequently disappeared without trace. Admittedly this is a partisan account, but it seems from a number of sources that anti-clerical prejudice was being mobilized all over the country. Most surviving monasteries were dosed, including the famous monastery of the Caves, in Kiev, the Russian Orthodox Church's oldest place of worship. A document from the Pochiv Monastery, in the western Ukraine, indicates that pressure was applied for many years to bring about its closure as well. Ancillary buildings were gradually requisitioned by the local Soviet, the police, and the KGB began to harass visiting pilgrims, and to detain the monks for questioning, accusing them of violating the passport regulations and warning them that the monastery was to be dosed. Some of them were beaten up, others sent to psychiatric hospitals. Perhaps because this pressure was documented in good time and information reached the West, the Pochiv monastery was in the end kept open. After Khrushchev's fall, active persecution of the Orthodox Church eased somewhat, though it never ceased altogether, and the rigid mechanism of control has been maintained to the present. The methods used by the Council for Religious Affairs were shown up in one of its reports smuggled out to the West in 1979. As it made clear, no ordination or transfer takes place without careful monitoring by senior council officials. Clergy were classified according to the degree to which they were loyal to socialist society or, on the contrary, tried to activate the religious life and strengthen the influence of the church among the population. What the council valued in priests and bishops was inactivity, a purely formal attitude to divine services, readiness to preach Soviet patriotism, the party's social policy and participation in the international peace movement. The Soviet state, in other words, was no longer trying to destroy the church, but to use it as a pliant instrument. 441. Influenced by the methods of the civil rights movement, some dissenting Orthodox priests and laymen set up in 1976 a Christian Committee for the Defense of Believers' Rights, which documented and publicized, in Samizdat and by Western publication, violations of believers' rights as well as trying to advise and help the victims of such violations. In November 1979, Father Yakunin, one of its members, was arrested, and subsequently sentenced to 5 years in a labor camp and 5 years exile for anti-Soviet agitation and propaganda. Other members of the committee were also charged with criminal offenses. In its relations with the evangelical Christians and Baptists, the state also changed its policy around 1960. New rules governing their activities were apparently issued, though never published. These had the effect, as in the Orthodox Church, of strengthening state control over the registration of believers and the conduct of their religious life. Reaction among Baptists was much sharper than in the Orthodox Church. An action group was set up to protest to the official Baptist leadership about the way in which evangelism, which Baptists consider a sacred duty, was being explicitly discouraged, and children were not being brought up in the faith. The action group, who became generally known as Initiative Niki, accused the official leadership of servility towards an atheist state and of conniving at state persecution of believers who had done no more than their religious duty. They reported instances of prayer meetings being forcibly broken up, believers being dismissed from their jobs or expelled from college, their homes being searched and children being separated from their parents. Dissatisfied with their leader's response, the Initiative Niki broke away, under the guidance of one Georgie Yins, a Baptist minister, and established a number of unregistered congregations all over the country. These even managed to run a series of underground printing presses producing prayer books and Bibles, to provide for the severe shortage of religious literature. When Initiative Niki members were 442 arrested for infringement of the separation of church and state, their colleagues set up a council of relatives to collect money and help both the imprisoned and their families. This was a new form of solidarity for Soviet conditions, soon to be imitated by the human rights movement in the form of the Solzhenitsyn Fund for political prisoners. Another was tried out in 1966, when the Initiative Niki held a public demonstration in the courtyard of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet, demanding the restoration of their constitutional right to freedom of war's HEPO. When policemen approached, they refused to budge, and had to be carried, singing hymns, into coaches brought up to remove them. If one looks at the geographical areas where the Baptists, both official and unofficial, were most successful, it seems likely that they provided a sense of community for otherwise uprooted and displaced workers and employees, especially in the new industrial cities and in the raw suburbs of old ones. They appear to have offered comfort, doctrinal certainty, and the support of colleagues in a milieu where the Communist Party made promises but did not fulfill them. Many of those who joined the Baptists say that they did so out of disillusionment with the behavior of their colleagues and superiors at work, bribery, pilfering, speculation, sycophancy and drunkenness. Wives of alcoholics were especially prone to become Baptists. A Baptist doctor once, in fact, suggested to a Soviet interviewer that the only effective way to combat drunkenness would be to spread the Baptist faith. The evidence of Soviet surveys would suggest that Baptists demanded very high moral standards from their adherents and particularly from their pastors and elders. A handbook for elders instructs them, know all your flock. Know each one individually. Know their spiritual condition, their gifts, their joys and trials, and their family life. Visit church members in their homes. Render personal love to the weak, the needy, the mournful, and the afflicted. Since most elders were in full-time employment, it can be imagined how much. 443. Zeal and devotion was demanded from those who took on the vocation, especially since they received little remuneration and no social standing for their work. The result, however, seems to have been strongly knit communities, especially among the Initiative Niki, resistant to the pressures of the world around them. In general, perhaps it may be said that the religious policies of the Soviet state had had different effects on different types of believer. On the one hand, the persecution and closure of churches certainly drove many away from any kind of faith. From a figure of about 80% of adults in the 1920s, the proportion of self-confessed believers was reported by the mid-1980s to be between a quarter and a third. On the other hand, the state's pressures seem to have strengthened and intensified the faith of that minority of believers who retained it. This in its turn tended to strengthen the influence of the more conservative adherents within any denomination. Reform and modernization tended to become identified with support of the atheist regime, as we saw in the case of the Living Church, page 234. In return, the state had selected certain churches for official recognition and a limited measure of support. These tended to be the older established, large, and more conservative ones. But there also existed numerous relatively small dissenting sects, fervent in their faith, strong in their mutual support for their own members, and intensely suspicious of everyone else. They resemble the heretical movements of late medieval Europe more than they do churches in the West today. Where a church is strongly identified with a nation, as in Georgia, Armenia, Lithuania, and the Western Ukraine, Uniat Church, then even official churches take on certain sectarian characteristics. In the 1980s, the Muslim peoples of the USSR numbered some 50 million people, more than a sixth of the population, compared with an eighth some 20 years earlier. Large families were the norm, encouraged both by religion and custom. They were much the fastest growing sector of 444. The population, and their presence was being felt more and more in the educational system and the armed forces. Not that the Islam current over most of the Soviet Union resembled the fundamentalism being preached across the border in Iran and parts of Afghanistan. In Central Asia, Sunni Islam unostentatiously adapted itself to the Soviet system. Muslims would discreetly distance themselves from the Soviet mainstream, maintaining their traditional way of life in its essentials, while conceding inessentials to secular society. They would stay, if they could, in their villages and small towns, with their social rounds centered on the tea house, their religious life on the official mosque, if there was one, or the Sufi Brotherhood. They would accept what socialist society had to offer them, broader education and relative freedom for women, while at the same time they adjusted their religious practices to the work patterns imposed by the planned economy. If a month's fasting at Ramadan was too demanding for a production worker who had to keep up his strength, then it could be curtailed to as little as 3 days. Similarly, the requirement to pray 5 times a day prostrate in the direction of Mecca could be modified to once or twice in a posture more suited to the layout of office or factory floor. Until the 1950s, Slavic immigration into Muslim regions was proceeding apace, and appeared to hold out the prospect of ever-tightening central control. From the late 50s, however, there was a net emigration of Slavs from Azerbaijan and Central Asia, and even from Kazakhstan, the most Russified republic. Furthermore, though knowledge of Russian as a second language was increasing, Muslims remained overwhelmingly loyal to their native languages in their homelands, and they were reluctant to migrate or to marry anyone from outside. Even before the upheavals of the late 80s, the process of rapprochement with other Soviet peoples had stopped and even been reversed. Overall, religion had long ceased to die out in the Soviet Union. Well before Gorbachev came to power, there was a 445 revival underway, even though camouflaged, especially among the intelligentsia. This resulted partly from the vacuum opened up by the degeneration of the Communist Party's secular faith. Attempts from Khrushchev onwards to implant secular rituals to mark public holidays and the major rites of passage in an individual's life met with varying degrees of success, but in any case never entirely supplanted the old observances. In some cases religious revival was connected with the reassertion of national identity in a system which offered few other national symbols. In the 70s and early 80s there were, moreover, indications that some official ideologists were aware of the value of religion in strengthening the moral and social life of a nation. At any rate, in some literary journals writers were being permitted to manifest a vague but unmistakable approval for the social outlook of Christianity, probably in the hope of increasing social solidarity and loyalty to the Soviet state. While this dilution of Marxism clearly aroused alarm in other official quarters, it pointed the direction in which the rulers were looking to combat the demoralization undermining the society over which they presided. 15. The decline and fall of the Soviet Union. In the early 1980s an elderly generation of leaders, born before the First World War and first promoted under Stalin, was not quite leaving the stage. Since there was no agreed provision for succession of power, no general secretary had yet proved willing to resign his post voluntarily, suspecting perhaps that what awaited him, even after Khrushchev's humanization of the system, was not honorable retirement, but disgrace, or at best oblivion, and a demoralized, if materially cushioned, old age. Hence, at least until 1985, the old men tended to hang on till an ever more advanced age, while the speculation of the world's press focused on their health rather than on their policies. Furthermore, when a succession choice did force itself on the leaders, as when Brezhnev died in November 1982, or Andropov in February 1984, there was a tendency to play safe, by selecting an elderly man, who, if he proved intractable, was at least not likely to outlast most of his colleagues. That certainly seemed to be the main motive for choosing the rather faceless Chernenko in February 1984. Even Andropov, though by no means faceless, was already 69 and in poor health when elected as General Secretary in November 1982, in preference to younger rivals. A key role in both appointments was probably played by Andrei Gromyko, the world's longest-serving foreign minister, and Marshal Dmitry Ustinov, Stalin's armaments commissar back in 1941 and perhaps the most remarkable survivor of all. He finally died in office in December 1984. 44-7. Only in March 1985 was the grip of the old men finally broken, when the 54-year-old Mikhail Gorbachev was appointed General Secretary. Admittedly, Andropov might, for all anyone knew, not have turned out to be a mere interim choice. Since he had so recently been the longest-serving head of the KGB, it was in some ways a surprise that his colleagues chose him. That they did so is a measure of the extent to which the relationship between party and KGB had changed since 1953. The party had achieved secure dominance over the security police, but at the cost of absorbing much of its outlook on the world and giving top priority to the protection of the status quo, rather than to economic growth or the building of socialism. In the light of that change, Andropov's appointment was a natural one, and indeed during his brief term he performed rather as one would expect a security policeman to do. He talked a certain amount about economic reform, but the measures he actually proposed were half-hearted, even compared with Kosygins of nearly 20 years earlier. The Novosibirsk Institute of Economics marked the occasion by issuing a confidential report on the economy remarkably similar to Aganbajian's of 1965, see above, page 363. Andropov's solution for the nation's ills was discipline and the elimination of corruption. As he said to Moscow machine tool workers in January 1983, introducing good order doesn't require any capital investment whatever, but it can produce great results. He demanded discipline not only of workers, but of administrators and indeed of the party state apparatus. In short, he wanted to see the Soviet system working properly according to its own laws. While still head of the KGB, he had sponsored an anti-corruption drive which reached as far as the Brezhnev family itself. In fact, it was probably partly launched as a weapon against the aging general secretary who refused to leave office. And once Andropov himself was in Brezhnev's post, he carried through the exemplary dismissal of a number of ministers charged with protecting or even actually running. 448. Hugely profitable underground manufactures and chimerical concerns. For ordinary workers and employees, Andropov instituted a regime of stricter work discipline, with exemplary punishment of offenders. At one time the militia was even combing through queues in shops and outside cinemas to find people who should have been at work. Slightly better output figures were achieved in 1983, perhaps as a result of this campaign. But after a few months it slackened. After all, the reason many people were taking time off work was that otherwise they stood no chance of obtaining deficit goods in the shops. Most Soviets assumed that the right to do this was a kind of informal social contract: you pretend to pay us, and we pretend to work. Certainly to withdraw the right without radically improving the supply of goods and services was to risk considerable popular discontent, and this no leader had been prepared to do since Novokirkisk. In his Katar's policy, Andropov caused a minor earthquake after the Brezhnev calm. In just over a year he replaced about 20% of ministers and of oblast party secretaries. Some of the dismissals were part of the anti-corruption campaign. As for the rest, there is no clear evidence that they were intended to bring in new blood to replace the Brezhnev generation. On the contrary, the average age of the oblast secretaries actually went up slightly as a result of the changes. In any case, personnel changes were not enough. The pressure for serious change was mounting, not only inside the USSR itself, but also in its dependencies. Two crises in particular, in Poland and in Afghanistan, seemed insoluble without far-reaching change inside the heartland of Soviet power. If the example of Czechoslovakia 1968 indicated the dangers of reform, then the Polish crisis of 1981 warned of the dangers of not reforming. During the 1970s Gierek had pursued, in exaggerated form, the same kind of economic policy as the Soviet Union itself, heavy industrial growth, fueled by imports of high technology from the West. These 449 had to be paid for by borrowing, and the country descended deeper into debt, especially since the oil price rises of 1973 hit the program in midstream. At the same time, the industrial growth rested on an underproductive agriculture, underproductive not because it was collective, in fact most of it remained private after the 1956 reforms, but because the whole rural sector, as in the Soviet Union, suffered from low status and underinvestment. To ensure that the defects of agriculture did not mean high food prices in the towns, the government, again as in the Soviet Union, shelled out enormous subsidies, which periodically threatened to become altogether intolerable to the exchequer. The workers in Poland, and this is quite unlike the Soviet Union, had retained and even developed their traditions of 1956. They had not been allowed to retain their factory committees, which meant they had to press their interests in other, more direct ways, at moments of crisis. Such moments occurred whenever the government decided that the food subsidy was out of control and would have to be reduced by raising food prices. In 1970, when it did this, workers' protests and demonstrations brought to an end the reign of Gomulka. In 1976, once again, workers posed a formidable challenge. In Radom, for example, they marched from the engineering works to party headquarters and set fire to them. A section broke into the privileged nomenclatura canteen, and threw out cheap, high-quality meat to the crowd outside, yelling, "Red bourgeoisie." In accordance with the by now customary strategy for dealing with workers' disorders, the authorities first gave way to their demands, and revoked the price rises. They then arrested numerous workers, some of whom were beaten up in detention. These arrests gave rise to a phenomenon hitherto unprecedented in socialist societies. A small group of intellectuals, among whom the leading figure was Jacek Kur-6n, set up a Workers' Defense Committee, KOR, to provide legal and financial aid for the workers arrested and mistreated, to campaign for their release, and to demand an investigation of 450. The injustices they had suffered. This was the first time in a socialist society that intellectuals and workers had actually got together in a joint political campaign. KOR in one sense followed the example of the Soviet dissenters of the late 60s, they acted as if Poland were a Rechtsstaat of the kind claimed in its constitution. On this basis they issued appeals which could be subscribed to by socialists and liberals, Catholics and atheists, nationalists and internationalists. They dropped ideology as something which divides rather than unites. Where they went much further than the Soviet dissenters was in forging an effective alliance with the workers. That they were able to do so probably owed much to their common sense of Polish national identity and Roman Catholic religious background. At any rate, this cooperation proved crucial at the next political crisis, when the government once more raised food prices in the summer of 1980. When the workers of the Lenin shipyard at Gdansk went on strike against the new prices and against the dismissal of a popular workers' leader, they soon found themselves at the center of a network of national protest, all of whose participants were informed through underground newspapers of what was going on elsewhere, and were advised by members of KOR on political aims and tactics. As a result, the aims of the strike soon broadened, and, by the time government representatives agreed to negotiate, fundamental political changes were being demanded: the right to set up trade unions free of party domination and to go on strike, abolition of press censorship and guaranteed access of all social groups and religious associations to the mass media. The agreement signed at Gdansk between the government and the workers, led by the electrician Lech Walesa, acknowledged the leading role of the party, but all the same it effected a profound change in the Polish political system, for it conceded not only to workers, but to other social groups, the right to create their own organizations and to express their views publicly. The new free trade union, Solidarity, authorized by the Agree 451 meant, had 3 million members within a fortnight, and rose to a peak of 9 million, while people left the Communist Party in droves. The peasants, too, revealed an unexpected capacity for organization, and demanded their own solidarity, which the courts eventually conceded to them. Such large and spirited organizations could not help playing a major role in politics. Yet they were constrained by the leading role of the party, and by the implied threat of Soviet occupation which bolstered it. This paradox put the leaders of Solidarity in a very tricky situation. They possessed enormous negative power, but not the positive power which would have been needed to bring about effective change. They faced, furthermore, a communist party and a security police still largely unreformed, uneasy with the new political atmosphere, and anxious to restore normality as soon as possible. The economy, already in serious crisis before the summer, was now declining further as a result of the upheavals. To reverse the decline, the party and Solidarity needed to work closely together, but this was just what they were incapable of doing. The party would not even publish full and frank information about the economic situation, while Solidarity declined to ask sacrifices of the workers as long as they were not being drawn into a full partnership with the party, based on mutual trust. Instead, the history of the Solidarity era was one of crises, often provoked by resentful local party or police officials, and causing strikes or demonstrations which the loose-limbed Solidarity organization could not prevent, even when it wished to. In the circumstances, Solidarity soon became much more than a trade union. It was a kind of repository of people's hopes, what one Western journalist called a civil crusade for national revival. Its economic role soon involved it inevitably in much more than economics. As the Solidarity Program, passed at its National Congress in September 1981, declared, "What we had in mind was not only bread, butter, and sausage, but also justice, democracy, truth, legality, human 452. Dignity, freedom of conviction and the repair of the Republic." All elementary values had been too mistreated to believe that anything could improve without their rebirth. Thus the economic protest had to be simultaneously a social protest, and the social protest had to be simultaneously a moral protest. The result was stalemate, frustration and continued economic decline. The Catholic Church, which considered that it above all was responsible for the nation's moral state, tried to bring the potential partners together in a committee of national salvation, but nothing came of it. As for the party, decades of exercising power without being answerable to anyone had rendered it incapable of dealing with real social forces uttering uncomfortable truths and in a position to make demands. In effect, the party too abdicated. It claimed a leading role, but proved incapable of exercising it. Into this vacuum General Jaruzelski stepped, by declaring martial law on December 13, 1981, arresting the leading members of CORE and isolating Lech Walesa. He claimed that the country was on the edge of civil war. For this there was no evidence whatsoever. All Solidarity's strikes and demonstrations had passed off virtually without violence, save what was applied by the regime. If Solidarity had a fault, it was excessive caution rather than reckless activity. Probably the immediate precipitant of the military coup was the call by some outspoken Solidarity members for national elections in which the people could choose between Solidarity and the party. This could indeed be interpreted as a challenge to the party's leading role, and General Jaruzelski, having proved ineffective as the party's first secretary, tried to reimpose his authority through his other arm, the military. Poland was returned to a condition reminiscent of the immediate post-war years, with politics largely suspended, and soldiers and police running the country. Only this time the occupying army was a Polish one. As a military operation, Jaruzelski's coup was unexpectedly successful. Solidarity proved too disorganized, and perhaps also 453. Demoralized, by the months of uncertain waiting and by the shortages of winter, to mount any really effective resistance. But the martial law regime was quite unable to restore the economy or public morale. The nation lapsed into a condition of sullen stalemate. In December 1979 the Soviet army invaded Afghanistan, renewing, after a break of almost exactly a century, the advance into Central Asia which the Tsars had pursued. It was the first time the Soviet Union had intervened in a country not assigned to their sphere of influence by the Yalta and Potsdam agreements at the end of Second World War. For that reason, it provoked a wave of indignation and hostility both among the Western powers and from the Islamic world, with both of which the Soviets had previously seemed anxious to cultivate good relations. What induced the Soviets to do it? Basically, the invasion of Afghanistan was another invocation of the Brezhnev doctrine, that a state which has once become socialist shall not be permitted, especially if it lies adjacent to the Soviet Union, to relapse into non-socialist political forms. In April 1978 a military coup brought to power in Kabul a pro-Soviet Marxist party bitterly divided internally by factions. The Khalq, or People, faction, which came out on top, tried to carry out major social transformations very rapidly, regardless of opposition. By implementing land reform without proper preparation they unleashed bitter village disputes and undermined traditional elites in the countryside. Their attempt to reform the marriage laws by abolishing the kalim upset the generally accepted basis of family contracts and hence the relationships between families. Campaigns for primary education and universal literacy on Soviet Marxist lines affronted Islamic believers. Symbolically most objectionable of all, the new rulers replaced the Islamic green flag with the red one. All these brusquely executed reforms encountered tremen. 454. Dose popular hostility. The situation was similar to that in the Islamic areas of Soviet Russia in the early 20s, with headstrong reformers cramming ill-prepared changes down the throats of a population mostly determined to stick to its old way of life. And the response was the same. To avoid having to pay heavy taxes, forfeit family plots of land, or put their children in godless schools, villagers took to the hills with their horses and with weapons acquired on the black market. Regular bands of guerrilla fighters formed, the Mujahideen, like the Basmachi of the 20s, devoted to Islam and to national independence. And if the latter had received many of their supplies and weapons from over the border in Afghanistan, the whole conflict now moved one stage further south, with Pakistan acting as the source. By this time the Soviet Union had numerous military and civilian advisors in Afghanistan, and was linked to it by a friendship treaty, signed in December 1978. Eventually, the Soviets decided that the socialist regime in Kabul was in danger from the vehement popular resistance. In December 1979, some 100,000 troops invaded, bringing with them Babrak Karmal, leader of the alternative Parcham, or Flag, faction, to form a new government. His policies were more moderate than those of the Khalq regime, whose political prisoners he at first released. He promised to respect the sacred principles of Islam, including family unity and lawful private ownership, and even restored the green flag. But the Soviet troops behind him belied his words, and he was soon imprisoning political opponents no less indiscriminately than his predecessors, and moreover introducing a harsh conscription law to raise enough troops for an Afghan army to fight alongside the Soviets. Thus by the 1980s the Soviets found themselves fighting a long anti-guerrilla campaign in Central Asia, as they did in the 1920s, only now under even less favorable circumstances, in a country not accustomed to Russian rule and with a formidable record of resistance to imperialist invaders, hitherto mostly British. In their initial optimism, the Soviet 455 authorities sent in troops from their own Central Asian republics, many of them Uzbek, Tajik, or Turkmen, and thus able to speak some of the languages of the Afghan population. The expectation evidently was that they would be able to rally the natives to the Soviet side. In the event, these Central Asian troops proved unreliable, and had to be withdrawn. Reportedly, all the personnel of at least one Soviet unit were executed for refusing to fight against fellow Muslims. Furthermore, the Afghan army itself turned out to be often unreliable, so that the Red Army found itself taking over the rural pacification campaigns which the Afghans themselves were supposed to perform. The result, once again, was a grim stalemate. Limiting themselves to about 100,000 men, perhaps to sustain the pretense that they faced only a limited number of politically motivated rebels, the occupants never extended their control much beyond the cities and main roads, and sometimes it was shaky even there. In the attempt to do more, they sometimes drove the population out of their villages and made them uninhabitable. However, the Soviet army had not enough personnel to secure the areas thus cleared. Sometimes the peasants were able to return and rebuild their homes, sometimes they went to swell the numbers of the Mujahideen. But very many, at least a fifth of the population, became refugees, mostly in Pakistan. Whatever their original aims, the Soviets were prepared to risk genocide in order to achieve them. As for the Mujahideen, they had neither the numbers, the weapons, nor the organization necessary to defeat the Soviet occupants. The result, then, was a grim and brutal stalemate, which devastated Afghanistan. Faced with stagnation at home and stalemate abroad, in March 1985 the Politburo took its courage in its hands, and for the first time elected a member of the younger generation as General Secretary. Mikhail Gorbachev, 54 at the time of his election, came from the fertile southern region of Stavropol, an area of Cossack traditions and rich peasant. 456. Farming. During his spell there as party secretary in the 70s, he sponsored experiments with the link system in agriculture, see page 394, even as it was being abandoned elsewhere because the apparatus feared it would lead to the breakup of the collective farms. Even more important as a preparation for his future role, Gorbachev studied at Moscow University in the 50s, which for a Soviet politician was decidedly unusual. The jurisprudence of the late Stalin years was far from liberal in spirit, but even so he had to imbibe, among other things, the principles of Roman and Western constitutional law, and with them the makings of an outlook on society potentially very different from that of his colleagues. The election of Gorbachev testified to the Politburo's recognition that the country was in a very serious long-term crisis which would eventually jeopardize its standing as a great power alongside the United States. He was the candidate of those who wanted change, or who realized at any rate that it could no longer be postponed. Prominent among them was the KGB, perhaps the least corrupt of the major political institutions under Brezhnev, and the one in the best position to appreciate the depth of the crisis. Gorbachev's patron and mentor in the party hierarchy had been Andropov, and during his first year or so in office he continued his policies. He launched the slogan of acceleration and tightened labor discipline, invoking the legendary feats of Alexei Stakhanov, and establishing an official quality control inspectorate, Госприемка, which had power to reject badly made goods and cut the pay of those deemed responsible. He intensified the drive to investigate, dismiss, and prosecute corrupt officials. He initiated a campaign against non-labor income, that is, against any earnings not acquired in officially recognized employment. He sharply restricted the sale of alcoholic drinks and banned their consumption on official occasions, even at celebrations. Mineral water was substituted, an affront to Russian traditions of hospitality and conviviality which earned 457. Gorbachev the prim and disapproving nickname of Mineral Secretary. This was, if you like, Perestroika Mark I, the fruit of Gorbachev's long years in the party apparatus and of his association with the KGB. It was launched to the catchy accompaniment of glasnost, or publicity, which at this stage meant little more than a new and livelier style of presentation, encouraging the media to probe the deficiencies of corrupt officials in what was becoming known as the period of stagnation under Brezhnev. Then, during the summer and autumn of 1986, a real change took place, gradually but unmistakably, not just in the style but in the substance of Gorbachev's policies. It is difficult to know whether this was a transition to more radical changes which he had always intended to carry out, but was unable to until he could bring his supporters into the Politburo and Central Committee, or whether he genuinely changed his intentions, having learned on the job just how deep was the crisis the country faced. At any rate, the emphasis shifted from merely tightening up the system to changing it radically. It may be that the explosion in the nuclear power station at Chernobyl in April 1986 was a turning point, dramatizing as it did the mortally dangerous defects of a centrally administered economy which handled awesome technological power with such secretive and slovenly irresponsibility. Chernobyl certainly brought home the damage wrought by restricted glasnost in arousing both hostility abroad and panic at home. Foreigners were indignant that they should learn of an explosion affecting public health right round the world from a non-Soviet source. The Swedes were the first to call attention to the increased radiation. As for Soviet citizens, thousands of them besieged railway stations to escape unknown dangers of which they were not properly warned by their own media, and of which they could only learn from sometimes exaggerated foreign radio reports. Even the authorities in Moscow had difficulty. 458. At first in discovering what the true situation was. If Gorbachev's legal studies had ever interested him in freedom of speech and the rule of law, then the Chernobyl explosion was calculated to reawaken that interest. An intriguing theme began to crop up in his speeches, that the absence of an opposition party obliged Soviet officials to behave with particular probity and to be especially searching in their self-criticism and acceptance of criticism from others. In June 1986 he met a delegation of writers and told them they had an important role to play in the struggle which the Central Committee was waging, with the support of the people, against an intermediate managerial stratum, the government and party apparatus, which does not want to give up its privileges. The writers responded with bitter attacks on censorship and on environmental pollution at their 8th Congress, just after the meeting, and by reorganizing some of the major literary journals so as to bring in proponents of much broader glasnost, in the spirit of Tvardovsky. 1987 and 1988 saw a veritable festival of banned literature, as Zamyatin's Pasternak's Dr. Zhivago and Grossman's Life and Fate at last reached the Soviet reader, while works like Anna Akhmatova's Requiem, Anatoly Rybakov's Children of the Arbit and Vladimir Dyudentsev's White Garments swept back the veil of semi-secrecy which had obscured the realities of Stalinism even during Khrushchev's thaw. Now the truth was revealed about Stalin's vilification and hounding of the opposition, the brutal collectivization of agriculture and the consequent famine, the arrests and executions, the deportations of whole peoples, and the costly wartime mistakes. In 1989 even Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Archipelago was published. Symbolic of the new mood was the release of academician Sakharov from exile in Gorky in December 1986. The letter which he had written to Brezhnev in 1970, see pages 407-8, may be said to contain the first sketch of what was now emerging as Gorbachev's Perestroika Mark II, at the center of which was the notion of an alliance between the party. 459. Leadership and the country's scientific and cultural intelligentsia, including those who had hitherto been execrated as dissidents. After his return to Moscow, Sakharov was not restricted in any way in his comments, but was permitted to make known his views on political issues, even where he was critical of Gorbachev and the party leaders. His boldness was gradually imitated by others, until journals like Oganik and Moskovskie Novosti became forums for authentic and wide-ranging public debate on all the issues facing Soviet society. Of course this novel outspokenness did not please all of those who had voted Gorbachev into power. They were all in favor of perestroika, but not necessarily of the new variety he was now elaborating. But he displayed considerable determination and skill in removing or downgrading his opponents, while maneuvering his supporters into top positions. 3.5 years into his new office, he had ousted from the Politburo and the Secretariat almost all of Brezhnev's former associates, such as Tikhanov, Romanov, Kunev, Aliev, even in the end Gromyko, while promoting nominees of Andropov, like Edgar Ligachev, Nikolai Rizhkov, and Viktor Chebrikov, and men of his own choice, such as Edvard Shevardnadze, who became foreign minister, and Alexander Yakovlev, who became secretary for ideology. One of his own protégés, Boris Eltsine, brought from Sverdlovsk to run the party organization in Moscow, embarrassed him by his forthright attacks on privilege and corruption inside the apparatus, and was expelled from the Politburo in October 1987. The 27th Party Congress, in February 1986, came a little too early for Gorbachev to have worked out a thorough reform of the political system. For that purpose he called a special party conference in the summer of 1988. Often held in the early years of the Soviet regime to tackle important issues between full congresses, such conferences had not been held since 1941. This one, the 19th, actually took decisions far more important than anything resolved at the 27th Congress. It initiated a democratization of the party, under 460, which its officials were to be elected by secret ballot, with multiple candidacies. The conference also recommended a complete overhaul of the legislative system. A new Congress of People's Deputies of 2,250 members was to become the Supreme Legislative Assembly. It was to be elected by the people, voting partly in territorial constituencies, partly in national ethnic constituencies, and partly through established institutions such as the Communist Party, the Komsomol, the trade unions, the Council of Soviet Women, the Academy of Sciences and the Creative Unions. Multiple candidacies would be permitted, though not compulsory. Where they existed, there would be guarantees of proper public discussion of competing programs. The Congress of People's Deputies was entrusted with the task of electing the head of state, the President of the Soviet Union, a post for which the General Secretary of the Communist Party would normally be expected to stand, and the new-style Supreme Soviet, of some 450 members, to which it would delegate its day-to-day legislative activity. These complicated arrangements were intended to endow Gorbachev with a new source of legitimacy, deriving from the people, while not unduly weakening the grip of the nomenklatura elite on political power. The new legislative assemblies were thus more or less bound to function in an ambiguous fashion. They faced an enormous workload. Perestroika Mark II meant sweeping change in all fields of Soviet life, starting with the establishment of the rule of law itself. The law, declared the 19th Party Conference, is paramount in all spheres of society's life. It is necessary to give paramount attention to the legal protection of the individual and to consolidate guarantees of the Soviet people's political, economic, and social rights and freedoms. The Soviet state had already announced its intention of adhering to the principles of the UN Declaration on Human Rights, and had made a start by releasing most prisoners of conscience during 1987, and by setting up its own Human Rights Commission under the reforming political scientist. 461. Fyodor Berlatsky. Now it required laws defining and guaranteeing freedom from arbitrary arrest, inviolability of the home and of private correspondence, freedom of speech and publication and the right of access to information and freedom to associate with fellow citizens in voluntary associations of all kinds, including those directed to economic and to political ends. Criminal law procedures needed redrafting, not least in order to ensure that judges would enjoy immunity from pressure by the authorities and that defense lawyers would be able to defend their clients effectively right through the investigation and trial. A major new initiative undertaken by the party at this time was to seek a rapprochement with the Russian Orthodox Church and other established denominations. In April 1988 Gorbachev received Patriarch Pimen and 5 other senior bishops, and told them believers are Soviet working people and patriots, they have every right to express their convictions in a fitting manner. He wanted to turn a substantial number of the disaffected into loyal citizens, and at the same time to begin to tackle some of society's intractable moral problems in a new way. The result was new legislation on church-state relations, passed in September 1990, to replace the draconian laws of 1918 and 1929. Freedom of conscience and worship was guaranteed, and most restrictions on religious activity were withdrawn, so that it once again became possible for believers to hold public processions and funerals, to raise funds and to undertake charitable and educational work, in short to testify to their beliefs outside the weekly divine service. Priests and pastors regained their positions of leadership within religious associations and parishes, which were once again given the right to own property. In short, religious organizations of all kinds could take their place in society as they had not been able to for 2 generations. The gap had been so long, and the effects of atheist control were so damaging, that it was an open question whether any of them, and especially the largest, the Russian Orthodox Church, would be able to assimilate and 462. Channel the awakening spiritual aspirations of a society undergoing profound changes. In foreign and military policy, perestroika Mark II meant moving away from ideological rigidity and from security through armed strength. The cost of the arms race, the threat of nuclear war, and the prospect of ecological disasters acknowledging no boundaries all contributed to this radical reassessment. Gorbachev's new thinking explicitly downgraded the class struggle and asserted the priority of all human values, a world without violence and wars, diversity of social progress, dialogue and cooperation for the sake of development and the preservation of civilization, and movement towards a new world order. In pursuit of these goals, the Soviet Union executed a carefully phased withdrawal during 1988-9 from its expensive and demoralizing war in Afghanistan. It reached agreement with the United States on the reduction of strategic and conventional arms and the scrapping of intermediate-range nuclear missiles. The Warsaw Pact was disbanded, see below, p. 466, and in November 1990 the Soviet Union signed the Charter of Paris, under which it was agreed that the era of confrontation and division in Europe has ended. Signatories promised to build, consolidate, and strengthen democracy, to protect human rights and to create free market economies. In a real sense, by these agreements the Soviet Union joined the international community, of which it had previously been only a grudging and semi-detached member. These changes meant that the party was quietly dropping its insistence on the primacy of the class struggle and the building of socialism in favor of all human values, the rule of law and international peace. At times Gorbachev made a positive virtue of this abandonment of dogma. During a visit to Siberia in 1988, he was confronted by an earnest young man who asked him, "What stage of socialism have we reached now?" Gorbachev replied good-humoredly, "You've all got used to thinking like that, you're a young fellow, and all you're interested in is stages." Laughter. I believe we are at 463. The stage of restructuring that which we have so far created. That's the stage we're at. This cheerful renunciation of any tangible goal was one of the most disconcerting aspects of Perestroika Mark II for the old-timers in the party. Yuri Bondarev, secretary of the RFSFR Writers' Union, asked the warning question, could our perestroika not be compared to an aircraft which has taken off without knowing whether there is a landing strip at its destination? It is true that the coordinates of the landing strip were still identified in very general terms. Fyodor Berlatsky, for example, asserted that socialism has one simple and obvious goal, the welfare and culture of the working man. Everything else, industry and socialization, is a means to that end. Actually, Lenin was no more explicit. As we have seen, he had no blueprint for the construction of a socialist society, beyond the vague nostrums outlined in State and Revolution. He did, however, have a very distinct sense of the forward march of history, and, when he was forced to compromise, was quite aware of what he was doing. Significantly, it is the greatest of those compromises, the introduction of NEP in 1921, which Gorbachev was now projecting as an ideal. And he steadfastly ignored the fact that Lenin saw fit to counteract his concessions by an actual tightening of the political system, see Chapter 5. The result was a style of socialism which the Soviet Union had never seen before, pluralist and ready to learn from the experience of others. The terms in which it was discussed, decentralization, popular representation, freedom of speech, access to information, were more reminiscent of John Stuart Mill than of Karl Marx, and reminded one that Marxism was the offspring, albeit illegitimate, of bourgeois liberalism. The philosopher Atsipko maintained that the only way to guarantee Marxism against a lurch back into Stalinism was for it to return to its roots. The rule of law is a legacy of bourgeois culture. Freedom of conscience was also born there. Vadim Medvedev, head of the Central Committee's Ideological Commission, rejected indiscriminately brushing. 464. Aside the experience accumulated by capitalism, and recommended instead a serious reassessment of the practice of present-day social democracy in defending the social and democratic attainments of working people. This outlook was not just a form of words designed to win plaudits in the West. Gorbachev and Shevardnadze were prepared to make it reality where it really counted, in the countries of the Warsaw Pact. They had come to the conclusion that compelling the population of these countries to live under a system they detested was not ensuring the Soviet Union's security, but on the contrary jeopardizing it. The application there of glasnost and perestroika must mean serious political change and, by omission rather than direct statement, the Soviet leaders indicated that they would not obstruct such change. In Poland the stalemate created by martial law had persisted long after it was lifted, especially since the outlawing of solidarity deprived the nation of any political organization which could articulate constructively its resentment and frustration. A series of workers' strikes in 1988 finally demonstrated the Jaruzelski regime's impotence, and it reluctantly re-legalized solidarity in order to enlist it as a partner in the political and economic revitalization of the nation. Eventually Solidarity and the regime reached an agreement under which freer elections were held in June 1989. In the lower house of the legislature, the same, 65% of seats were guaranteed to the communists, while the upper house, the Senate, was open to candidates of any political persuasion. The elections were devastating for the communists, they were swept out of the Senate, and on the first round could often not even muster the required minimum of 50% of the poll for their candidates to the same. General Jaruzelski was barely elected president. After long negotiations a non-communist government was appointed under the Catholic newspaper editor, Tadeusz Mazowiecki. This, the first non-communist government in the Soviet bloc since 1948, was committed to a program. 465. Of democratization and the introduction of market economics. The fall of this first bastion hastened events elsewhere. In Hungary the Kadar leadership had permitted a good deal of private enterprise in the economy in a reform program which went back to the late 60s. By 1988 the incompatibility of the private sector with the political system was generating a serious crisis. Kadar was ousted, and the leader of the reform communists, Imre Pozsgay, tried to turn the party into a parliamentary one, competing for power in free elections. He was disappointed by the result. In the elections of December 1989, the first untrammeled multi-party election in the Soviet bloc, the communists were swept aside by the Hungarian Democratic Forum, a populist party of broadly Christian democratic persuasion, led by Joseph Antal. These long-prepared electoral victories contrasted with sudden death in the GDR. It was precipitated by a visit Gorbachev himself paid there in October 1989. His appearance sparked demonstrations, organized by a civic initiative group, New Forum, which demanded that Honecker follow his guest's example and introduce glasnost and democratization at home. Once Poland and Hungary opened themselves to the West, it was impossible for the GDR to prevent its citizens fleeing there without barricading itself off from the outside world altogether. Under these pressures Honecker resigned and his successors allowed the opening, and therefore dismantling, of the Berlin Wall. This was the keystone whose removal finally brought the Soviet bloc crashing down. Within 6 months Christian Democrats had been returned to government in the GDR, and within a year the country had amalgamated with the Federal Republic and joined NATO. In Czechoslovakia popular demonstrations caused the fall of the communists and the installation of the dramatist and long-standing dissenter Václav Havel as president. In Romania and Bulgaria the victory of democracy was less clear-cut. While popular revolution toppled Ceausescu in 466. Bucharest, the new National Salvation Front government, though less brutal, continued to harass opposition politicians and to exploit national feeling against minorities, especially Hungarians. In Bulgaria, the opposition Union of Democratic Forces mounted an impressive challenge to the Communists in the elections of June 1990, but only managed to defeat them and form a government at the second attempt, in October 1991. The victory or near victory of democratic forces in all these countries led to the dissolution of Comecon and of the Warsaw Pact in early 1991. The Soviet leaders accepted that there was no way they could be preserved in the face of the general desire of East European leaders and populations to end military confrontation and to seek closer association with the European community. The democratic triumphs also provided great encouragement for Democrats in the USSR still struggling against the party-state apparatus. One East European country, however, served a warning of the dangers democratization might bring with it. In Yugoslavia, the election of non-communist governments in Slovenia and Croatia was followed in 1991 by declarations of independence. Thereupon Serbs living in Croatia, acting with the open connivance of the Yugoslav army, tried to seize for themselves territory which they could attach to Serbia. Civil war broke out, and with the progressive breakup of Yugoslavia spread to Bosnia-Herzegovina, where Serbs, Croats and Muslims live intermingled. The parallels with the USSR were painfully obvious and served to turn some democratic politicians in Russia against attempts to dismantle the state in which they had lived, however miserably, for over 70 years. In the Soviet Union itself, Gorbachev's appeal for public support for his policies allowed political associations independent of the Communist Party to form, for the first time since 1921, in order to articulate the concerns and aspirations of ordinary Soviet citizens. Some of them had their origin in the sports clubs and pop groups of a youth which had come 467 to feel thoroughly alienated from the Komsomol. Others grew out of the peace movement, or the dissenting groups of the 60s and 70s, described in Chapter 14, concerned with human rights, ethnic and religious issues. All of them bore witness to a lively alternative culture existing semi-underground throughout the Brezhnev years, able, as soon as Glasnost opened the way, to spawn exceedingly diverse informal political movements, determined, resourceful and well-informed. Very often defense of the environment or of historical monuments was the vital catalyst which brought together small groups of concerned individuals hitherto isolated from one another. In Leningrad, a number of alternative groups linked up only when the city Soviet decided in 1987 to demolish the Hotel Angleterre, in which the poet Sergei Esenin had committed suicide. The groups collected signatures in the street for a petition to save the building. The authorities cleared them away and moved the demolition workers in, but the protesters did not simply yield. They learned from their defeat that they must organize themselves better and make contact with a broader public. They stationed an information kiosk on the square in front of St. Isaac's Cathedral to hand out information to the public and answer questions, and they set up an umbrella organization, the Cultural Democratic Movement, also known as Epicontre, with its own journal, Mercury. An editorial in the first number well captured the aim of the movement. The activation of public opinion, its mobilization as an effective instrument of perestroika, this is the main road which leads to socialist democracy. Conservationists did, however, achieve a striking success when in the summer of 1986 writers and scientists persuaded the party leadership to abandon grandiose and expensive plans to divert rivers of Siberia and northern Russia to flow southwards and provide water for the semi-arid regions of Central Asia and the Volga Basin. Sergei Zalagin, new editor of Novy Mir, called it the first ever major triumph of public 468 opinion over the Leviathans of Gosplan and the industrial ministries. By the first half of 1987, in short, there was a mood abroad that citizens' initiatives could have tangible results. The environment and historical monuments were an appropriate battleground for the first campaigns, since they affected everybody, while appearing to be a relatively apolitical subject. Chernobyl had, moreover, heightened public awareness and indignation over the way in which potentially lethal technology was being installed and run by the central government, disdaining any consultation with the local authorities, let alone the people. People in universities and academic institutes were especially well placed to respond to this mood. Some of them had long been unofficially studying subjects very remote from the Marxist-Leninist curriculum, like religion, market economics, and constitutional politics. Now unofficial seminars began to spawn initiative groups dedicated to socio-political action. In 1987, for example, the Club Perestroika was formed at the Central Economic Mathematical Institute in Moscow. It grew out of a seminar held among social scientists to discuss the new enterprise law. Question and answer soon outgrew the original theme, raising problems which affected the whole of society, and stimulating in many participants the aspiration to move beyond discussions and to do something practical. Specialist sections were formed to give shape to these aspirations, one, for example, to help train workers in self-administration, and another, called Citizens' Dignity, to defend individuals whose legal rights were violated. The most important movement to grow out of Club Perestroika was Memorial, whose aim was to erect a proper memorial to Stalin's victims, together with a museum, library, and information center which would collect and preserve the records of that terrible time. It collected signatures on the street and gained the support of well-known cultural and academic figures. It held a week of conscience in towns all. 469. Over the USSR, in Moscow, there was a wall of memory, where photographs of the repressed were displayed, and in front of a huge map marked with the islands of the Gulag archipelago stood a convict's wheelbarrow in which visitors could place their donation towards the memorial. Memorial drew prestigious intellectuals and cultural figures for the first time into alliance with the new informal political movements, and accustomed broad ranks of the urban population to confrontation with the party apparatus over fundamental issues of truth, legality and civic consciousness. It was a major stage towards the formation of alternative political parties. All the informal political movements faced a fundamental dilemma: were they prepared to try to work in existing Soviet institutions with reformist elements in the Communist Party, or did they repudiate the party and the Soviet state as completely discredited by the past? Those who took the latter line met in Moscow in May 1988 and formed the Democratic Union, which declared itself a political party standing in opposition to the totalitarian peculiarities of the existing social order in our country. It looked back to the February rather than the October Revolution as its ideal. Its ultimate aim was the establishment of a parliamentary democracy with a multi-party system, a free press and a market economy. Having renounced the chance of participating in elections to Soviets, it sought an alternative outlet in street demonstrations and happenings, which often led it into conflict with the authorities. Those who were prepared to work through existing institutions formed themselves during 1988-9 into popular fronts and voters' associations to make use of the new electoral opportunities offered by Gorbachev. Their members temporarily suspended their political differences, for example, over whether socialism, however defined, was an appropriate goal, in order to work together for one overriding purpose: the defeat of the nomenklatura candidates. 470. In the elections to the reformed Soviets at all levels. The ballot of March 1989 for the All-Union Congress of People's Deputies showed that, even in their amorphous and loosely organized state, the informal associations could have an impact on public opinion. In a few constituencies they achieved sensational success, for example, in Moscow, where Eltsine won 90% of the vote against an apparatchik, in Leningrad, where a member of the CPSU Politburo was defeated, in western Ukraine, and in a few scattered Russian cities where local voters' associations happened to be well organized or had an attractive candidate. The growing appeal of the informals began to eat away at the Communist Party, which lost at least 2 million members between 1988 and 1991, and started to fragment into platforms, of the kind which the 10th Party Congress in 1921 had explicitly prohibited. The Democratic Platform recommended human rights, open electoral politics and a market economy. The Marxist platform called for workers' control in enterprises and local government, rather like the workers' opposition of 1920, while the Bolshevik platform envisaged neo-Stalinist central planning and social equality imposed from above. The creation of informal political associations had a special resonance in the non-Russian regions of the Soviet Union. There all the frustrations which impelled them in Russia were compounded by resentment at alien domination. Issues of history, culture, and the environment bore an even more powerful emotional charge, and writers and scholars who could articulate them enjoyed even more respected status. The whole dynamic of glasnost thus thrust ethnic factors to the center of the stage. As we have seen in Chapter 14, intellectuals were already chafing at Muscovite rule during the 70s. Glasnost enabled them to go on and mobilize whole peoples behind them. What was previously suppressed surged powerfully to the fore, uniting people of disparate social backgrounds and career paths. An explosive realignment of loyalties and political structures was the result. 471. Each nation had its own flashpoint, and each communist party reacted in its own way to the unwanted challenge offered. There was thus a varied spectrum of demand and response in the different republics. At the peaceful, yet also most radical end of the spectrum, were the Baltic republics. Aspirations voiced in the 70s only by dissenters were espoused by scientists and cultural activists, then by broader public organizations, and finally, albeit hesitantly and incompletely, by the local communist parties themselves. The pace differed somewhat in each republic, Estonia taking the lead, Latvia following closely behind, while Lithuania, less threatened by foreign immigration, brought up the rear. Starting from environmental issues, public protests soon moved on to the fundamental grievance of all Bates, their annexation in 1940, and the subsequent deportation of the flower of their nations. Gathering momentum throughout 1987 and 1988, demonstrations began to mark the fateful anniversaries: Independence Day, the day of the deportations, June 14, and the Nazi-Soviet Pact. Grimly enthusiastic crowds demanded full glasnost about the events which had brought about their slavery. As in Russia, the next stage was the creation of organizations and programs. In June 1987 the Latvian Writers' Union convened a meeting of all the country's cultural unions, which dispatched a specific and radical set of demands to the 19th Party Conference. Latvia should become a sovereign state with Latvian as its sole official language, acknowledging membership of the Soviet Union, but having its own seat at the United Nations, its own military units with Latvian as the language of command, running its own economy and reserving the right to restrict immigration of non-Latvians. The response of the local communist parties to these demands was quite sensible, at least after personnel changes at the top. Realizing that this program had the overwhelming support of the indigenous population, they decided. 472. It would be prudent to compromise with it, in order both to avert an explosion and to head off more extreme demands. When, therefore, popular fronts, known in Lithuania as Sąjūdis, the movement, were created to mobilize popular support for the creative union's proposals, the communists sought dialogue with them, and adopted a large part of their program as a mandate for the 19th Party Conference. In all three republics the founding congresses of the Popular Front, held during October 1988, turned into festivals of national rebirth. Anthems were sung by huge crowds, national flags which had been illegal for nearly half a century were once more hung from public buildings, and in Lithuania a packed service of national rededication was held in the Roman Catholic cathedral newly restored to the church after 40 years as a picture gallery. In the all-Soviet elections of 1989 and the Republican and local ones of 1990 the popular fronts were extremely successful, winning an outright majority of seats in all three republics. Their success prompted a dual reaction. On the one side, so-called Congress movements arose, claiming that the Baltic republics had never been de jure part of the USSR and should now proceed by preparing registers of all those who had been citizens in 1940, together with their direct descendants, and on the basis of those registers elect national congresses which would restore de facto independence. On the other side, non-indigenous inhabitants, mainly but not exclusively Russians, alarmed by the implied primacy being sought for ethnic baits, set up internationalist or unity movements, dedicated to preserving the USSR and the multinational status of their own republics. During 1989–90 these movements, with the support of the CPSU apparatus, brought quite large numbers of mainly Russian workers from the all-union factories onto the street parading with hammer and sickle to protest against creeping counter-revolution. The really decisive events, however, were still taking place in Moscow. Gorbachev's request in the spring of 1990 for more presidential powers aroused fears that it might become 473. Impossible to claim greater freedom and prompted the Supreme Soviet in Lithuania, with its Sejudis majority, led by President Vytautas Landsbergis, to proclaim independence on March 11, 1990. The Latvian and Estonian Supreme Soviets followed suit with more cautiously worded resolutions announcing the start of a transition period towards independence. With these moves, the Baltic republics became the focus of the struggle between those who wanted to preserve the Union and those who wished to emancipate themselves from it. At first Gorbachev tried to impose his own view of law and order by means of economic blockade on Lithuania, but after a few months he abandoned it in favor of the attempt to persuade all the republics to sign a new Union treaty to replace that of 1922. The proposed treaty would allow the Union republics to enjoy a degree of genuine home rule, while leaving defense, foreign policy, and the coordination of the economy to Moscow. Those who took a cruder view of how the existing order should be defended moved into action in January 1991. Paratroopers and Ministry of the Interior Special Riot Troops, OMON, were dispatched to all three Baltic republics, ostensibly to round up draft dodgers. On arrival they turned their attention instead to communication systems, seizing the press and television buildings in Vilnius. Meanwhile, anonymous National Salvation Committees in both republics issued statements claiming to be ready to assume power to avert economic collapse and prevent the establishment of a bourgeois dictatorship. When OMON and paratroopers advanced on the parliament building, thousands of people linked hands to stop them, and at least 14 were killed. There were 6 deaths in similar incidents in Riga. Elston, as Speaker of the Russian Parliament, immediately issued a joint statement with the 3 Baltic presidents, condemning armed acts damaging each other's state sovereignty. In the face of this resistance and the prospect of potentially even greater violence, Gorbachev, who had just been awarded the 474 Nobel Peace Prize, refrained from pressing the attacks home. The situation in Moldavia, another victim of the Nazi-Soviet pact, resembled that in the Baltic. There too a popular front grew out of discontent which began in the creative unions. The communists were slower to respond, but by the summer of 1990 were ready to join in a declaration of sovereignty, as the Republic of Moldova, which some viewed as the first step towards reunification with Romania. The non-Moldavians reacted vigorously, proclaiming their own Transdniestrian Republic, with its center in the largely Russian town of Tiraspol, on the eastern bank of the river Dniester. They decided not to rely on troops from the center, but set up their own armed units, using weapons passed on or sold to them by Soviet army troops. These units survived the declaration of Moldovan independence in August 1991 and threatened to be a source of chronic military conflict. In Armenia, a nation over the centuries uprooted and scattered between various empires, the most deeply felt issue is Nagorno-Karabakh, a mountainous and pastoral region traditionally populated mainly by Armenians, but incorporated into the Azerbaijan Republic by a decision of Narkomnats in 1921. The ethnic affront of this incorporation is deepened by the way in which, in a one-party state, administrative subordination affects all aspects of life. The allocation of housing, jobs, education, and economic projects all tends to favor the Azerbaijani minority. In 1988 the resentment burst into the open. A Karabakh committee was formed, consisting mainly of writers, scholars, and journalists as well as of officials acting in a private capacity. It placed branches in factories, offices, and educational establishments, rather like the Communist Party, and in rivalry to it. It brought at last 500,000 people out onto the streets of Yerevan in February, demanding the return of Karabakh to the Armenian Republic. It pushed a similar resolution through the Armenian Supreme Soviet. 475. The response of the Azerbaijanis was immediate and violent. In the industrial town of Sumgait, on the shore of the Caspian Sea, dozens, possibly hundreds of Armenians were murdered in a pogrom which went on for 2 days, with what many Armenians thought was the connivance of the local Azerbaijani authorities. Moscow's response was more measured, but also negative. It eventually declared direct rule of Karabakh from Moscow, and sent troops in to patrol Yerevan and protect minorities fleeing from their homes. It used the confusion caused by the devastating earthquake of December 1988 to arrest the 11 leading members of the Karabakh Committee, only to bow to popular pressure and release them again in June 1989. A few months later Moscow confirmed its impotence by ending the special status of Karabakh and restoring the territory to Azerbaijan. The Armenian Supreme Soviet reacted by announcing the creation of a United Republic of Armenia to include Karabakh. The Azerbaijani Popular Front had a program similar in most respects to its Baltic counterparts, but it insisted that sovereignty must include control over Karabakh and reproached the communist government for not doing enough to secure it. In September 1989 the front called a general strike in protest, which included a blockade of both Karabakh and Armenia. In December some of its more radical members seized power in the border town of Lenkoran, then cut through barbed wire and stormed frontier checkpoints in order to celebrate unity with their fellow nationals inside Iran. On January 13, 1990 a well-attended Popular Front rally in Baku attacked the Communist Party first secretary, Vezirov, for his servility to Moscow, and demanded his resignation, followed by a referendum on secession from the USSR. Afterwards crowds of people, many of them Azeri refugees who had fled from their homes in Armenia, set out to hunt down the Armenians still living in Baku. A Radio Moscow commentator remarked it was as if a modern city had reverted to the Middle Ages. The Soviet army was at first 476 inactive, but after a few days, when the pogrom seemed to be subsiding, declared martial law and intervened to restore order, with indiscriminate brutality. Altogether, according to official figures, at least 150 people were killed in the days of violence. The timing of the military assault leaves not much doubt that its aim was not to forestall ethnic conflict but to prevent the Popular Front taking power. It was in fact much the costliest attempt made during the perestroika period to preserve communist rule. The new communist leader, Mutalibov, used martial law to hamper the Popular Front and exploited traditional sources of patronage to attract voters. Meanwhile in Karabakh itself each side built up its own armed militias, with ever more sophisticated weapons, largely culled from the demoralized Soviet army. As both Soviet and Russian power declined, the Karabakh conflict looked more and more like an international one, which might have repercussions all over the Caucasus, and even more widely in the Middle East. The Georgians had no single overwhelming issue like that of Karabakh, but rather an accumulation of gnawing grievances, the threat from neglect and misuse to their ancient monasteries, the increasing use of the Russian language for official purposes, the immigration of Russians, the destruction of the Aragvi Valley by construction work on the projected Caucasian Mountain Railway, pollution caused by the Baku oil refinery, and the anti-Georgian separatism of some of the minorities within their own republic, especially the Abkhaz. The Communist Party failed to respond constructively to any of these grievances, so that there was a steady drift in public opinion towards the irreconcilable end of the Georgian political spectrum, the Society of Ilya Chavkavadze, named after a late 19th century writer now thought to have been murdered by the Bolsheviks, and the National Democratic Party, who proclaimed that the revival of Georgian independence would set 477 right a great historical injustice. It is worth living, fighting and dying for that. In April 1989 the National Democrats brought hundreds of thousands of people out onto the streets of Tbilisi and instituted all-night vigils, backed by hunger strikes, calling for independence from the Soviet Union. The demonstrations were peaceful, if unwontedly trenchant in their demands, yet Special Ministry of the Interior riot troops were flown in, while more and more ordinary Georgians surged out into the streets and squares to protect the hunger strikers. Early on the morning of April 9, it is not known on whose orders, Army and MVD troops dispersed the crowds forcibly, using clubs and sharpened spades. Some reports speak of drunken soldiers butchering women and girls with military shovels. The authorities admitted that 19 people were killed, while Georgians maintain that the figures were much higher, more than 200 people were injured. It was the worst act of violence inflicted by the Soviet authorities on their own people since Novokirksk in 1962. The bitterness engendered by the incident propelled to power the only post-Soviet leader from among the irreconcilables, that is to say, those who refused all compromise with the Communist Party and the existing system. Zviadgam Sakurdia, see above, pages 434-5, was elected president in popular elections in May 1991, and his political movement, the Round Table, which had developed from the Chavkavod Society, gained an absolute majority in parliament in October 1990. But before long his authoritarian methods had alienated many of his own supporters. He arrested some opposition deputies and muzzled the press. In the end his opponents gained the support of the armed militia and brought him down in several days of fighting which seriously damaged the old city of Tbilisi. The Georgian experience suggested that refusal of all compromise with existing Soviet institutions was likely to lead to instability. The experience of Central Asia pointed in 478. The opposite direction, to the dangers of an insufficient break with the past. In the Central Asian republics Brezhnev's trust in Qatars had helped to consolidate a still semi-feudal political system, in which local leaders built up networks of patronage, promoting their own acquaintances, local favorites, or extended families, while keeping Moscow happy with inflated figures for cotton output and the learning of Russian. Old-style nepotism combined with the nomenklatura system and the planned economy to create formidable edifices of corruption which some observers have compared to the mafia. Local party leaders embezzled money from Moscow for non-existent cotton production and diverted the proceeds to stimulate whole branches of the black economy which both remedied shortages of goods and services and also provided lucrative jobs for favorites. This system kept the whole region quiet, but had seriously damaging effects. It increasingly isolated Central Asia from the rest of the Union, as the figures for intermarriage and immigration showed in the censuses of 1970 and 1979, outsiders felt unwelcome there, while Central Asians themselves were reluctant to quit the security of tribal protectionism to take up jobs going begging elsewhere in the country. Moreover, since favors were dispensed along ethnic lines, the corruption kept relations between nationalities tense. Russians in particular tended to be excluded from the networks and to feel discriminated against. Worst of all, the rapacious and wasteful use of water to irrigate cotton depleted the Amudarya and Sirdarya rivers, lowering the water level of the Aral Sea and allowing salty marsh and desert to encroach on its banks. This environmental degradation endangered the supply of clean drinking water and threatened to alter the whole climate of the region, with deleterious effects for the cotton on whose behalf the irrigation had been undertaken in the first place. Attempts to root out the corruption began under Andropov. 479. In 1983, and by late 1986 all 5 Republican First Party secretaries had been replaced, while criminal investigations were being conducted into their affairs and those of their subordinates. These proceeded with great difficulty, probably because it transpired that the tentacles of corruption stretched to Moscow itself, as was demonstrated in the trial of Brezhnev's son-in-law, Yuri Churbanov. Local resistance to this alien inquisition burst out in December 1986, when Kunev, first party secretary in Kazakhstan, was dismissed and replaced by a Russian, Gennady Kolbin. Why Gorbachev permitted himself this egregious violation of the custom that the top party job should go to a local is not clear. Perhaps he could not find a Kazakh whom he could trust to root out corruption. At any rate the affront provoked 2 days of rioting in the Kazakh capital, Alma-Ata, starting among students, who are the most nationally conscious element and also the most vulnerable to any undermining of ethnic protectionism. Much worse communal violence erupted during 1989–90. The precipitating factors were more localized than elsewhere in the USSR, having to do with access to housing, land, water and jobs. In the Fergana Valley, Uzbek youths attacked Mesketians, deported to the region in 1944 by Stalin. They had proved to be adept traders and were resented for suspected overcharging. In Dushanbe, a crowd of Tajiks went on the rampage against outsiders when they heard a rumor that Armenian refugees were to be rehoused in apartments for which local people had long been waiting. In Kyrgyzia, the city of Osh was torn apart by ethnic violence when a group of Kyrgyz inhabitants were allotted for housing a plot of land traditionally cultivated by Uzbeks. In each case, the foreboding of ecological disaster hanging over Central Asia, combined with shortages of housing, land, and jobs, had heightened the resentment locals felt at being dominated by outsiders who did not have their interests at heart. There were rumors, too, that these grievances had been deliberately 480. Exploited by local party and mafia leaders who feared that perestroika would undermine their positions. At the same time, civic associations of the Popular Front type were much slower to develop than elsewhere. This reflected the less urban, more archaic social structure of most parts of Central Asia. The strongest movement of the type was Birlik, Unity, founded in Tashkent in May 1989, which had a liberal and secular program but whose membership pulled it towards ever more populist and Islamic policies. However, potentially much the largest movement in Central Asia was the Islamic Renaissance Party, founded in Astrakhan in June 1990, which had members throughout the Soviet Union. In spite of its relatively moderate and non-fundamentalist political program, it was banned in most of Central Asia. Altogether, as the Soviet Union moved towards dissolution, the leaders of the Central Asian republics found themselves in a very tricky position. They had always relied on Moscow to secure their power base, now that support was gradually evaporating. Yet the independent political movements were too weak to throw up alternative leaders, except in Kyrgyzia, where a former president of the Academy of Sciences, Askar Akov, came to power as a result of the extreme unpopularity of the former communist leader. Reluctant to quit the Union, most of the senior Central Asian apparatchiki tried to ride a number of different and scarcely compatible horses at the same time, using traditional clientelism, manipulating local nationalism, pleading with Slav professionals not to leave, accommodating Islam but trying to prevent it from becoming too strong. In Byelorussia and Ukraine, the closeness of the local peoples to the Russians affected the evolution of the national movements. Russians like to consider both peoples as honorary members of their own nation who happen to speak a different dialect. Taken together, the three Slav peoples made up a bloc consisting of nearly 3/4 of 481. The Soviet population, whereas Russians on their own constituted barely a half. Accordingly, the Soviet state encouraged a policy of quiet Russification, using parents' natural inclination to send their children to Russian-language schools, where they became accustomed to speaking the imperial language fluently. In Ukraine, the erosion of the language was taken up as a campaign in 1987 by the Writers' Union, and it soon joined with other sensitive issues, like the environment, especially keenly felt after the Chernobyl explosion, the persecution of the Uniat Church, and the blank spots of Ukrainian history and culture, meaning not just Stalin's brutality but the way in which Russians had for centuries slighted the distinctiveness of Ukraine. So far things had developed much as in the Baltic. The next stage should have been the formation of a popular front. But here the Ukrainian authorities, led by Sherbitsky, the last survivor from Brezhnev's Politburo, took a totally different line from their Baltic counterparts. Unable to imprison national activists for long spells, as they had done in the 70s, they harassed them and forbade their meetings, or detained them for brief periods on minor charges. Even so, after a big ecological rally in Kiev in November 1988, an initiative group met, including representatives from the Writers' Union and informal associations. They managed to publish a draft program for a popular front in the Writers' Union Weekly, presumably the only paper that would carry it. It was similar to the equivalent Baltic documents, giving support to perestroika and calling for genuine sovereignty for Ukraine, the full range of human rights, a self-managed economy and the granting of the status of state language in the Ukrainian SSR to Ukrainian. The practice of parental free choice in the language of education, leads, it added, to national nihilism. Only in September 1989 was the front, known as RUK, at last able to hold a congress and issue a program. This in 482 itself was enough to bring about the fall of Sherbitsky. The Communist Party was still strong enough, though, to prevent the registration of RUK until it was too late to nominate candidates for the March 1990 elections. RUK was able to participate only as a member of a democratic bloc running on a program of full sovereignty for Ukraine, the creation of a market economy, and freedom of worship, including the legislation of the Uniat Church. At about this time, Gorbachev met the Pope and confirmed that Uniat parishes would henceforth officially be able to register themselves and request church buildings. The Democratic Bloc performed weakly in Odessa and eastern Ukraine, but elsewhere won most of the seats it was able to contest, about a third of the total, mostly in larger towns, and gained control of the city councils of Kiev and Lvov where the veteran dissenter Vyacheslav Chernobyl became mayor. On April 2, 1990 the Ukrainian flag was raised in celebration over Lvov Town Hall, having been blessed by bishops of the Uniat Church, while the choir of the Lion Society, called after the city's name, sang the national anthem. RUK's success and the national pageantry which followed it hastened the same process as 2 years earlier in the Baltic, a rapprochement of the nationalist wing of the nomenklatura elite with the Popular Front. The imperialist wing of the Communist Party, which wanted to remain loyal to Moscow, became more and more isolated as the economic news deteriorated and the revelations about the Chernobyl damage became ever more alarming. Even the Donbass miners, who in 1989 had not been interested in Ukrainian sovereignty, began to think that their future might be more secure if Ukraine could detach itself from the economic disaster zone of Russia. The result was that on July 16, 1990 the Ukrainian Supreme Soviet passed with virtual unanimity a declaration of sovereignty which was in some ways the most radical yet. 483. Issued by any republic. It envisaged Ukraine not merely asserting the primacy of its own laws and taking charge of its own economic resources, but having its own army, conducting its own foreign relations and becoming a permanently neutral state not belonging to any military bloc. Had it not been for the continual use of the term Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic and a reference to concluding a union treaty, one could have called it a declaration of secession. Yet the use of those terms prompted suspicions that Leonid Kravchuk, leader of the National Communists, was playing a double game to keep Ukraine within the Union. In an attempt to prevent this, in October 1990 the student movement, with the support of RUK, held a hunger strike on Kiev's main square, demanding that Ukraine should promulgate its new constitution before signing the Union Treaty, and make the terms of the latter conform to it. The students won their point and also forced the resignation of the government. At their second Congress, about the same time, RUK declared that independence, not a Union Treaty, was their aim. The course was thus set for the proclamation of independence in August 1991, which, when confirmed by a referendum in December, precipitated the final collapse of the Soviet Union. In Byelorussia, events at first took a broadly similar course. Much of the impetus for the expression of national feeling derived from the language question, the nuclear fallout from Chernobyl, much of which fell directly on Byelorussia, and from the discovery of a mass grave of Stalin's victims in the Kuropatty woods outside Minsk. An informal society called Martyrology was set up to promote the idea of a memorial to them, and to call for a public commission to carry out an independent investigation of Stalin's crimes in Byelorussia. Together with other informal groups, Martyrology organized an anti-Stalin demonstration in Minsk in October 1988, but the authorities sent in riot police with truncheons, Tier 484. gas and water cannon to disperse it. Hereupon all Union glasnost came to the rescue. Vasil Byko, Byelorusssia's leading writer, wrote an article of protest in the Moscow press, and the Byelorussian Writers' Union announced that it would accept signatures at its premises from anyone who wished to register as members of the Renewal Popular Front. The Lithuanians also rallied round, and offered premises for Renewal to hold its first National Congress in June 1989. The Popular Front was the main component of a democratic bloc, which won about 20% of the seats in the March 1990 elections. The western region of Byelorussia, unlike western Ukraine, had been inside the Russian Empire during the 19th century, and hence had never been such a nursery of national culture and sentiment. Perhaps for that reason, the Byelorussian drive to sovereignty was less resolute, and tended to be economic and anti-communist rather than nationalist in nature. The Byelorussian Declaration of Sovereignty of July 27, 1990 was almost identical to the Ukrainian one, including the reference to the Union Treaty. But it was not accompanied by any serious split in the Byelorussian Communist Party, whose leaders seemed to be aiming to seal off their own dictatorship from the contagion of Moscow's perestroika. The most serious challenge to them came not from the Popular Front, but from the workers' movement. In April 1991 a wave of strikes was set in motion by the price rises decreed from Moscow. The workers soon added political demands, for the removal of party cells from the workplace and from law enforcement agencies, for the nationalization of party property, for the holding of genuine multi-party elections, and for the full implementation of the Declaration of Sovereignty. No one in Byelorussia was capable of dealing with these strikes, which could only be ended as a result of the Novoagreyevo agreement between Eltsin and Gorbachev, see below, p. 494. The dominance of the Communist Party was not shaken, in 485. Fact, until after the failure of the August coup, when the Supreme Soviet declared independence and elected as its chairman Stanislaw Shushkevich, a nuclear scientist originally nominated by the Popular Front. The Russians were in a strange and frustrating position since, even while their language and culture was being used as an instrument of oppression, they felt exploited and discriminated against no less than other nations. Their language was not in danger, but otherwise they had grievances similar to other nations about the degradation of their environment, the undermining of their culture, religion, history, and traditional way of life. In one or two respects, they actually had more to complain of. They had no communist party, national capital, or academy of sciences distinct from those of the Union as a whole. This anomaly was a direct result of the hybrid nature of the first Union Constitution, CPP 11718, and its subsequent manipulation by the communists. The advent of perestroika heightened the Russians' inferiority complex. The vague and brooding sense of being victimized was sharpened by the revelations of glasnost and by the surge of anti-Russian feeling in the other republics. At the same time, Russians felt in a way responsible for the Union. It was, historically speaking, their empire, and they had settled in all parts of it, treating it as their homeland. This ambivalence made it impossible for the Russians to create a popular front, as so many non-Russians had done. Instead, Russian national feeling sought a variety of outlets. At one extreme, the black shirts of the Pamyat, memory, movement put the blame for Russia's humiliations on those pre-communist scapegoats, the Jews and the Freemasons. The revivalists, CPP 421-2, with their stronghold in the Writers' Union of the RSFSR and the journal Nash Sovremennik, accepted the need for free speech and a radical critique of the Stalinist past. Indeed, they had been in the vanguard of such criticism during the 70s, but they also warned of the excesses of Western culture, such as pop. 486. Music and pornography, and of the danger of allowing Russia to become a mere economic colony for Western commercial and financial interests. They argued that radical market reform would lead to impoverishment, social polarization, and loss of community spirit. What they proposed instead was akin to the ideas of Schumacher or the Green Parties of Western Europe: intermediate technology and civilized cooperatives, drawing on the traditions of the Russian peasant commune and workers' artel. With the mounting threat from non-Russians and from westernized Russian Democrats, the Russian nationalists found themselves being forced into an alliance with the very political forces they had most reviled during the 70s, the conservative sections of the party-state apparatus, with whom they shared a common interest in preserving the Soviet Union and slowing the move to a market economy. This de facto alliance deprived the Russian nationalists of any attractiveness they might otherwise have had, and they performed very badly in the elections of 1989 and 1990. Instead they began to pin their hopes on an authoritarian coup. One reason for the salience of ethnic issues throughout the perestroika period was the failure to revive the economy on a union-wide basis. Taking his cue from the Novosibirsk report, Gorbachev tried to decentralize the command system in industry by reducing the number of compulsory output targets and granting individual enterprises the right to conclude contracts with each other and with customers rather than always carrying out the production plans of central ministries. Accordingly, he slimmed down the ministries and closed many central committee departments once responsible for the detailed monitoring of the economy. In practice, however, it transpired that the remaining ministries were well able to rephrase their commands as contracts, leaving enterprises, which in any case had absolutely no experience of seeking their own customers, still dependent on them. 487. If there was no radical change in industry, much the same was true of agriculture. It is true that Bukharin was rehabilitated, and that individual households were permitted to rent plots of land for up to 50 years. But private property in land was not legalized, and the collective principle was not disavowed. Kolhozniks were slow to respond to the invitation to become tenant farmers, partly because collective farms and local authorities were reluctant to lease them land, and partly because they themselves had neither any experience of independent husbandry, except on tiny garden plots, nor the appropriate equipment to try it out. Besides, villagers had seen the party's agrarian policy change many times and were reluctant to gamble their future on small holdings without some assurance that this time the government would give them unswerving support. The failure of agricultural reform was crucial to Gorbachev's public support, for most people judged him by what they could buy in their groceries. Gorbachev's principal real economic innovation was the introduction of cooperatives, essentially private businesses, in the retail and service sector. This was quite successful, but in a manner which proved unsettling for the economy as a whole. In many towns restaurants appeared, along with hairdressers, fruit and vegetable stalls, motor repair workshops, and so on, where supplies were more reliable and the quality sometimes better than in the state sector, but at 3 or 4 times the price. Many Soviet citizens availed themselves of their services, having cash to spare, but they resented the profiteering. This was not just sullen Russian egalitarianism. Cooperative traders were operating in conditions of scarcity and could therefore get away with charging high prices. They also exacerbated that scarcity by entering into deals with officials in the material technical supply sector of the official economy. Such deals had always been necessary to keep the planned economy lubricated. Some cooperatives were former underground enterprises emerging into the light of legality but keeping their old connections. 488. In short, the new private economy conspired with the old sclerotic official one to aggravate the shortages and to profit by them. As shortages got worse, people began to hoard supplies of everything non-perishable, creating a vicious circle. By 1990 some staple items like sausage meat, cheese, and soap had to be rationed in some cities, an indignity not inflicted since the immediate post-war years. Continued and growing economic failure vitiated everything Gorbachev tried to do. It confirmed people's impression that he was merely one more in a succession of leaders who had promised much and delivered less than nothing, being unable or unwilling to disrupt vested interests sufficiently to generate real and enduring change. This certainly seemed to be the reason for the first serious outbreak of labor unrest since Khrushchev's time, which erupted in the Kuzbass coal fields in July 1989 and then spread to the Donbass and elsewhere. As usual in Soviet labor disputes, the miners presented a whole repertoire of demands, embracing not just pay and working conditions, but covering also housing, recreation, social welfare, medical provision, and food supplies. The common factor in their demands was resentment of the apparatus's privileged way of life and distrust of its promises. The miners bypassed the official trade unions and formed their own strike committees, which patrolled the streets during the strike, maintaining order and keeping alcohol out. Furthermore, in many pits they demanded the right to participate in management, and to take decisions about how the revenue earned there should be spent. Gorbachev supported most of the workers' demands, indeed could claim to be endeavoring to achieve them. At the same time he recognized that paralysis of a major source of energy would be crippling to the whole economy and therefore also to his reform program, and he televised several appeals to the miners to return to work. They probably realized that to weaken Gorbachev would be to 489. Negate any hope of serious improvement, and reluctantly drifted back to their pits. Thereafter the workers' movement continued to exert sporadic pressure on Gorbachev, frustrated by the government's failure to fulfill economic promises and moving on as a result to political demands. By the spring of 1991 there was a wave of strikes demanding Gorbachev's resignation, the outlawing of the Communist Party from enterprises and the confiscation of Communist Party property for redistribution to the people. Yet, for all their indignation and their popular support, workers had great difficulty in settling on a single strategy for achieving their demands and coordinating it with democratic politicians. There was a tendency for workers to come out in one town or one set of enterprises, but not to be supported by workers elsewhere. Excellent at improvisation and local self-organization, they found it much harder to create structures above the regional and to make the crucial linkage with democratic political movements. The ambiguities of Gorbachev's political system were well summed up in the sessions of the new Congress of People's Deputies in May and June 1989. It convened without its procedures or even its functions fully defined, and this lack of clarity enabled Gorbachev repeatedly to act as the decisive arbiter, which he did in a virtuoso display of the new presidential democracy. But it also enabled Andrei Sakharov to propose that the Congress should itself assume the function of drafting and debating new laws, instead of delegating it to a haphazardly chosen one-fifth of its membership in the Supreme Soviet. The elections showed that public resentment at the nomenklatura elite was widespread and waiting to be mobilized. They gave considerable moral authority to those deputies prepared to take an oppositional stance in the Congress itself. Official candidates were nevertheless in the majority and dominated proceedings in what was supposed 490 to be the main business of the Congress, the election of the head of state and of the Supreme Soviet. If one believes, however, with John Stuart Mill, that one of the main functions of a representative assembly is to educate the public and stimulate political debate, then there is no doubt that the Congress was a triumph for the opposition. It was televised live from beginning to end, and many people stayed off work to watch it. They saw a concentrated display of information about all sides of Soviet life, such as not even the new-style press had vouchsafed to them before. They saw generals interrogated on their crowd control methods, ministers grilled on their fitness for office, government policies roundly questioned, and even Gorbachev himself criticized for his frequent interventions. Overall, both the Congress and the preceding elections gave the Soviet public new confidence in their ability to affect political processes, and a higher level of information with which to do so. The apparatus retained control over the levers of power, but it faced for the first time an opposition in the process of forming itself, in the shape of the interregional group of deputies. The potential leader of that opposition was Boris Eltsine, now starting on his road back from the status of disgraced apparatchik. His political re-education began with the informals who organized his election campaign. It continued in the Congress, where he had to work together with some of the country's leading nonconformist intellectuals, like Andrei Sakharov, Yuri Afanasyev, Gavril Popov, and Anatoly Sobchak. In the process he evolved from being a disaffected communist to become a democratic politician, or at least one capable of deploying and defending a democratic alternative to Gorbachev's policies. The USSR Congress, however, had drawbacks as an arena for Eltsine's return to power. It was still dominated by the nomenklatura nominees who had used traditional methods to get themselves elected, the people whom Afanasyev called 491. The aggressively obedient majority. Besides, with all political issues becoming ethnicized, an opposition movement which claimed to represent the entire USSR always risked being torn apart. With real power shifting to the Union republics, Eltsin decided to transfer his allegiance, and in the spring of 1990 he stood for election to the People's Congress of the RSFSR. He had realized that sovereignty, inconvenient for Gorbachev when claimed in Estonia or Moldavia, would turn Soviet politics altogether upside down if declared in Russia. Once again the informals came to his aid. Most of the liberal and non-communist socialist groups got together and dropped their differences to form an electoral alliance known as Democratic Russia. Its program invoked the memory of Sakharov, who had died in December 1989, and proposed that the Congress of People's Deputies of Russia should do what has not yet been achieved at all Union level and assume the full power of the state in Russia. Their campaign was successful in the largest towns. Eltsin won more than 80% of the vote in Sverdlovsk, while Moscow and Leningrad elected radical city administrations. In smaller towns and rural areas, though, nomenklatura candidates were often returned as in the past. A most important event took place during the campaign. The CPSU at last renounced its political monopoly, which meant that its executive prerogatives and its capacity to hold the Union together were placed in doubt. Gorbachev armed himself with enhanced presidential powers to replace the party's authority, but there was no disguising the fact that effective power had moved towards the Union republics. What this meant during 1990 was that the Republican Supreme Soviets became arenas for a new kind of deal, between the nomenklatura nominees and the radicals, who were still in a minority everywhere save Armenia, Georgia, Moldavia, and the Baltic republics. This deal was based on the notion of sovereignty, a vague and adaptable concept, which to the radicals meant the fulfillment of their dreams of 492. Democracy and national self-determination, while to the apparatchiks it meant real power at last, including the power to fend off unwelcome measures of perestroika emanating from Moscow. On the basis of such a deal, most of the Republican Supreme Soviets declared sovereignty during 1990, starting with an actual declaration of independence by Lithuania. Whatever the precise wording adopted in each case, the Republican Supreme Soviets were announcing that in future their laws were to have precedence over those promulgated in Moscow. Taking his stand on Russian sovereignty, Eltsin was able to have himself elected initially as Speaker of the Russian Supreme Soviet, then in June 1991 to become the first ever popularly elected President of Russia. Those political forces which wanted to hold the Union together also hastened to organize themselves to counteract this parade of sovereignties. In this endeavor many Russian nationalists cooperated for the first time with the Communists, in the face of what they saw as a common threat. For Russian nationals, liberation did not automatically mean emancipation from the Soviet Union. On the contrary, many Russian patriots, not only national Bolsheviks, but also some revivalists, considered that the Russian nation had its historically inherited home in the whole of the Soviet Union, not just in the RSFSR. Even some Russian patriots who had in the past bitterly opposed communism, such as the Siberian writer Valentin Rasputin, were now prepared to make common cause with the CPSU apparatus for the overriding aim of saving the Russian Empire. The interfront movements in the Baltic were now supplemented by the United Front of Workers, set up in Leningrad in September 1989 to mobilize the leading class to defend socialism and the integrity of the Union, and a whole raft of analogous organizations for soldiers, for clergy, for artists, and so on. In December 1989, ready for the local and Republican elections, they formed a counterpart of Democratic 493. Russia, a bloc of social patriotic movements of Russia, whose election manifesto proclaimed the fatherland is in danger. They picked up only a meager tally of votes, usually less than 10%. Disappointed in electoral politics, they tried to achieve their objectives by other means. The focus of their organization was the Soyuz, Union, group of deputies in the USSR Congress of People's Deputies, which had been set up as a counterweight to the interregional group. Its leaders were mostly Russians from the non-Russian republics, like Yuri Blokhin, who came from Moldavia, and Colonel Viktor Alksnis from Latvia. In the face of the party's abdication of monopoly power, their aim was to revive and consolidate the other sinews of empire, the armed forces, the KGB, and the new anti-riot militia set up in 1988, the OMON. Gorbachev, meanwhile, was trying to save the Union in his own way, by a combination of economic reform and the new Union Treaty. The trouble was that in both endeavors he was trying to accommodate irreconcilable views, and his effort to hold things together steadily looked more and more desperate. In the economic field, he might have been able to satisfy the radicals if he had adopted the plan put forward by academician Shat Allen. This accepted the notion of private property in the means of production, including land. It acknowledged the sovereignty of the republics and did not try to keep control in all Union hands, and it proposed as a first step the breakup of monopolies and the privatization of enterprises, together with huge cuts in government expenditure, by pruning large industrial projects, stopping most foreign aid and reducing military expenditure drastically. For a time during the late summer and early autumn of 1990, Gorbachev seemed inclined to put his weight behind the Shat Allen plan. But its opponents played upon his fears. They were right in thinking that it would deprive the party-state apparatus of its economic power, which rested on the 494 military and heavy industrial enterprises subordinated to the all-Union ministries. Another official team produced a rival plan, which was sponsored by the finance minister, Valentin Pavlov. Gorbachev, growing nervous at his old comrade's rejection of Shat Allen, and uncertain how far he could trust the radicals, suggested amalgamating the two plans, an idea which Eltsin castigated as mating a hedgehog with a snake. In the end, Gorbachev made up his mind. He rejected the Shat Allen plan and appointed Pavlov prime minister to implement its rival. He also sacked the Minister of the Interior, Vadim Bakitin, who had been negotiating to delegate police powers to the republics, and replaced him with Boris Pujo, former head of the Latvian KGB. Together with Minister of Defense Dmitry Yazov and KGB head Vladimir Kryukov, these two new men formed a corps of senior politicians determined to save the Soviet Union and as much as possible of the power of the party apparatus. They were certainly behind the shows of force in the Baltic in January 1991, see above, p. 473. They made their second attempt to rein back the burgeoning democracy in March 1991, to coincide with attempts in the Russian parliament to unseat Eltsin as speaker. A pro-Eltsin rally in the center of Moscow was banned, and troops were deployed in strength on the streets. Perhaps remembering Leipzig and Prague, thousands of people turned out in defiance of the ban, and after several tense hours it was agreed that the troops would merely stand and watch. In the parliament a group of communists switched sides and saved Eltsin from a no-confidence morion. Alarmed by the potential for violent confrontation, Gorbachev moved to meet the radical forces halfway. He concluded an agreement with Eltsin and the other Republican leaders at his country dacha of Novoagarevo. It stipulated a new Union treaty delegating considerable power to the republics, in return for which Eltsin agreed to appeal for an end to the current wave of political strikes. This agreement, 495, was an attempt to smooth the way to a radically decentralized Soviet Union. Its opponents, however, did not see it that way. They considered that what was being planned was the final breakup of the Soviet Union. On August 19, the day before the treaty was due to be signed, they moved to forestall it. The vice president, Gennady Yanov, backed by an emergency committee which included Kryukov, Yazov, Pavlov, and Pujo, announced that he had taken over presidential powers from Gorbachev, who was ill. He declared a state of emergency with the aim of overcoming the profound and comprehensive crisis, political, ethnic and civil strife, chaos and anarchy that threatened the lives and security of the citizens of the Soviet Union and the independence of our fatherland. Significantly, the proclamation nowhere mentioned the Communist Party, nor did its language betray any trace of Marxist-Leninist thinking. Its concerns were entirely imperial, for unity, law and order, and the standing of the Soviet Union in the world. It was immediately apparent that, in spite of preparations going back over months, the coup was improvised. Perhaps its leaders had expected Gorbachev, then on holiday in the Crimea, to concur in their action, and were taken aback when he refused. Perhaps they had simply assumed that, at the reassertion of familiar authority, everyone would fall in and obey orders. If so, they had ignored the profound change of mood which perestroika had generated. At any rate, there were no arrests of opposition politicians, as had happened in Poland in December 1981, and communications with the outside world remained open. Opposition newspapers were banned, but adroit use of printing presses ensured that posters denouncing the emergency committee appeared on the streets and in metro stations within hours. Above all, the Russian parliament and its recently elected president remained at large. When tanks were sent to surround its building, popularly known as the White House. 496. Eltsine defiantly clambered onto one of them, shook hands with the crew, and denounced the emergency committee as unconstitutional. Anyone who obeyed its orders would, he warned, be laying himself open to grave criminal charges. He called for a general strike. Crowds began to throng round the White House, like those in Riga and Vilnius earlier in the year, and protected it with barricades. In Leningrad, the radical mayor, Anatoly Sobchak, strode into the office of the military commandant, General Samsonov, and warned him that, if he implemented the instructions of the emergency committee, he would be put on trial, like the Nazis in Nuremberg. Therewith the battle lines were drawn. Response to the coup was varied. Some workers went on strike, but many of them ignored Eltsine's appeal, perhaps considering that he had let them down by signing the Novo-Ogarevo agreement. Some Republican leaders denounced the coup, like those in Moldavia and the Baltic, but some, notably Kravchuk in Ukraine and Nazarbayev in Kazakhstan, remained cautiously neutral, merely calling for calm. Eltsine's courageous appeal ensured that obedience to the emergency committee was no longer automatic, for there was a rival claimant to legitimacy. Officers of the army and KGB, the decisive forces in the conflict, had to choose between loyalty to the duly elected Russian president and to a Soviet government not even properly elected 74 years earlier. Many of them chose Russia, or at least declined to shoot on the crowds, and that was the undoing of the putschists. There could be no repetition of the massacre 2 years earlier on Peking's Tiananmen Square, though 3 people were killed when armored personnel carriers moved towards the White House on the second night of the coup. That was the end of the shooting in Moscow, though there were more deaths in the Baltic. Next day the putschists fled the city, making for the Crimea, as if to persuade Gorbachev that it had all been a mistake, and that they were 497 still on his side. They were arrested, and Gorbachev returned to Moscow. What he found there was, as he himself admitted, another country. The failed coup had precipitated the very process it had been designed to prevent, the final breakup of the Soviet Union and with it the demise of the Communist Party. In front of the Lubyanka a cheering crowd watched as the statue of Dzerzhinsky was pulled down. In the Russian parliament, Eltsine signed a decree suspending the Communist Party pending an investigation into its complicity in the coup. Gorbachev had triumphed over the plotters, but now had to capitulate to the man who had made that victory possible. After a vain attempt at protest, he resigned as General Secretary of the CPSU and recommended that the Central Committee should disband itself. It was the abrupt end of the organization which had made the revolution of 1917 and had ruled the empire unrivaled ever since. The end of the Soviet Union itself was not far behind. After the failure of the coup, most of the Union republics declared their independence, Byelorussia and the Central Asian ones perhaps reluctantly, but feeling they had no alternative. There followed several months of diplomacy, while Gorbachev tried to revive the remnants of his Union treaty and to persuade the republics to vest some of their newly acquired powers in defense, foreign affairs, and perhaps economic policy, in the center. The House of Cards finally collapsed at the beginning of December, when a referendum in Ukraine overwhelmingly endorsed the Declaration of Independence. Even the traditionally pro-Russian eastern districts produced a majority of some 80%. Gorbachev had warned the voters there can be no union without Ukraine, and no Ukraine without the union. The first part of his warning was swiftly proved true. Eltsin met with Kravchuk and the Byelorussian president, Stanislaw Shushkevich, and on December 8 the three issued a statement, "We, the Republic of 498. Belarus, the Russian Federation and Ukraine, being founder members of the USSR and signatories of the Treaty of Union of 1922, state that the USSR, as a subject of international law and a geopolitical reality, ceases to exist. In its place they established a commonwealth of independent states and invited the other republics to join it. The constitutionality of this move was dubious. In a sense it was a democratic coup d'état, an emergency move carried out by leaders who, unlike the August putschists, at least had a mandate from their peoples. As an act of diplomacy, it was also questionable. All the republics except Georgia and the Baltic ones accepted the invitation to join, but some of them expressed publicly their affront at not having been consulted in good time about the dissolution of the state to which they had all nominally belonged. Gorbachev, characteristically, at first protested and then bowed to the inevitable. On December 25 he announced his resignation as president of the USSR, and the red hammer and sickle flag was lowered on the Kremlin dome, to be replaced by the Russian tricolor. The new Commonwealth was beset by the difficulties which it inherited from the USSR, especially ethnic conflict and economic breakdown. Besides, in its very conception there was an ambiguity which divided the two largest republics. While Ukraine evidently considered it a decorous way of winding up the Union, Russia was more inclined to regard it as a revised version of that same Union. The Soviet Union broke down because of fatal weaknesses built into it at its very inception by Lenin himself. There was always a tension in Marxist theory between its scientific analysis of bourgeois society and its prophecy of the socialist future. Lenin resolved this tension by means of the party, which set about converting defective prophecy into reality through single-minded political action. Where spontaneous social developments did not fit the vision, which was nearly always, the party supplied physical coercion and a doctrine. 499. To justify it. In this way, the party not only directed society, but in the end supplanted it, creating a new society in its own image. In times of rapid industrialization and mass war, there was a certain justification for such a ubiquitous force, molding and controlling social processes. But in an epoch of more peaceful and sophisticated evolution, the party became an incubus, impeding economic and intellectual development, obstructing the deployment of society's energies and gradually undermining the Soviet Union's status as a great power. It was at this point that Gorbachev took over. He knew that the power of the party-state apparatus had to be radically curbed. In undertaking this demanding task, he took as his guide the Lenin of 1921-4, the Lenin who, free of the responsibilities of war and, towards the end, of political power itself, was able to reflect on the system he had created. Lenin knew that something had gone seriously wrong and, although he was incapable of diagnosing the underlying causes of the malaise, indeed he made things worse by increasing the authority of the Central Committee. The writings of his last years are full of warnings against bureaucratism, communist arrogance, chauvinism, and the obsession with administrative solutions to all problems. Gorbachev proved much more effective than Lenin at mobilizing society against the dead hand of the party apparatus. But the result was to destroy the Soviet Union. By institutionalizing glasnost to the point where it became freedom of speech, by allowing informal political movements to consolidate themselves, by reforming the legislative assemblies so that they could have an influence in them, he unleashed impulses which proved far more powerful than he expected. He also unchained the ethnic drive which had long been simultaneously inflamed and repressed by the national policies of the Soviet government. Once genuine social and political forces independent of the party had been mobilized, The apparatus proved too rigid and unimaginative to counter. 500 them effectively, and there remained nothing to hold the Union together. The diverse nations and classes of the Soviet Union turned out to be far more capable of political action than anyone had anticipated. In the face of them, the Soviet Communist Party, which had cemented the whole system, proved to be fragile, prone to splits and devoid of creative ideas. Most of its 90-year history had done nothing to prepare it for real political battles against movements with genuine popular support. Faced with this glaring contradiction, Gorbachev temporized or tried to combine incompatible policies. He attempted to introduce market mechanisms in the economy without legalizing private property in the means of production. He abolished the Communist Party's political monopoly without preparing it to become a parliamentary party. He promised the republic self-determination but struggled to keep the crucial prerogatives in the hands of the center. In the end, he appointed and, in his own words, trusted the very politicians who tried to overthrow him. The attempted putsch of August 1991 was essentially a coup of Gorbachev against Gorbachev, one aspect of his ambivalent policies being brandished against the other aspect. In the process, the Soviet Union fell apart. The Communist Party could not become an ordinary political party, yet, unless it did so, it would continue to crush all civic initiative and economic enterprise. Once it had disappeared, the amalgam of nations and territories it had held together had nothing more to unite them except a historical legacy they were all anxious to be rid of. The real tragedy was that of the Russian people, scattered throughout an empire which they had conquered and ruled over for more than 400 years. Upwards of 25 million Russians found themselves aliens on territory which they had been accustomed to regard as their homeland, facing resentment, discrimination, and even violence. 501. From their newly enfranchised neighbors. One day, the Russian Federation may prove to be a Russian nation-state where Russians, not oppressing others, may create a free political life for themselves. But at the moment it is a bleeding hulk torn from the carcass of the USSR, the territories left over when the other republics had left. Solving that legacy and creating a proper Russian homeland will be not the least of the problems bequeathed by the Soviet Union. Chronology. 1917. February Revolution, formation of Petrograd Soviet March. Abdication of Nicholas II, formation of Provisional Government April. Lenin's return to Russia June 1, All-Russian Congress of Soviets Kerensky's offensive July days in Petrograd August. Kornilov coup October. October Revolution, 2nd All-Russian Congress of Soviets decrees on peace, land November. Declaration on the Rights of the Peoples of Russia Decree on Workers' Control December. Armistice on German front creation of Chaika creation of Vyazanka Finland proclaims independence. 1918. Jan. Constituent Assembly. Ukrainian Rada declares independence. Creation of Red Army. Legislation on separation of church and state, Patriarch Tikhon anathematizes the Bolshevik regime February 1st/14th, introduction of Gregorian calendar March. Treaty of Brest-Litovsk 7th Party Congress Extraordinary Assembly of Delegates from Works and Factories Byelorussia declares independence May Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan declare independence July Socialist Revolutionary Rising in Moscow and elsewhere August. Whites capture Kazan Sept. Red Terror declared November. German withdrawal from occupied Russian territory Kolchak seizes power in Omsk Muslim Communist Party merged with Russian Communist Party. 504. 1919. Chronology. March 8th Party Congress, creation of Politburo and Orgburo October. Denikin reaches Orel, and Yudenik the suburbs of Petrograd. 1920. March 9th Party Congress. April. Poland invades the Ukraine. August. Red Army fails to take Warsaw. Outbreak of Tambov peasant insurrection. October. Polish-Soviet armistice. November. Red Army defeats Rjal in Crimea. December. Central Committee Directive on Proletkult. 1921. February. Creation of Gosplan. Red Army invades Georgia. Workers' unrest in Petrograd. March. Kronstadt Revolt 10th Party Congress, birth of NEP Treaty of Riga with Poland. 1921-2 Famine on the Volga, government demands surrender of church valuables for famine relief. 1922. February. Chaika reorganized as GPU. March APR.11 Th Party Congress, Stalin becomes General Secretary April. House arrest of Patriarch Tikhon June-July trial and execution of Metropolitan Veniamin August. Capture of Enver Pasha December. Formation of Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. 1923. April 12th Party Congress. First Sober of Living Church. Chronology. July USSR Constitution published. Summer Scissors Crisis. 1924. Jan. Death of Lenin. May 13th Party Congress. 1925. Jan. Trotsky dismissed as War Commissar. April 14th Party Conference, Socialism in One Country accepted June Central Committee Resolution on Literature. 1926. October. Trotsky expelled from Politburo. 1927. May rupture of diplomatic relations with Britain, war scare December 15th Party Congress, collectivization of agriculture resolved. 1928. Grain procurement crisis. Shakti trial. 505. Spring. May. July Central Committee sent the first batch of thousanders to college October. Beginning of first five-year plan, to December 1932. 1929. April. Law on religious associations. Autumn stand of forced mass collectivization and dekulakization November. Bukharin expelled from Politburo, defeat of Rig T opposition. 506. 1930. Chronology. March. Stalin's Pravda article, dizzy with success April. Suicide of Mayakovsky November Trial of Industrial Party. 1931. March. Trial of Mensheviks. 1932. April. Second half. October. December. Central Committee Resolution on the Reformation of Literary Artistic Organizations Ryadin's program circulates in the Central Committee. Opening of Dneprostroi hydroelectric scheme of internal passport and propiska. 1932-4 Famine in Ukraine and elsewhere. 1933-7 Second Five-Year Plan. 1933. May opening of Belomar Canal. 1934. January 17th Party Congress. July GPU reorganized as NKVD. August 1st Congress of Union of Soviet Writers. December. Assassination of Kirov. 1935. Jan. Death of Kuibyshev. Chronology. February. Model Collective Farm Statute. August. Introduction of Stakhanovite labor. Sept. Reintroduction of ranks in Red Army. 1936. February. Communist Academy absorbed into Academy of Sciences June Death of Gorky New family law, making divorce more difficult August. Trial of Zinoviev, Kamina and others Sept. Yezhov succeeds Yagoda as head of NKVD December. Promulgation of Stalin Constitution. 1937. Jan. Trial of Radek, Pyatakov, and others. February. Death of Ortjonikij. May-June dismissal, arrest, trial and execution of Tkakhevsky powers of Red Army political commissars restored. 1938 Third Five-Year Plan June 1941. 1938. Stalin's short course published. 507. March. Trial of Bukharin, Rykov, Krestinsky, Rakovsky, Yagoda and others December. Introdunction of Labor Book for Workers. Beria succeeds Yezhov as head of NKVD. 1939. March 18 Party Congress. August. Nazi-Soviet Pact. Sept. Invasion of Eastern Poland. November. Outbreak of Finnish War. 508. 1940. Closure of Rabfaki. Chronology. March. Peace concluded with Finland. June annexation of Baltic states. August. Absenteeism at work made a criminal offense. Assassination of Trotsky in Mexico. October. Introduction of fees for higher and upper secondary education. 1941. 22 June 30 June 3 July Sept. October. December. 1942. German invasion of USSR. GKO established. Stalin's first broadcast. Beginning of Leningrad blockade. Fall of Kiev. Moscow in direct danger, partial evacuation of the city. Wehrmacht thrown back from Moscow. Sept. Wehrmacht reaches Stalingrad. October. Restoration of officers' full status in Red Army. November. Soviet offensive encircles German 6th Army in Stalingrad. 1943. Jan. Surrender of German 6th Army in Stalingrad. Vlasov Smolensk Proclamation. July Battle of Kursk. Sept. Re-establishment of Patriarchate. 1944. Jan. Leningrad blockade finally lifted. June 2nd Front established in France. August Oct. Warsaw Rising. Sept. Vlasov establishes KONR. Chronology. 1945. February. Yalta Conference. Election of Patriarch Alexei. May 9. Surrender of Germany. July. Aug. Potsdam Conference. 1946 to -54th 5-year plan. 1946. 509. August. Central Committee Decree attacking Akhniatova and Zoshchenko. Central Committee Decree establishing network of party high schools. Sept. Decree on measures to liquidate breaches of the Kolkhoz Statute. 1946 to -7 Famine in the Ukraine. 1947. Sept. Establishment of Cominform. December. Currency reform. 1948. Jan. February. June. August. Autumn. November. Murder of Mikhoels. Communist coup in Czechoslovakia. Yugoslavia expelled from Cominform. Lysenko's victory at the Agricultural Academy. Death of Zdanov. Disappearance of Voznesensky. Leningrad purge. Dissolution of Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee. 1948 to -9 Collectivization of agriculture in Baltic region. 510 Chronology. 1949 Closure of Jewish State Theater in Moscow. 1950. June Stalin's article on linguistics, attacking Marjali law on workers' councils in Yugoslavia. 1951 to 5th 5-year plan. 1952. October 19 Party Congress. 1953. Jan. Discovery of doctor's plot announced. March. Death of Stalin, Malenkov. Becomes Prime Minister. May revolt in Norilsk labor camp. July arrest, and execution, of Beria, revolt in Vorkuta labor camp. Sept. Khrushchev confirmed as first secretary of CPSU. 1954. Pospelov Commission begins investigation of Stalin's repressions. May revolt in Kenger labor camp. 1954 to 6 Height of Virgin Lands campaign. 1955. February. Bulganin replaces Malenkov as Prime Minister. May establishment of Warsaw Pact. Khrushchev and Bulganin visit Yugoslavia. Chronology. 19s6. February 20 Party Congress, Khrushchev secret speech. April. Criminal liability for absenteeism at work abolished. June workers' riots in Poznan, Poland fees for higher and upper secondary education abolished. 511. October. Gomulka becomes first secretary of Polish United Workers' Party. General strike and street demonstrations in Budapest. November. Soviet intervention in Hungary, Katar becomes first secretary of Hungarian Workers' Party. 1907. June Central Committee plenum backs Khrushchev against anti-party group. October. Zhukov dismissed as defense minister. 1908. February. Khrushchev replaces Bulganin as prime minister. October. Pasternak awarded Nobel Prize for Literature. December. Publication of new criminal code. Educational reforms promulgated. 19S9-6S 7-year plan. 19S9 Khrushchev launches maize campaign. Sept. Workers' unrest in Temirtau, Kazakhstan. 1960. May death of Pasternak. 512. 1961. Chronology. Closure of Monastery of the Caves, Kiev. April. First manned Soviet space flight. First arrests at Mayakovsky Square. Unofficial poetry read in July. Legislation restricting role of priest in parish councils. October 22. Party Congress, new party program, Stalin removed from mausoleum. 1962. June workers' strikes and rioting in Novokirksk. October. Cuban Missile Crisis. November. Publication of Solzhenitsyn's A Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich. 1963. March. Khrushchev addresses Writers' Union, warning of bourgeois influences. Autumn very poor harvest. 1964. April. Fire at the Ukrainian Academy of Sciences. October. Central Khomeini plenum, Brezhnev replaces Khrushchev as first secretary of CPSU. 1965. March. Central Khomeini plenum approves agricultural reforms. Sept. Central Khomeini plenum approves Kosygin's economic reforms. December. Demonstration on Pushkin Square calling for observance of Soviet Constitution. Eshlyman and Yakunin criticize Council for Affairs of Church in letter to Supreme Soviet. 1966 to 78 5-year plan. Chronology 513. 1966. February. Trial of Sinyavsky and Daniel. March. Demonstration by Baptist Litziatovniki at Supreme Soviet Building in Moscow. 23rd Party Congress. 1967. May Andropov succeeds Semi Shazami as head of KGB. June Aral's Really War. 1968. Jan. Trial of Ginsburg and Galanskov. Dubček becomes first secretary of Czechoslovak Communist Party. April. First issue of Chronicle of Current Events. August. Warsaw Pact invasion of Czechoslovakia. 1969. Jan. Formation of Initiative Group for Defense of Civil Rights. July. Aliyev replaces Akhundov as first secretary of Azerbaijan CP. 1970. First issue of Ukrainsky Vestnik. February. Removal of Tvardovsky from editorship of Novy Mir. March. Sakharov, Turchin, and R. Medvedev write to Brezhnev. April. First issue of Jewish Samis. Journal Exodus. December. 2 Jews sentenced to death, then reprieved, in Leningrad for hijacking airliner workers rioting in Poland. Gierek replaces Gomulka as first secretary of Polish United Workers' Party. 1971 to 9th 5-year plan. 514. 1971. Chronology. February. Mass Jewish demonstration at Supreme Soviet Building, beginning of large-scale Jewish emigration to Israel. April 24. Paini Congress. 1972. First issue of Chronicle of Lithuanian Catholic Church. Jan. Widespread arrests and searches among Ukrainian intellectuals. May riots in Kaunas, Lithuania, following self-immolation of Arkalama Sherbitsky replaces Shelist as first secretary of Ukrainian CP. Sept. Shevardnadze replaces Mzavanadze as first secretary of Georgian CP. 1973. April. Central Committee plenum, Andropov and Gromyko join Politburo. 1974. February. Deportation of Solzhenitsyn from USSR. 1975. August. Helsinki Agreement on European Security and Cooperation October. Sakharov awarded Nobel Prize for Peace. 197 and 80 10th Five-Year Plan. 1976. Formation of Helsinki watch groups in various republics February Mar.25 Th Pani Congress. Chronology. April. Ustinov becomes Minister of Defense. June workers' unrest in Poland. Sept. Formation of Corps in Poland. 1977. June Brezhnev replaces Pojomy as President of USSR November. New Soviet Constitution published. 1978. April. Khalq coup in Afghanistan. 515. Street demonstrations in Tbilisi in defense of Georgian language July trial of Sharansky. 1979. Jan. 3 Armenian nationalists executed. April. Brezhnev awarded Lenin Prize for Literature December. Soviet military intervention in Afghanistan. 1980. Jan. Sakharov exiled to Gorky. July. Olympic Games held in Moscow. August. Workers' unrest in Gdansk and elsewhere in Poland, formation of Solidarity October. Street demonstrations in Estonia December. Death of Kosygin, Tikhanov becomes Prime Minister. 1981 to 5/11th Five-Year Plan. 1981. February Mar.26 Th Party Congress. December. Jaruzelski declares martial law in Poland. 516. 1982. Jan. Death of Sislov. Chronology. May Fedorchuk replaces Andropov as head of KGB, Andropov enters CP Secretariat Sept. Last Helsinki Watch Group disbanded November. Death of Brezhnev, Andropov becomes General Secretary of CPSU. 1983. August. Andropov falls seriously ill. 1984. February. Death of Andropov, Chernenko becomes General Secretary of CPSU December. Death of Marshal Ustinov. 1985. March. Death of Chernenko, Gorbachev becomes General Secretary of CPSU. 1986 to 90 12th Five-Year Plan. 1986. February 27th Party Congress. April. Explosion at the Chernobyl nuclear power station June 8 USSR Writers' Union Congress December. Riots in Almaty. 1987. Gorbachev releases Sakharov from administrative exile M. Gorky. July New law on the socialist enterprise. August. Foundation of FSOK. 1988. February. March. April. May. June/July. Sept. December. 1989. Chronology. Demonstrations in Armenia over Nagorno-Karabakh pogrom in Sumgait. Gorbachev receives Patriarch Pimen. Formation of Democratic Union 19th Party Conference. Gorbachev is elected President of the USSR. Earthquake in Armenia. March. Elections to Congress of People's Deputies. April. Soldiers forcibly disperse crowds in Tbilisi. 517. May/June Congress of People's Deputies and First Sessions of Reformed. June. July. August. Sept. November. 1990. Supreme Soviet. Riots in Fergana Valley and other part of Central Asia. Coal miners strike in Kuzbas, Donbass, and elsewhere. Appointment of the first non-communist government in Poland. First Congress of Rook. Fall of Berlin Wall. Velvet Revolution in Czechoslovakia. Jan. Soviet army troops storm Baku to restore rule of Communist Party. Creation of Democratic Russia electoral bloc. February. CPSU renounces its leading role. March. Elections to Republican and local Soviets. Lithuania declares its independence from the USSR. Gorbachev becomes president of USSR. June. Russian Declaration of Sovereignty. July 28. Congress of CPSU. November. Publication of Draft Union Treaty. 1991. Jan. Soviet security forces attack public buildings in Vilnius and Riga. April. Novo-Ogarevo Agreement. June. Eltsine is elected president of Russia. August. Attempted coup in Moscow is defeated. Most Union republics declare independence. CPSU is suspended, pending a judicial investigation. December. Ukrainian independence is confirmed in a referendum. Eltsine, Kravchuk, and Shushkevich form the Commonwealth of Independent States and declare the USSR disbanded. Statistical tables. A gap indicates that no information is available. A. Population of the Soviet Union, in millions. 1914 140.4, estimate, 1926 147.0, 1939 170.5, 1940 194.1, including newly annexed territories, 1950 178.5, 1959 208.8, 1970 241.7, 1979 262.4, 1989 286.7. Sources: F. Lorimer, The Population of the Soviet Union, Geneva, League of Nations, 1946, pages 36, 112. Naselini SSSR, Moscow, Izdательство Politiskoy Literatury, 1983, p. 8. Current Digest of the Soviet Press, Vol 41, 1989, p. 17. B. Class composition of the population, by official Soviet classification, in percentages. Workers, individual, collective, white bourgeoisie, peasants, scholar, landowners. 1913 14.6 66.72.4 16.3 1924 10.4 75.4 1.34.4 8.5 1928 12.4 74.9 2.95 2.4.6 1939 33.7 2.6 47.2 16.5 1959 50.2 0.3 31.4 18.1 1970 57.4 20.5 22.1 1979 60.0 14.9 25.1 1987 61.8 12.0 26.2. Source: Naselini, SSSR, Moscow, Politis. 1980, p. 143. Narodno Hozyastvo SSSR ZA 70 let, Moscow, Finansi I Statistika, 1987, p. 12. Statistical Tables 519. See Selected Indices of Industrial and Agricultural Production. 1913 1922 1928 1932 1940 Steel, m tons, 4.30.34.05.9 18.3 Coal, m tons, 29.2 11.3 35.4 64.3 165.9 Oil, m tons, 10.3 4.7 11.7 21.4 31.1 Electricity, milliard kW hours, 2.00 0.85.1 13.4 48.6 Automobiles, thousands, 0.8 145 Tractors, thousands, 1.3 48.9 31.6 Wool cloth, m meters, 107.7 37 97 93.3 119.7 Leather footwear, m pairs, 66.8 58 86.9 211 Overall, Industrial Group A, Capital Goods. 1913 equals 1, 1.55 13.4 Industrial Group B, Consumer Goods. 1913 equals 1, 1.24.6. Grain, m tons, 76.5 50.3 73.3 69.6 95.6. Meat, m tons, 2.24.7. Milk, m tons, 24.5 33.6. Sugar, m tons, 1.30.2 1.30.82.2. Cows, m head, 24.9 29.3 22.3 22.8, 1916. Pigs, m head, 17.3 22.0 10.9 22.5. Note, there are strong grounds for treating Soviet economic production statistics with considerable skepticism, as I have indicated on pages 202 to 3 and 382. Nevertheless, they can be useful for making very broad comparisons over time, or between one branch of the economy and another. 520 statistical tables. 1945, 1950, 1960, 1970, 1980, 1986 steel, m tons, 12.3 27.3 65.3 116 148 161 coal, m tons, 149.3 261.1 510 624 716 751 oil, m tons, 19.4 37.9 148 353 603 615 electricity, milliard kW hours, 43.291 2292 741 1294 1599 automobiles, thousands, 74.7 363 524 916 2199 tractors, thousands, 14.7 109 239 459 555 595 wool cloth, m meters, 53.6 155.2 439 643 762 670 leather footwear, m pairs, 63 203 419 679 743 801 overall. Industrial Group A, Capital Goods, 1913 equals 1, 1527.5 89.4 213.83 feet 91.4 inches 493. Industrial Group B, Consumer Goods, 1913 equals 1, 2.75.7 1530 49.863. Grain, m tons, 47.3 81.2 126 186.8 189.1 210.1 meat, m tons, 8.7 12.3 15.1 18.0 milk, m tons, 61.7 83.0 90.9 102.2 sugar, m tons, 0.5 2.5 6.4 10.2 10.1 12.7 cows, m head, 22.9 24.6 34.8 39.8 43.3 42.9, 1961, 1971, pigs, m head, 10.6 22.2 58.7 67.5 73.9 77.8, 1961, 1971.